Chapter 3191. The power of the Origin Dragon Palace circulated throughout his body. The appearance of the real original grade creation divine weapon was enough to make the chaotic gods tremble. Even with the primordial gold plate blocking the attack, the violent power of the original grade creation divine weapon still spread outwards. Even the chaotic gods could feel the unparalleled power through the cracks of the primordial gold plate, let alone the Master God. Original grade. In fact, it was this original grade creation divine weapon that had attracted the Master God to the dancing fire continent. He was fighting with all his might at the start of the battle because he wanted Long Chen to take out the original grade creation divine weapon. However, the three rules had already swept out. In an instant, it was a matter of life and death. Even if Long Chen took out the original grade creation divine weapon and the Master God was shocked, he couldn't stop his attack. In the prison of all beings, a golden dragon coiled around Long Chen's body. A huge force surged into the primordial dragon sword. The two ancient divine weapons from the dragon sacrificial continent didn't reject each other at all. They could even amplify each other. Rebirth slash. Long Chen didn't have the slightest time to prepare. He condensed the Origin Dragon essence into a sword that swept out under the cover of the three great rules. A monstrous sword chi shot out. The sword chi broke through everything in its swiftness. The disintegrating power of the rebirth slash was supported by the vigorous divine power. In an instant, it erupted with destructive power that surpassed the horizon. The rebirth slash collided with the supreme chaos sword principle formed by the chaotic elements. It exploded in front of Long Chen. Although the rebirth slash wasn't enough to completely destroy the chaotic rules, the problem was that Long Chen, who had the Origin Dragon Palace, didn't fear this power at all. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Long Chen blocked the primal chaos nomological power. The primal chaos nomological power completely suppressed the Origin Dragon Palace. No matter how strong the primal chaos nomological power was, it couldn't do any harm to Long Chen in the face of an Origin grade fortune divine weapon. It was impossible to crush Long Chen. Long Chen ignored the universal life prison. His dazzling golden gaze instantly landed on the primordial chaos golden plate. As for the creation black hole, it had already expanded beneath his feet and released a terrifying power that crushed Long Chen along with the primordial chaos laws. Unending life calamity. The Origin Dragon Palace, the Origin Dragon Essence, the myriad of divine powers, and the top-notch rules. The three great rules fused together, and the boundless life and death calamity erupted. In an instant, the primordial dragon sword released a sword Dao that was countless times stronger than before. With the support of such a huge power, it was easy to imagine what level the boundless life and death calamity could reach. Bang! In an instant, a 10,000-meter-long sword shadow broke through everything, and in the blink of an eye, it slammed into the grand mist gold plate above. The endless life and death tribulation was boundless, and its power was ferocious. At this moment, Long Chen was like an azure dragon emerging from the sea. In front of countless shocked eyes of the primal chaos gods, the sword pierced through the grand mist gold plate, causing it to explode into thousands of smaller plates. Under the protection of the Origin Dragon Palace, the suction force of the Black Hole of Fortune's suction force completely surpassed that of Mo Xiaolang's sky-devouring fire diagram. Even so, Long Chen was still able to break free. After breaking through the All-Beings prison, Long Chen was already 10,000 miles away in an instant. In this way, he had gotten rid of the three fatal rules of the Chaos God Master's attacks. Moreover, he was in a state where he wasn't injured at all. Such an ability was a far cry from what he was 3 months ago. It was precisely because of this that the Chaos Gods found it unbelievable. Impossible. Primal Chaos Fire Dance let out a mournful cry. She clearly remembered that the Primal Chaos God Master had easily cast a rule in their last battle, and Long Chen had almost died. Now that his attack power had increased by several times, his lethality was even more exaggerated. However, Long Chen's origin-level destinable artifact and his heaven-defying sword made people think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It's only been 3 months. It's impossible for him to improve so much. The Master Chaos said that he has time rules. It's possible that he can control time. Maybe 3 months have passed for us, but tens of thousands of years have passed for him. How powerful does the time law have to be? Even the 7 primordial Chaos Saints were speechless. The way Long Chen had broken through the prison of all beings was domineering and effortless. It showed that he had the strength to fight against the Master Chaos. Could it be that Long Chen has already surpassed our level? How could there be such a heaven-defying person in a mere 10,000 worlds? Is it because our luck is bad or something? Why didn't such an existence appear before the 10,000 worlds? Even primordial chaos Crimson Firmament couldn't do anything about it. What will Father do? The primal chaos ghost dance calmed down with great difficulty. It was waiting for another fierce battle to break out. The 4 sovereigns also knew that Long Chen was here to challenge the primal chaos god master. Right now, Long Chen was the master of the myriad worlds. At this moment, everyone was as nervous and excited as the last battle of the sacred war of the myriad worlds. Or rather, this was the last battle of the 10,000 worlds sacred war. The golden divine dragon coiled around Long Chen. It was the origin dragon palace. The primordial dragon sword was like a silver divine dragon in Long Chen's hand. The Master Chaos Saint had also crossed thousands of li to arrive. When he arrived in front of Long Chen, his gaze was solemn and shocked. I can see that your origin-level destinable artifact is a palace. I really didn't expect that there would be an origin-level destinable artifact in the 10,000 worlds. There shouldn't be an origin-level destinable artifact in this world. Isn't the chaotic divine world just a part of the 10,000 worlds? Isn't it just an origin-level destinable artifact? Long Chen's gaze was calm. The chaotic divine race was used to being detached from worldly affairs. But Long Chen wanted to tell them that there was actually nothing special about them. They, too, were part of the 10,000 worlds. Even the world separated by the sky-swallowing race still existed in the 10,000 worlds. They might even be stronger than the chaotic divine world. It was even possible that the ancestral dragon origin dragon soul that Long Chen wanted existed in those worlds. That's right. The chaotic divine world is a part of the 10,000 worlds. I was too proud, so I created you. It's a pity that I didn't have the resolve to kill you at first sight. That's why you're out of control now. The Master Chaos Saint said. Long Chen shook his head. Wrong. One day, you will be glad that you didn't kill me when you first saw me. I don't believe it. You will believe it. Time will prove it. Long Chen's expression was calm. The Origin Dragon Palace had given him great confidence. I only want to know your secret now. The Master Chaos Saint's 3 mouths spoke at the same time. It was quite strange. I can't do anything to you. I can only fight you with my own limits. Very quickly, he underwent a new transformation. It was a transformation that shocked Long Chen even more. After this transformation, the Master Chaos Saint was no longer the Master Chaos Saint. In the past, the Master Chaos Star, the chaotic royalty, could transform into the primogenitor of the chaotic royalty, the giant chaos beast. That giant chaos beast was probably the primogenitor of the chaotic divine world. It must have been the creator of the chaotic divine world. But now, when the Master God of Chaos put away the 3 semi-origin divine weapons and returned to his normal form from his 3-headed and 6-armed form, he began to expand again and undergo a new round of changes. Seeing this change, all the members of the Chaos God clan hurriedly knelt in the void with zeal and devotion, worshipping him. The primogenitor has descended. The transformation of the Master Chaos Saint into a giant chaos beast was a grand ceremony for all the chaotic gods. It was a precious scene that they had not seen for a long time. It was their faith. Long Chen had seen the Master Chaos Beast before, but it was obviously not on the same level. Although they looked similar, the chaotic royalty of the dragon sacrificial continent had long lost the most important thing in their bloodline, which was power and inheritance. Therefore, although there were many chaotic royalty on the dragon sacrificial continent and they also had the three-headed and six-armed god, they had lost the support of a huge amount of power. The giant chaos beast in front of him was boundlessly huge. In the previous battle with the Master Chaos God, Long Chen could barely see the shadow of the giant chaos beast. This time, the giant chaos beast that appeared was equally huge. To Long Chen, it was equivalent to 1/4 of the chaotic divine world. In front of the giant chaos beast, Long Chen's blood-red eyes were as huge as a continent. Boom boom boom. Under the pressure of the giant chaos beast, even the surrounding space was collapsing. On its body, the dragon scales that the Master Chaos beast did not have were very eye-catching. Although it was undoubtedly a giant chaos beast, Long Chen felt that there was a very strong aura that belonged to a divine dragon. Buzz. Even a breath was like a storm in the starry sky. Long Chen had to hide far away. Otherwise, the battlefield would be completely controlled by the opponent. How could the chaotic gods not go crazy with such a grand scene? Long Chen. Just the mere sound of his name was like a thunderclap, causing the entire endless territories to tremble. In front of this chaos beast, Long Chen was like an insignificant speck. In the chaotic divine world, even the gods and demons in the 9 chaotic continents were summoned by the giant chaos beast. They knelt on the ground, fanatical and pious. Ever since I got my hands on the original level creation artifact, I have never been able to use it to my heart's content. Previously, I was powerless against the expert you summoned. But you gave me the chance to enjoy myself to my heart's content. So, I should be the one thanking you instead. But even so, I will not show any mercy for such a rare opportunity. Long Chen said, to tell you the truth, there will be more opportunities for you to make your move in the future. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. It wasn't until Long Chen had retreated far enough that he could see the Chaos Beast's full appearance. He also saw that 2 pairs of huge silver wings were forming on the Chaos Beast's back. They were metallic, shiny, and dazzling wings. Every feather was a creation divine weapon. Moreover, they were at least order-grade creation divine weapons. And on it, there were billions of feathers. This was an original level creation artifact that belonged to the Master Chaos God. If there were no surprises, the Dragon Blood War God mobile game would be released into public beta at the end of May. Games, comics, animations, television dramas, movies. These were all Madman's biggest dreams. I want my works to be in all kinds of fields. I want my characters to have more life and become more interesting existences. This is what I left behind in this world. It was born because of me. I will love this game, and I hope that everyone will love it with me. When the time comes, I will explore the game with all the readers. The Dragon Blood War God is about to break through 10 million words. This is the result of less than 3 years. Brothers and sisters, prepare yourselves. Let us relive this touching moment when the full text ends. After a long period of silence, the world has changed. The dragons have returned, and blood has dyed the blue sky. Madman posted a Dragon Blood forum on his WeChat account. Now, there is a free 50 yuan Jingdong card for signing in. Everyone can check it out first. Follow Feng Qingyang's WeChat history. Today's message has a link to the forum. Chapter 3192. When the original level creation divine weapon appeared, it shone brightly in the starry sky, even more than the entire chaotic divine realm. It was like something that didn't belong here. When it was born, it shone brightly in all worlds. Perhaps even the destroyed dragon sacrificial continent could see its brilliance. The silver light pierced through all worlds. Set off by the dazzling and beautiful wings, the originally violent and even ugly chaos behemoth appeared sacred, like a saintess that could not be violated or blasphemed. Naturally, an origin-grade creation divine artifact would allow a primal chaos god master's power to increase exponentially, just like Long Chen's. As a result, Long Chen's advantage in the origin dragon palace was completely gone. The beautiful silver wings were so massive. The divine weapons at order level and above piled up to the size of 2 original incipient grade worlds. When they flapped, they could create a storm that could destroy a massive world. Of course, even though the origin dragon palace was restrained, it might not necessarily be weaker than the silver wings. However, the greatest use of the origin dragon palace was in defense and in providing creation divine power. Apart from defense and strength, the silver wings were like 2 blades. Clearly, their offensive capabilities were quite extraordinary. From the looks of it, it was even more superior. These wings have an aura that doesn't belong to the chaotic divine realm. They look like real wings. Who left them here? Long Chen was full of doubts. The Chaos God Lord's booming voice came again. This is the primogenitor wings. Perhaps it was left behind by the primogenitor who created my primal chaos divine realm. Ever since I obtained it, I have yet to use its full strength. Currently, only you are suitable to be my opponent, ancestral wings. It must be left behind by the guy who created the chaotic divine realm. That guy should have been devoured by the Sky-Devouring clan. The Sky-Devouring clan only had the power to resist the 10 great ancestor dragons after dealing with the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds. As such, the wings of the progenitor were naturally extraordinary. However, this was not the end. At this moment, Master Chaos Lord looked in the direction of the Chaos Divine World without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, a 9-colored radiance appeared in front of him. To Master Chaos Lord, this thing was the size of an eye. However, to Long Chen, this was the origin incandescent stone of the Master God continent. An origin-grade chaos treasure. Boom! Under the will of the Master Chaos God, the origin incandescent stone suddenly fused into his forehead and became his third 9-colored eye. After the fusion, the boundless power of the origin incandescent stone also became the power of the Master Chaos God. This was something that the Lord of Chaos had completely surpassed Long Chen. Long Chen did not have such an origin incandescent stone on him. This meant that he was destined to be at a disadvantage. Not long ago, he was still fighting with the Chaos Divine Might to use the origin incandescent stone. However, now that the entire origin incandescent stone had become a part of the Master Chaos God, it was basically impossible for him to borrow it. It seemed like the Master Chaos God still had complete control over the origin incandescent stone. Under the illumination of the primogenitor's wings and the origin incandescent stone, the terror of the Chaos Beasts was indescribable. All the members of the Chaos Celestial race were still kneeling in the void. They were looking at the Chaos Beasts with the most devout gazes and shouting fanatically. Ancestor! Ancestor descends and sweeps the world. No one can stop our primal Chaos God race. Amidst the cheers, the Chaos Beast had completely gathered the power of the ancestral wings and the origin incandescent stone into his Tai innate God energy. The amount had already surpassed Long Chen's. I will only use one move. If you can't take it, just admit defeat. Otherwise, your life and death will not be under my control. The Master Chaos God's domineering words only caused a slight ripple in Long Chen's heart. I knew how terrifying he was, but I still came to challenge him. This is to break this mental barrier in my heart. Only I know what level I've reached. Don't be blinded by appearances. This is the first time the Origin Dragon Palace has helped me. It has the endless essence blood and the origin dragon soul. I might not be suppressed. These thoughts gave Long Chen great confidence despite being at such a disadvantage. As such, he did not show any signs of weakness in front of the Master Chaos God. Instead, he fought back. At this moment, the power of the origin incandescent stone on the Master Chaos God's brow combined with the Tai innate God energy and surged throughout his body. At this moment, all the Tai innate God energy was gathered on the ancestral wings. The most terrifying disaster in the world was about to befall. At this moment, the world was silent and the stars were collapsing. The silver wings on the Chaos Beast's body flapped. In an instant, the huge body of the Chaos Beast flashed beside Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of shadows surrounding Long Chen. More importantly, there were thousands of the ancestral wings. Compared to them, Long Chen was so small that he did not even exist. Primitive Chaos Array Diagram. This was the Primal Chaos Rules. Using the Primal Chaos Rules under such circumstances meant that the Master Chaos was most proficient in the Primal Chaos Rules. He was not the most proficient in the Primordial Chaos and Creation Rules. This Primal Chaos Array Diagram was very similar to the 9-colored Chaos Array Diagram in the Primal Chaos Divine World. However, there were also differences. The 9-colored Chaos Array Diagram was used for defense. Even if it was quiet, it would still require a long time to set up. However, this Primal Chaos Array Diagram was different. It was violent, instantaneous, and destructive. However, in this instant, the might of the Primal Chaos Array Diagram far surpassed the 9-colored Chaos Array Diagram. Moreover, this was not something that Mo Xiaolang could break by devouring the sun. The source of the primitive Chaos Array Diagram's power was the Master Chaos God. In an instant, Long Chen arrived in another boundless world. Around it were trillions of silver creation divine artifacts. Clearly, they were the transformations of the progenitor's wings. Although they were creation divine artifacts above the order grade, because they were part of an original grade creation divine artifact, they possessed the most terrifying lethality. Moreover, they also possessed chaos rules. In an instant, a boundless calamity erupted. 9 types of primal chaos elements and trillions of fortune divine weapons. The primitive Chaos Array Diagram was like a world that had just been created. The 9 types of primal chaos elements were in a frenzy. In an instant, storms, lightning, flames, and icebergs appeared. 9 different types of primal chaos elements tore through worlds and charged forward. Compared to the Primal Chaos Diagram, Long Chen was far too minuscule. However, all of the attacks, all of the destruction, revolved around him. Bang, bang. What Long Chen was experiencing was the fiercest impact he had ever experienced in his life. He had to admit that if it wasn't for the Origin Dragon Palace protecting him, he would have been reduced to ashes. Not to mention 2 lives, even 100 lives would have been destroyed by the primitive Chaos Array Diagram. It was as though there were primal chaos beasts everywhere, and the primogenitor's wings were everywhere. The billions of fortune divine weapons formed the primogenitor's wings all of a sudden, turning into a giant blade that tore through the heavens and slashed towards Long Chen. If he were to be hit, the Origin Dragon Palace would definitely be torn apart. Boom, boom, boom. Endless destruction. Even the flames of life couldn't suppress Long Chen's heavy injuries. Life and death hung in the balance. In front of him was a destroyed world and a chaos array diagram. The cries of the primal chaos gods and the hoarse voice of the primal chaos lord reverberated in his ears. There were also the hopeful gazes of everyone in the God Nation and the Time Tunnel. There was also the youth who had lost his memories. He needed Long Chen. I can't lose. The primal chaos lord isn't that scary. At the very least, Long Chen relied on the Origin Dragon Palace to survive the first wave of terrifying attacks. Just as the storm subsided, Longchen gritted his teeth. A primal chaos beast appeared in his heart. The primal chaos beast was too huge. He was everywhere and ignored all of Longchen's attacks. All he wanted was to destroy Longchen and force Longchen to admit defeat. He had already lost once. He couldn't lose again. If he lost again, the entire primal chaos gods tribe wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the myriad of worlds. Primal Chaos Lord. Longchen gave up on resisting. He gathered all the power of the Origin Dragon Palace and used his body to withstand the Primal Chaos Array Diagram's attacks. He gathered all of his Origin Dragon energy on the Primal Dragon Sword. At that moment, the Primal Dragon Sword exploded with golden radiance. The golden radiance pierced through the Primal Chaos Array Diagram and shot outwards, spreading to the surrounding starfields. Past, future, fate inversion. The sword slashed out. When all the power poured out, that was when Longchen was at his weakest. The Primal Chaos Array Diagram instantly passed through the Origin Dragon Palace and destroyed Longchen, causing Longchen to die again. Resurrection. However, every time he died, he would be reborn. Longchen had sacrificed his life to execute the past and future reincarnation art in order to determine the outcome of the battle. After he died and was reborn, the Origin Dragon Palace once again blocked the primal chaos elements and the progenitor's wings for him. It was a close call. Rumble. Longchen was rammed by the progenitor's wings within the Primal Chaos Array Diagram. You still have one life left. The Master of the Chaos God sent a warning. What he meant was, if you don't admit defeat, you will die. You too. Longchen sneered. The Primordial Chaos Array Diagram couldn't stop the miraculous fusion of the three nomological laws. Now, the past and future fate reincarnation art was moving at an unimaginable speed. This was something that condensed one of Longchen's lives. In a short period of time, it broke through all the array diagrams and appeared outside the array diagrams, right in front of the massive body of the Chaos Beast. Previously, the Primal Chaos Array Diagram's power had concealed the nomological laws. Therefore, Master Primal Chaos didn't sense it. But when it appeared, it gave him a fright. Withdraw. Master Primal Chaos didn't care about Longchen's desperate struggle. He retracted the progenitor's wings and placed it in front of him. Chapter 3193. Past and Future Fate Inversion. Karma, Fate, Change. The three great rules fused perfectly. In terms of rules alone, its power surpassed even the most powerful primal chaos formation of a master god of primal chaos. It was just that it wasn't as powerful in terms of momentum. Now that Master Chaos had completely suppressed Longchen in terms of power, whether Longchen could resist would depend on the price of his life to use past and future fate inversion. Break. Master Chaos opened his ancestral wings. Suddenly, 9 types of primal elements exploded and fused into one, forming a world-destroying power that crashed against past and future fate inversion. The Primal Chaos Divine Master wanted to destroy Longchen's last hope. But surprisingly, even though Master Chaos knew these rules, he was still confused by them. The primal elements could destroy almost all rules in this world, but they couldn't break the ancestral dragon's karma and fate rules. Karma and fate were formless. Cause and effect, endless fate. The past and future fate reversal technique disappeared before the primal chaos element and reappeared after it, right in front of Master Primal Chaos. This was the first time Master Primal Chaos' heart had been shaken. He could only use the ancestral wings to protect himself. 1. In front of Master Chaos God, the past and future fate incantation was activated. After it was activated, it was large enough to envelop Master Chaos God. Even though Master Chaos God used the ancestral wings to protect himself, he was still easily enveloped by the past and future fate incantation. Success, at least, it had descended on Master Chaos. The seemingly simple rules had just begun to display its peerless power. Of course, this was also the time when the primal chaos array diagram was at its most violent. Then, Long Chen was well aware that as to who would win and who would lose, it would all depend on who could persist. If he couldn't, he would be destroyed. If a Chaos God Master couldn't block the past and future fate reversal art, then his destiny would be changed. Like the Chaos Divine Might, he would become a cripple. Both sides knew that this was the other's fatal move. Die. Master Chaos God knew what would happen to his son. Therefore, in a fit of rage, he poured all of his power into the primordial chaos formation pattern. The primordial chaos rule created a world of destruction, crashing into Long Chen's defense billions of times. Every time, Long Chen was sent flying 100,000 miles away. Even with the Origin Dragon Palace blocking it, it was still very uncomfortable. But even so, Long Chen's gaze was still intense, filled with the will to win and hope. He did not retreat at all. God Lord, if you can't hold on, admit defeat as soon as possible. Don't force yourself to the same end as your son. Long Chen's voice pierced through the primal chaos array diagram and stunned all the primal chaos gods. They saw a primal chaos god master crushing Long Chen. Could it be, now, the divine master was also affected by Long Chen's rule? For a moment, the entire primal chaos world was silent. Everyone was holding their breath as they watched the battle, the giant primordial chaos beast, and the primordial chaos array diagram. Suddenly, the primordial chaos beast disappeared and Master Chaos God appeared once again. The ancestral wings shrunk to the size of his body and was still behind him. However, Master Chaos God had lost his domineering aura and his expression was ugly. He was resisting the past and future fate reversal technique. But this was a heaven-defying rule. How could he resist it? Master Chaos God tried his best but to no avail. The rule was still engulfing his body. Once it was fully controlled, it would take effect. Master Chaos God knew that he would end up like the Chaos Divine Might. If that happened, not only would the entire primal Chaos Gods race be unable to lift their heads, they would also be destroyed. This was humiliation. But Long Chen had yet to lose. Master Chaos God didn't do anything. All of his power was focused on the primordial chaos array diagram. The ancestral wings were still fighting against the Origin Dragon Palace. The Origin Dragon Palace didn't attack and only defended. However, it was really difficult to break through the primordial chaos origin divine weapon and kill Long Chen in a short period of time. Master Chaos God, it's almost over. No matter how powerful the impact of the ancestral wings was, Long Chen was still in a severely injured state and was extremely weak. However, his fighting spirit was still strong. His arrogant expression and heaven-defying recovery ability all moved the Master God of Chaos. Previously, Master Chaos God was still talking a lot. But now, he had shut his mouth. This was because he had been invaded by the past and future fate reversal technique to his limit. Perhaps Long Chen would be killed soon, but with his tenacity, he could probably hold on for a while longer. But Master Chaos God was already at his limit. Master Chaos God wasn't willing. He was absolutely unwilling. It was just that the tenacious guy in the primordial chaos array diagram had a disdainful face, an arrogant expression, and a cold smile. He was really helpless. If he hadn't been affected by the past and future fate reversal technique and if his opponent didn't have 2 lives, he wouldn't have lost. However, his opponent had the most heaven-defying rules and 2 lives. As such, even if Master Chaos God's power surpassed Long Chen's after fusing with the Origin Incisor, he wouldn't be able to defeat Long Chen in a short period of time under the protection of his opponent's Origin Fate Divine weapon. All these factors caused him to feel miserable. No matter how much he didn't believe it, thinking of the Chaos Divine Martial Arts ending, Long Chen's strong willpower attack, and the power of the heavenly nether realm. Amidst the silence, 3 words rang out. I admit defeat. This was the voice of the Primal Chaos God Lord. The entire Primal Chaos God clan didn't want to hear these 3 words. He admitted defeat. Only by doing so could he preserve his strength. Only then could Long Chen keep his promise and remove the past and future reincarnation art. The moment he admitted defeat, the primordial chaos array diagram was removed. Long Chen also struggled within it. When the crisis was over, he heaved a deep sigh of relief. He had managed to keep his life. Then, he summoned back the past and future fate reversal technique. Master Chaos God was only able to resist it for a while. If it had been Chaos Divine Martial Art, Long Chen wouldn't even have had the time to recall it. It was over. In the endless starry sky, everything returned to silence. Long Chen's body was filled with the flames of life. He faced off against Master Chaos God, who was 10,000 miles away. Master Chaos God was trembling all over. He had lost. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that he had lost this time. He wasn't weaker than Long Chen. It was just that Long Chen's past and future fate reversal technique was unstoppable. Moreover, Long Chen had resisted his origin Dragon Palace and resurrection. All these factors contributed to Long Chen's victory. It was just that this fact was an unimaginable blow to the Chaos God race. Losing to Kitten was already shocking enough. Long Chen was originally defeated by Master Chaos God. Now, Master Chaos God had admitted defeat. This fact completely disheartened the Chaos God race. They couldn't raise their heads in the myriad of worlds. What they had suffered was deep humiliation. Originally, they had descended upon the myriad of worlds, arrogant and conceited. Now that their faith had been destroyed, they were disgraced and disgraced. The news couldn't be concealed. The moment the victor was decided, the news spread rapidly among the gods and demons. Within Long Chen's God Kingdom, many people naturally knew of Long Chen's victory. In an instant, the myriad of worlds cheered. The sacred war had finally come to an end. Long Chen had truly won dignity for the myriad of worlds. Primal Chaos Fire Dance had a suffocating feeling. She stared at Long Chen with her bright eyes. In her mind, she was still thinking about the first time she fought with Long Chen. At that time, although Long Chen defeated her, she did not think highly of Long Chen at all. But now, not much time had passed. Even the Chaos Gods, who had been laughing in the past, could no longer laugh. Reality had given them a huge slap in the face. Chaos Fire Dance's faith in Long Chen had completely collapsed. The 2 people she admired the most had been defeated by Long Chen. That man had become her nightmare. Looking at Long Chen's calm face, she was lost in thought for a long time. God Lord. Long Chen wasn't too proud after defeating his opponent. Master Chaos God isn't weak. He is a worthy opponent. It was a complete reversal of the situation, and in the end, you won a complete victory. At this time, you should be humiliating me. Master Chaos God looked desolate. What happened today was also a blow to him. God Lord, please don't think too much. In fact, I still have many things to discuss with you today. We are friends, not enemies. Long Chen said sincerely. Don't you want to know about primordial chaos rule and creation rule? That's right. What I cultivate must be related to you. Since I lost, according to the promise, you can ask whatever you want. I will naturally keep my promise. Master Chaos God was very straightforward. After speaking, he glanced at the Chaos God race. Many of them were outside the 9-colored chaos formation. Master Chaos God waved his hand, go back. Yes, no matter how heavy their hearts were, they still had to go back. After all the Chaos God race had left, Master Chaos God said, "So, if you have any questions, just tell me." Other than matters regarding the second ancestor dragon, Long Chen would also discuss matters regarding the primordial giant demon with him. Of course, matters regarding the second ancestor dragon took priority. Long Chen transformed into the void cosmic dragon before the Master of Chaos, then the primordial blood spiritual dragon, and so on. Finally, he returned to his human form. God Lord, do you see it? I see it. The symbol on my body depicts you. However, this symbol of mine is also a continent. Could it be that this continent is your home? That's right. Long Chen nodded. It seemed that Master Chaos God was a little interested. He continued to ask, God Lord, then what is the relationship between you and this symbol? Master Primal Chaos pondered for a moment and said, to be honest, I've already forgotten about it. My memories from tens of millions of years ago are very blurry. I only remember that in the past, I didn't forget about the primordial chaos and creation Tao laws. Then, what exactly is the reason for such a change? The first batch of 5 subjects was over. He just didn't know how many subjects he could pass. He had to go out tomorrow morning. The update was at 18 p.m. He was a little tired today. There were 2 updates in total. Chapter 3194. He wanted Long Chen to know everything about this symbol. This was the bet they had made before the battle. With Lord Chaos's current identity and status, even if he was unwilling, he could only say under Long Chen's intense gaze. Fine, I'll tell you the truth then. He pointed at the location of his rule core and said, there is a drop of blood here. It was a drop of blood that I finally managed to find in the Chaos Divine Realm after suffering untold hardships. I knew a long time ago that there was a foreign object somewhere in the Chaos Divine Realm, but it took me millions of years to find it. To Long Chen, a drop of blood was enough to explain everything. It had to be the inheritance blood essence. The second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. Now, he didn't even know what the second ancestral dragon's name was, but he knew that it was right in front of Long Chen, in the rule force core of the Master Chaos. Realizing this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel excited. However, Lord Chaos continued, after that, I spent a lot of effort to study and control it. Finally, through the similarity between me and it, I transferred it to my rule force core. Since then, I spent millions of years studying it. Using the chaos rule between me and it as a foundation, I found the primordial rule and the creation rule. Lord Chaos himself had the chaos rule, and the inheritance blood essence also contained the chaos rule. Therefore, Long Chen could basically confirm that the second ancestral dragon's rule force core was chaos, primordial rule, and creation rule. These 3 rule force cores belonged to the primordial era when the world was first formed. At this point, the truth was very clear. Everything related to Lord Chaos and the dragon sacrificial continent basically came from this drop of blood. That's about it. Why, Long Chen, after hearing this, it seems that this thing is very important to you. So, you want to kill me and snatch it, right? Lord Chaos crossed his arms. Now that the Chaos Gods had returned, he had almost recovered his vitality. The fighting spirit in his heart was probably burning again. One could see the will to destroy in his eyes. Although he lost the battle just now, it didn't mean that he was easy to deal with. Long Chen was calculating in his heart. With the primordial God Master's primordial laws, it'll be difficult to lock onto him again now that he knows how powerful the past and future fate reversal art is. He can travel through the myriad worlds at any time. If I force him into a corner, it'll cause chaos in the myriad worlds. In the end, I might not even be able to snatch it. However, he had an extreme desire for the inherited blood essence of the second ancestral dragon. The first ancestral dragon and the second ancestral dragon were the cream of the crop among the 10 great ancestral dragons. They were also the most mysterious. They were the foundation of the dragon sacrificial continent and surpassed the other ancestral dragons. Whether or not he could truly inherit the inherited blood essence of these 2 ancestral dragons was the key to Long Chen's future. His goal was to inherit all of the ancestral dragon's legacies, except for the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. The second ancestral dragon was an important step in his dream. The master of the Chaos God had given him a difficult problem. If Kitten could help him now, it would be great. However, Long Chen couldn't be sure if Kitten would have other thoughts about the inherited blood essence of the second ancestral dragon. After all, he hadn't returned to Long Chen's home yet. While Long Chen was hesitating, the master of the Chaos God suddenly laughed and said, "To be honest, I understand your feelings right now. You want it, but you're also worried. Most things in this world are so difficult. To tell you the truth, I've realized that I can no longer use this drop of blood. It doesn't belong to me, and I can't continue to excavate it. However, you and I are enemies, not friends. Your strength will only be a nightmare for me. Therefore, even if I can't use it, it's still of great use to you. It's impossible for me to give it to you." The first half of this sentence surprised Long Chen, but the second half directly cut off Long Chen's naive thoughts. "If you want to obtain it, you have to take my life. If you want to fight with me, then you have to be prepared to suffer great losses. We, the Chaos God race, are hot-blooded and warlike. You're the only one in the myriad worlds who has the ability. In a real war, the outcome is uncertain." After saying this, the master of the Chaos God prepared to return to the Chaos God world. He was sure that Long Chen wouldn't fight with him at this moment. The higher they stood at this level, the more they knew how strong they were. With their abilities, they could easily control the lives and deaths of trillions of lives. Both of them had the support of gods and demons, so neither dared to force the other to death. "Wait." Long Chen stopped him. "Why? Is this drop of blood really so attractive that you can't resist it even now?" The master of the Chaos God's aura descended once again. He was ready to fight against Long Chen. The situation changed in an instant. The serious atmosphere made it seem like the two were about to fight again. "No, let's not talk about this drop of blood first. Actually, today, I have another important matter to explain to you." "Just say it. Do you know about the primeval troll?" The master of the Chaos God shook his head. When the Chaos God world was sealed, there wouldn't be any primeval troll. Long Chen told the master of the Chaos God about the primeval troll from start to finish. Of course, he couldn't say anything about the sky-swallowing clan. According to Long Chen's description, the primeval troll's origin couldn't be verified. However, they were violent in nature and their mission was to destroy all living beings. They devoured all living beings to strengthen themselves. They were the enemy of all worlds. Since all of you have come to the myriad worlds, you are naturally the target of the primeval troll. 3 months later, if the primeval troll appears, they might attack all of you. If you want to protect the entire Chaos God race, Master God, you must be prepared. We don't know the exact strength of the other party, but it's always good to be prepared." The master of the Chaos God's expression was doubtful. After listening to Long Chen, he asked, "Why should I believe you?" Long Chen smiled, "Master God, you can choose not to believe me. 3 months is a short time. By then, the truth will be revealed. Whether I'm fooling you or not, the truth will reveal itself. I hope that what I'm telling you today is a lie. To be honest, I think you're really unlucky. You went through so much to come back to the myriad worlds only to encounter such a destructive disaster. However, all of you can't go back now. So, prepare for battle." After listening, the master of the Chaos God didn't say another word. Long Chen was right. He wouldn't suffer any losses if he was just preparing. Plus, Long Chen didn't have any reason to fool him. Let me calm down. If I have any doubts or plans, I'll contact you. When he said these words, the God Master was clearly incomparably helpless. His luck was really bad. He came to the myriad worlds thinking that he could conquer the myriad worlds and dominate the four directions. He didn't expect that a little cat and Long Chen would appear and both of them would defeat him. Now, there was even the invasion of the mysterious and brutal immemorial Great Devil. The primeval troll that Long Chen described was like the world of gods and demons, the destroyer of the myriad worlds. It was impossible for such an existence to seek peace and ally with the primeval troll. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Master God, please don't think of allying with the primeval troll. If the primeval troll massacred the myriad worlds and stayed in the Chaos God's tribe, do you think that the Chaos God's tribe will still exist? Before that, Long Chen had to remind him not to make any stupid decisions. Clearly, the master of the Chaos God wasn't such a person. With a heavy heart, he disappeared from Long Chen's sight in the blink of an eye and returned to the Chaos God realm. Currently, the Chaos God realm was sealed. Other than Mo Shaoling devouring a layer of the nine-colored chaos formation, nothing else changed. After looking at the Chaos God realm, Long Chen hurried back to the third level of the Tower of Time to save time. This time, defeating the master of the Chaos God realm was a huge gain in all aspects. The power of the Origin Dragon Palace was beyond imagination, pushing Long Chen to a new height. It's a pity that I couldn't snatch the second ancestral dragon's blood essence from the master of the Chaos God realm. Long Chen really wanted to do this, but there were too many uncertainties, especially since he had already come back from the dead once. Moreover, he had forced his opponent into a corner. In a situation where Long Chen did not have absolute control over the situation, it was not appropriate to rashly attack. At least I have a target and know where it is. Moreover, the master of the Chaos God realm isn't of much use. He's just afraid that I'm stronger. It's safe to keep it with him. I'll attack when I'm more confident. Haste makes waste. In this regard, Long Chen's heart had slowly calmed down. There was no news of the primeval troll in the myriad worlds, but the news of Long Chen defeating the master of the Chaos God realm had stirred up the myriad worlds. Among the myriad worlds, Long Chen had completely secured his position as the number one. There are still more than 200 years left. I still have to make becoming stronger my top priority. Now that it's difficult to make a breakthrough in the realm, I can only start with the laws. Currently, he was an ultimate divine emperor. Becoming an ultimate god was equivalent to other ultimate gods reaching a higher realm. Naturally, it was difficult. It would probably take at least 1,000 years. When Long Chen calmed his heart and focused on his laws, he quickly discovered that even though he was very satisfied with his current strength, he couldn't deny that he had reached a bottleneck in both his cultivation base and his understanding of laws. In terms of laws, the eternal whirlpool was considered the mechanism of time while the other 6 laws were in the cycle of fusion. He could only fuse more laws, but fusion was not considered an improvement. The bigger improvement came from Long Chen's exploration of each law. For example, a deeper understanding of the slaughter law and life law. The deeper he went, the more possibilities of fusion would be. However, what gave him a headache was that after fusion, it became difficult to make a breakthrough in a single law. That was because the power of fusion laws was too great. It was very likely that a breakthrough in a single law would not be as powerful as the fusion of laws. Therefore, if he wanted to make a breakthrough in a single law, he must make a huge improvement. Chapter 3195. 2 bottlenecks. 2 difficulties. The primeval troll disaster was already spreading. As time passed, Long Chen had a slight headache. Even though he had abilities that were admired by all the gods and demons, and seemed to be invincible, in Long Chen's heart, he knew that this was not enough. The primeval troll was like a hungry wolf, like a storm that swept through all the worlds. Only with overwhelming power could he stabilize the situation. Once the sky-swallowing clan was alerted, that would be the most terrifying moment. Even Kitten was in despair, not to mention the others. So, when it was quiet, the pressure in his heart was greater than anyone else's. Disregarding the world, at least the people around him, Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, Li Xuanji, Kitten, and the newly matured dragon face. She had yet to properly see this world. Shouldering the mission of all worlds, in the final battle, he could only win, he could not lose. If he lost, everything would be destroyed. Because he could not lose, when he spent 100 years and gained nothing, he fell into anxiety and confusion. Indistinctly, the sky was filled with demonic shadows, as well as the invincible creatures that swallowed the entire world, were already above his head. Since the primeval troll had awakened, the sky-swallowing clan's arrival was definitely not far away. In fact, he might even appear in the myriad worlds tomorrow. Long Chen might even be discovered. Any devouring dragon servant could take Long Chen's life, destroy everyone he protected, and slaughter the mystical dragon clan. I won't allow, a man should have courage. Cursing and running away were the actions of a coward. Because of this, Long Chen wanted to have the strongest power and fight fiercely with the ancient giant demons and the sky-devouring clan. That way, he would have no regrets even if he died. From start to finish, he was not afraid of death. Rest for a while. There's no point in holding on. Why not go out and take a walk? Maybe relax, and there might be unexpected rewards. Seeing his anxiety, Lingxi frowned, her face full of concern. Don't worry, to the outside world, there were less than 2 months left. I think you're too obsessed with time. Perhaps to you, 100 years is no different from an instant. 100 years of bitter waiting might not be as good as an instant of transcendence. Lingxi's words made Long Chen's eyes light up. After so many days of silence, perhaps what Lingxi said was the answer she wanted. Absolutely. He was certain that even if he waited for another 150 years, he might not get anything. Therefore, he had to go to the battlefield. If the primeval troll were to make a move, there would be some movement in less than 2 months. Now that the 4 juggernauts have used some time to make some preparations, I should take a walk around and see if there's any movement. I'll accompany you. Lingxi held onto his arm as if she was her first love. Her bright eyes were still filled with admiration for Long Chen. Love and admiration were fused together. Let's go. Lingxi's eternal-level creation divine artifact, the Gate of the Universe, could play a huge role, especially after Lingxi reached the perfect divine venerable realm. She had a deep understanding of the primordial laws, and the Gate of the Universe was just a medium. Through this medium, Lingxi could basically teleport across the myriad realms in a day, just like the Master God of Chaos. Where should we go first? To the Ancestral Star. I'll return the Ghost Blood Curse and Nether Blood Curse to her first. Okay. He could not go back on his promise to Ghost 7, but he could not use them for the time being. Moreover, the arrival of the primeval troll should remind her as it might affect the Ancestral Star. Or even other realms that were still separated. However, Long Chen could not figure out where those realms were. You're finally here. On the Ancestral Star, Ghost 7 met Long Chen. I can't even fathom your current cultivation base. Long Chen chatted with her about recent events. In fact, Lingxi and Ghost 7 were also in contact, so she had a basic understanding of the situation. Therefore, Long Chen mainly returned the creation divine artifacts that he borrowed from the Ancestral Star to Ghost 7, as long as they were useless, such as the Ghost Blood Curse, Nether Ghost Curse, and Nether Blood Curse. Mo Xiaolang already had the floating flame flag and did not need the Nether Ghost Curse anymore. The ancestral star is not strong after losing the primordial ancestor. I can't grow fast enough, so I still have to rely on you. Ghost 7 said worriedly. In that case, go to the Tower of Time and inherit the primordial ancestor's inheritance as soon as possible. I'll make arrangements if there are any problems in the ancestral star. Ghost 7 was overjoyed and said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, you're a good man." Long Chen was the one who defeated the primordial ancestor. Without the primordial ancestor's protection, Long Chen had the responsibility to protect the ancestral star. After settling the matters in the ancestral star, Long Chen stayed for a few days and ignored the approaching time. One day, he suddenly remembered something. "Little Shi, do you remember that there was an ultimate god who went missing in the cosmic hive and there was no news of him ever since?" "Of course I remember. It's in the depths of the cosmic hive. Even the heavenly Tao Holy Emperor doesn't dare to enter that place, so even if he went missing, no one would dare to look. In the past, I was busy with other things and didn't have the time or the ability to go in. Now that I have the Origin Dragon Palace to protect me, I can give it a try. Maybe it's related to the primeval troll." Lingxi hesitated for a while and asked, "What if it's related to the Sky-Devouring clan?" Long Chen's heart shook. He thought for a while and shook his head. Since the Sky-Devouring clan is sleeping, they shouldn't be in a place we can see. No matter what, there's a small possibility that it's related to them. Let's go. Things were different now, so they couldn't be lumped together. With the Origin Dragon Palace and the Primordial Dragon Sword, Long Chen had surpassed the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor by too much. Nearly 2 days later, Long Chen got close to the Cosmic Hive, which was also the High Heaven's secret realm. Coming here again, he couldn't help but sigh at how magical this place was. Perhaps with his current ability, he could destroy the entire Pangu continent, but he wasn't confident that he could destroy this High Heaven's secret realm. Long Chen asked Lingxi to return to the Tower of Time. He used the Origin Dragon Palace to protect himself in the dark. After informing the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor and the others, he rushed straight into the depths of the Cosmic Hive. Back then, Long Chen fought with the 3 ultimate gods in this place. Now, someone as strong as him was already the true supreme god of the myriad of worlds. As he went deeper, the shallow environment didn't affect him at all. He was already charging towards the depths of the Cosmic Hive. Long Chen didn't make too much of a ruckus. He went deeper secretly and broke through the layers of illusions. Perhaps it was because of the disappearance of the ultimate gods, very few people would come to the High Heaven's secret realm to train. Even the godly kings and deity emperors he encountered did not dare to barge in. Long Chen passed by them and quietly arrived at the place where he was fighting with the 9 Heavens Divine Mother and the others. There's really something in the depths. The higher one's level was, the more sensitive one's willpower was. It could even be called intuition. Not only did Long Chen lock on to the location of the thing, but he could also vaguely sense its strength. It's roughly equivalent to the primordial realm ultimate god. It shouldn't be the Sky-Devouring clan. Also, it's not too central in the Cosmic Hive. With a goal in mind, Long Chen flashed continuously. By this time, he had entered the deepest part of the Cosmic Hive, where the ultimate god had disappeared. Long Chen had more or less led him to this position. When he arrived, Long Chen suddenly stopped. The surroundings were already filled with illusions from the Cosmic Hive. However, Long Chen was now proficient in the heavenly nether realm, so illusions were nothing to him. He could still resist them at this level. The problem was that his facial expression had changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Li Xuanji asked while hiding in his body. "It's really the smell of primeval troll. It's deeper. Obviously, the disappearance of the ultimate god back then is related to this primeval troll. Didn't you say it's roughly equivalent to the primordial realm ultimate god? How can it finish off another primordial realm ultimate god so quickly? Can you feel it?" We'll know when we get down. Long Chen sneered. He had already locked on to the primeval troll's location. Xuanji, help me dispel these illusions. I'll leave it to you. No problem. In terms of illusions and transformation laws, Li Xuanji was basically on par with Long Chen. With her taking action, Long Chen could focus more. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was distracted by the illusions and allowed that guy to escape. Now that Li Xuanji and Lingxi were very strong and each had their own strengths, Long Chen was extremely happy. Both of them could be of great help. It's done. Although she did not come out of Long Chen's body, she was already focused on dealing with the various illusions. Even the wind that blew from below could affect the ultimate god's illusion laws. Let's go. Long Chen didn't say anything else. This time, he suddenly accelerated and advanced at his peak speed. It was as though he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Millions of illusions flashed past his eyes. Countless sorrowful and terrifying scenes flashed before Long Chen's eyes. The bewilderment of the cosmic hive was raised to the extreme because this was the core position. However, even though there were billions of illusions laws, Li Xuanji helped Long Chen resolve them one by one, allowing Long Chen's attention to be completely focused on the primeval troll. That's right. Long Chen felt that his opponent was the primeval troll. Moreover, it was not an Era Sky Fiend, an Emperor Fiend, or a Chaos Fiend demon. Instead, it was a type that Long Chen had never seen before. Suddenly, Long Chen broke through countless illusions. In the depths of the cosmic hive, in a white fog, he faced the primeval troll. In this endless white fog, it was as if every drop of mist was a world within an illusion. Most of this white fog was emitted from the primeval troll's body. Its cool armor seemed to be drenched as it constantly emitted fog, creating endless illusions. Another primeval troll that had woken up prematurely. Existing in this space was a very advantageous situation for the primeval troll. This caused Long Chen to be unable to see the other party's appearance clearly. All he could grasp was the silvery dragon scales and a pair of huge wings. Who? Chapter 3196. Illusions emanated. Deep in the universe hive, endless white fog swept over, isolating the area into an independent world. And the primeval troll occupied at least half of the world's space. The moment he spoke, the entire space seemed as if it was going to collapse and the earth was going to shatter. Long Chen did not say a word. With his present abilities, dealing with a primordial realm fiend's supremacy primeval troll was a trivial matter. Eternal whirlpool. As the laws of time swept over, everything in the surroundings immediately fell into Long Chen's control over time. The eternal whirlpool even penetrated the world and covered half of the universe hive. Within this range, the primeval troll, which was completely under Long Chen's control, had no way of escaping. Under the suppression of time, the primeval troll instantly felt immense pressure. And at the same time, with Li Xuanji's dispelling, the environmental fog was finally expelled. The primeval troll also revealed its true form in front of Long Chen. It was a silver behemoth covered in silver dragon scales that were slightly white. It was covered in fog, and its other features were similar to Era Sky Fiends. It was a rather orthodox primeval troll, and it even looked slightly more elegant. It wasn't as ferocious as war fiends or chaos fiendish demons. It had silver dragon scales, a pair of diamond-like horns, sharp teeth, and claws. Its head was slightly similar to a divine dragon, but its body was that of a behemoth. It had thick hind limbs and a tail, and its wings could cover its entire body when spread out. Its eyes were like blue gemstones. At the instant it saw Long Chen saw fear in its sapphire-like eyes. Due to the changes in time, the change in fear was rather obvious. You know me. Long Chen instantly understood the reason for its fear. He controlled time so that the primeval troll could be slightly more normal. Now, the primeval troll immediately retracted the fear in his eyes and replaced it with arrogance and coldness. Long Chen, in this 10,000 worlds, other than the lowest mortals, who doesn't know you? Although the primeval troll was brutal, it also possessed intelligence. Although it was here, it had the means to spy on the outside world. From this, Long Chen could deduce that this primeval troll had the task of gathering intelligence for the primeval troll. Of course, Eternal Devil and Shen Jun should also have such missions. Then he would know more. Long Chen had already decided to capture the fellow in front of him. The other party only had the strength of a primordial fiend supremacy, so it should be a cinch. However, when he thought of the demonic dragon's ancient tomb, Long Chen knew very well that although he was not sure if the primeval troll could open the demonic dragon's ancient tomb and rush in, he was certain that once the other party opened it, it would be very difficult to control him. If he did not control him, how could he obtain the confidence of the primeval troll? Suddenly, Long Chen pushed the eternal whirlpool to its limits. First, he completely restricted his opponent in time. Then, the Origin Dragon Palace suddenly flew out from his body and suppressed the primeval troll's head. Long Chen was simply using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Using the Origin Dragon Palace to deal with a primordial fiend supremacy was indeed a little overboard, but the effects were obvious. Under the suppression of the Origin Dragon Palace, the primeval troll was like an ant, unable to move at all. He even degenerated from the state of a primeval troll, revealing a human form in front of Long Chen. It was a silver-haired, blue-eyed youth that was as exquisite as jade. However, even though he was being controlled, he still had a deep sense of pride in his bones. His eyes were a little like the eyes of the epic Sky Fiend. But no matter what, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had directly descended into the eternal whirlpool of the time tunnel. Being imprisoned there was naturally rather stable. Chen, if you want to control him and prevent him from wandering around, I can use the silence mantra to do it. Furthermore, there's no problem with you asking questions. Lingxi informed him. Alright, you do it. After all, he could not keep using the Origin Dragon Palace to suppress him. Long Chen still had other uses, and once he was not suppressed, he was worried that this fellow would leave through the demonic dragon's ancient tomb. Now that the situation was so urgent, what Long Chen wanted was to make sure nothing went wrong. Lingxi brought the divine incantation ring and directly went to the eternal whirlpool. Long Chen opened the way for her and directly sent the primeval troll to Lingxi. Lingxi's silver hair also fluttered in the wind. Like a fairy in the sea, her entire body was covered in a holy white light. She descended like a goddess, and at the same time, she also used the silence mantra. In her hands, the silence mantra was like a burst of green smoke, floating on the primeval troll's body. In the blink of an eye, the light smoke condensed into something that looked like ice, but was not ice. It swept out and surrounded the primeval troll. However, it was only a thin layer of imprisonment. Its use was only to imprison the opponent, and not to kill the opponent. When she let go, the Origin Dragon Palace was also removed by Long Chen. The primeval troll could not move, and could only drift in the time whirlpool. You dare to imprison me? How audacious! You deserve to die 10,000 times for your crime. Long Chen, you're playing with fire. We, the primordial great demons, will not show you any mercy. If you provoke us again, we'll definitely make you regret it. We'll tear your body into pieces. This fair-skinned young man looked at Long Chen and Lingxi with a ferocious gaze. What kind of primeval troll are you? Long Chen basically ignored his threats and went straight to the point. He was now standing in front of his opponent. His eyes were filled with pressure, piercing into the eyes of the primordial great demon. Even though his opponent was under the effect of the silence mantra, he could still feel the piercing spiritual force. I am, the eternal phantom demon. Speaking of this title, this guy was full of pride. However, in reality, it was useless against Long Chen. What he wanted to ask was the current situation of the primeval troll. He didn't expect that the eternal phantom demon would say something like that. He sneered and said, "Don't even think about getting any information about the primordial demon race from me. Even if you kill me, it won't matter. In fact, even if you know, you'll only feel fear. Even so, I have no interest in surrendering to the lowest lifeforms that will soon be destroyed." This guy was really arrogant. Long Chen and Lingxi looked at each other. The primeval troll was different from ordinary people. Naturally, they could not be analyzed with common sense. Long Chen wanted to try using the Eye of Wishes. If it didn't work, he could only think of other methods, such as torture. Looking at the opponent, his gaze suddenly changed. His eyes turned completely white. The rule of wishes invaded the eternal phantom demon. Child's play. The eternal phantom demon said disdainfully. His sapphire eyes trembled, and millions of illusions actually rushed towards Long Chen. Lingxi did not use the silence curse to lock him down. Therefore, he could still be arrogant in front of Long Chen. Break. The opponent was an eternal phantom demon. He was proficient in the rule of illusions. Long Chen was also proficient in this. Perhaps his rule might not be as pure as the eternal phantom demons, but Long Chen had the absolute support of strength. Therefore, no matter how arrogant the eternal phantom demon was, Long Chen could easily break his illusions. Calm down and listen to my questions. Long Chen's intimidating shout caused the eternal phantom demon's mind to tremble. Then, he began to struggle, occasionally roar madly, and occasionally become dumbfounded. This was the result of him resisting Long Chen's heart's eye of desire. Long Chen's Eye of Wishes couldn't completely control the opponent. After all, the opponent's spiritual will wasn't weak. Of course, this was enough. Long Chen's first doubt was that the eternal phantom demon was indeed powerful. However, he alone could kill an ultimate god without making a sound. Did you kill the ultimate god that went missing in the cosmic hive? Long Chen had to find out if there were any other accomplices in the cosmic hive. If there were, he naturally couldn't let them escape. No. No. The eternal phantasm demon struggled within the divine silence mantra and roared in rage. He was in great pain when he was interrogated. Occasionally, he would struggle free and glare at Long Chen with rage in his eyes. His sapphire eyes looked as if they were about to explode. It really wasn't me. In other words, there must be other existences in the cosmic hive. Moreover, the number was uncertain. Then who killed him? Every time Long Chen asked, he would use a strong spiritual will attack. Then, he would use the Origin Dragon Palace to suppress and strengthen the rule power. No matter how the opponent resisted, he had to obey. It's Huan Ri. Huan Ri killed him. Who is Huan Ri? Who are you? How many companions do you have in the cosmic hive? Huan Ri is the eternal phantom demon. I'm Huan Yu, also an eternal phantom demon. He and I are in the cosmic hive. He's stronger than me. Intermittently, this was the information that the eternal phantom demon had obtained from him. He could slowly ask about the others, but he had to find Huan Ri first. After all, he was an eternal phantom demon that was stronger than Huan Yu. Long Chen couldn't sense his presence in the cosmic hive. Then, where is Huan Ri now? That was the most important thing. The eternal phantom demon struggled bitterly. Long Chen increased the strength of his attack. After the other party wailed, he finally said, Huan Ri went out to look for food. He wants to find a remote world to look for food. He wants to devour an entire world. Long Chen was shocked when he heard that. He really didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing when he just unintentionally thought of the cosmic hive. There was actually a primeval troll that appeared in advance to look for food. Actually, it was just like the primeval troll in the dragon sacrificial continent in the past, to devour the common people. Which world did he go to? This was the most important thing. In order to ask this, Long Chen didn't hesitate to suppress the eternal phantom demon until his head bled and his body trembled. Until the other party said intermittently, it seems like he said, a place called Flower Fairy World, Flower Fairy World. The gate of the universe had been there. Lingxi had been there. That was the territory of the Taihao region. Long Chen had gone there to look for the inheritance blood essence. Chapter 3197. Fortunately, Lingxi had reached her level. With the gate of the universe as a medium and her own laws, it only took her half a day to travel from the Cosmos Hive to the Flower Fairy World. However, even though it had only been half a day, Long Chen was extremely anxious. Against the eternal hallucinatory devil, the mortals and demons of the Flower Fairy World were simply too weak. If the eternal hallucinatory devil was an anteater, then they were just ants without the slightest ability to resist. The Flower Fairy World was only so big to the eternal hallucinatory devil. In the entire world, no one could escape his devouring. If the eternal hallucinatory devil had already reached there, then the consequences would be disastrous. It was a matter of life and death again. Besides Long Chen, even the four rulers could not reach there so quickly. If he did not make it in time, then the Flower Fairy World would be completely finished. In the eternal whirlpool, the eternal hallucinatory devil had already regained consciousness. He realized that he had already revealed the news of the Mirage Sun. Just as he was about to report it, Long Chen's origin dragon palace covered his head, causing him to lose consciousness and fall unconscious. Wait until I'm done with the Mirage Sun, then I'll deal with you all together. Long Chen's mood could be said to be extremely nervous and terrible. If something happens to the Flower Fairy World and all lives perish, I won't be able to explain it to the four rulers. The primeval troll has not descended yet, but if it does, let's not talk about the consequences, the trillions of lives that will be lost will be irreparable. Primeval troll. Long Chen gritted his teeth. For a long time, he did not have such a strong killing intent in his heart. Back when he was dealing with the primal chaos gods, because the opponent had only humiliated the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, he did not have such killing intent. He only wanted to conquer the opponent. But now, what Long Chen wanted was that as long as the primeval troll was really that cruel, he would definitely not let the opponent live. Even with Lingxi and Li Xuanji present, the killing intent in Long Chen's heart did not subside. Instead, because they were closer to the Flower Immortal World, the killing intent became more intense. That violent and vicious aura was something that even Lingxi would be afraid of. Chen, you haven't been like this in a long time. It's okay, I can control myself. Lingxi didn't say anything more. She had absolute trust in Long Chen. Even though his killing intent was rising majestically, sweeping through his entire body like a storm, erupting like a volcano, and causing chaos in his body that was as vast as the starry sky, his mind was always clear-headed. This was the primordial spiritual blood dragon. Its killing intent could be heaven-defying, but its rationality was still clear and calm. All its irritation was directed towards its killing intent, causing Long Chen's body to be filled with a thick blood qi. Half a day was torture for Long Chen. Chen, we're almost there. Lingxi first reminded him, and then the moment they arrived, she let Long Chen out of the God Nation. At this time, she herself had not seen the current situation of the Flower Immortal World. She and Long Chen appeared in the sky above the Flower Immortal World at almost the same time. They had once again returned to this beautiful world. Whether it was beautiful or a disaster of death would be revealed at this moment. Long Chen once had a lot of hope. He felt that the eternal fantasy day might not arrive so soon, but when he saw everything in front of him, all his hopes were dashed. The scene in front of him simply made his eyes pop out of their sockets. They had arrived at the eternal fantasy day. Not only had they arrived, but they had also been devouring for a period of time. This was reality, not imagination. In his imagination, this beautiful flower-like world should exist quietly in the myriad of worlds, blooming to its heart's content, releasing beautiful scenes. But now, the flower immortal world in reality was already hell on earth. In that instant, these real and passionate scenes flashed in the eyes of Long Chen and Lingxi. In the first scene, a giant silver beast, the primeval troll, occupied the flower immortal world like a silver bee gathering honey. Its thick hind legs pressed down on several petals, and every time it flapped its wings, it would sweep up a sky full of dust. In the second scene, the so-called smoke was actually made up of countless living beings. Countless flower celestials had been sent flying hundreds of millions of kilometers into the sky. They had been smashed into a bloody mess, and their miserable and despairing screams pierced through the starry sky. They gathered into a flood that rushed into Long Chen's ears. Those beautiful flower immortals, their desperate friendship, their pained expressions, they were all so real and vivid. They were not just numbers, each of them was a living being with their own story. And now, billions of them had entered the mouth of the eternal fantasy day. It was like a giant whale in the sea, swallowing a huge amount of fish and prawns in one gulp. And in the eyes of the primeval troll, the flower immortals were not even considered fish and prawns. At most, they were just water droplets that it had swallowed. Billions of them. Basically, before they had even reached the mouth of the primeval troll, billions of flower immortals had already lost their lives in despair due to the terrifying tearing force. What was left behind were their confused, shocked, pained, and puzzled gazes. What was this? The legendary primeval troll. During this period of time, the communication between the myriad worlds had suddenly increased. Everyone was saying that in the future, a primeval troll would descend upon the myriad worlds, but the supreme of the myriad worlds, an existence called Long Chen, would lead the four rulers and countless gods and demons to fight to the death against the primeval troll. Now that the primeval troll had appeared ahead of time, what about Long Chen? The shadow of death shrouded the entire collapsing flower immortal world. The flower immortal world was like a ravaged flower, losing its luster. Every petal bent and wilted, signifying the death and collapse of a continent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire flower immortal world was experiencing an extreme calamity. In that instant, Long Chen simply did not know how many lives had died. As a supreme expert, how much responsibility had he shouldered? This scene caused his eyes to instantly turn bright red. To him, the death of the common people was something he did not need to think about. The intense impact of this scene caused Long Chen's body to suddenly be covered in scarlet dragon scales. He almost went crazy. That malevolent blood color even spread towards the primordial dragon sword. Boom! When Long Chen descended on the eternal hallucination demon, the happily devouring primeval troll finally discovered Long Chen's existence. It was also shocked by Long Chen's terrifying level of danger. Long Chen, it's you. Under Long Chen's sword, the eternal hallucination demon hurriedly escaped, flying away from the flower immortal world. Long Chen retracted the sword in his hand, lest he hurt the people of the flower immortal world. Now, the flower immortal world was like hell on earth. Without a word, Lingxi had already descended on the flower immortal world. She first protected the flower immortal world, allowing it to return to a stable state. Then she began to save those who were still alive. Without the control of the eternal hallucination demon, countless flower immortals were falling from the sky. Mo Xiaolang also arrived. He directly used the primal chaos green fire to its greatest extent. In the blink of an eye, the flames of life engulfed the entire flower immortal world. Only then did the flower immortal world, which was on the verge of death, stop its destruction and begin to change in a good direction. He would leave this place to them. The only thought in Long Chen's mind was to kill. After the eternal hallucination demon recognized him, he did not escape. He was itching to make a move. Naturally, he wanted to contend against Long Chen. This was perfect, as Long Chen was worried that he would escape. No wonder this guy could instantly kill a primordial realm ultimate god. It turned out that the eternal hallucination demon had the strength of the four rulers and was one level stronger than the chaos fiendish demon. Endless life and death tribulation. Suddenly, the furious Long Chen's origin dragon energy erupted from the primordial dragon sword. Long Chen used a peerless killer move. The three laws instantly fused into one under his anger. Under the shroud of killing intent, the endless life and death tribulation became even more ferocious. Swoosh! Boundless samsara sword chi instantly rushed towards the eternal phantasm. The eternal phantasm simply couldn't resist. He specialized in illusions, but Long Chen was also an expert in illusions. Therefore, even if he used many illusions to affect Long Chen, it was still useless. When Long Chen was truly enraged, even the four sovereigns would not be able to stop him. Boom! The endless life and death tribulation's power broke through the eternal hallucination demon's defenses and rushed into his body. Suddenly, his body was a bloody mess. The endless life and death tribulation was endless as it exploded in the eternal hallucination demon's body. Roar! The eternal hallucination demon was defeated and let out a deafening scream. The Flower Immortal clan members who were still struggling on the edge of life and death saw the heavily injured eternal hallucination demon. Everyone in the myriad worlds must be killed, no matter how far away you are. Eternal hallucination demon, you will pay a heavy price. Long Chen did not just want revenge. He also wanted to give the primeval troll a show of strength. Otherwise, the same thing would happen to him in the future. He was alone and could not protect the entire myriad worlds. Damn it! The eternal hallucination demon was seriously injured. The endless life and death tribulation made him beg for death. He wanted to destroy the Flower Immortal world to threaten Long Chen, but he did not expect that there were already two experts of the same level in the Flower Immortal world blocking his way. If he continued to stay here, he would die without a doubt. The eternal hallucination demon said angrily, Long Chen, wait for the day I, the primeval troll, descend. It will be the day you and the ants of the myriad worlds perish. This is the myriad worlds that belong to me, the primeval troll. You can be arrogant now, but one day, I will tear you to pieces and make you die in despair. As he roared, the eternal hallucination demon opened a tombstone in front of Long Chen. The world within the tombstone was naturally the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. He wants to escape. At that moment, Long Chen felt his blood rush to his brain. His whole body was in a state of extreme excitement. His heart was filled with the desire to kill the eternal hallucination demon. However, there was a possibility that he could escape. If he let him escape, Long Chen would simply hate himself to death. Although the opponent was facing an endless life and death tribulation, if he returned to the Devil Dragon ancient tomb and recuperated, he might be able to escape danger. However, Long Chen wanted him to die on the spot and pay the price for his actions. Kill, die. At this moment, he watched the eternal hallucination demon enter the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. The killing intent in his heart had almost squeezed his entire body to the point of bursting. Vaguely, Long Chen saw the slaughter rules again. Today, I flew to Hangzhou to attend the annual meeting. In the morning, I rushed to the airport. In the afternoon, there was a meeting, and in the evening, there was a banquet. The big scene was probably going to be forced to drink. So, everyone should not wait. Chapter 3198. Over the past 100 years, he had racked his brains to no avail. The rules were like floating clouds, constantly changing and unfathomable. He had no clue. What he had not expected was that the eternal phantom fiend had devoured billions of flower immortals, and had even escaped into the demonic dragon tomb. If he really escaped safely, it would not be a problem of how he would face all life. First of all, Long Chen would not be able to give himself an explanation. How was he going to release the bloodlust and murderous intent in his heart? He had committed such an evil deed, causing the lives of millions and millions of living beings to perish at the hands of the eternal phantasm devil. Every single one of them was a bright red life. They were like Long Chen in the past. They had ambitions, loved ones, and emotions. Why should their lives be trampled on? He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his murderous intent. All his anger and murderous intent rushed to his mind and heart. A blood-colored mist enveloped the entire heart of the rules, including the Void Universe Dragon. The only blood-colored massacre dragon seal lit up at this critical moment. Damn it! At that moment, his killing intent skyrocketed to the extreme. It helped Long Chen gain a deeper understanding of the realm of massacre. It broke through the barrier between him and the laws, allowing him to instantly bathe in the laws of massacre and death. That realm was perhaps the anger of all life. The blood of all life, the blood of trillions of people, all condensed in Long Chen's heart of the rules. In that instant, the golden dragon above the Origin Dragon Palace turned blood-colored. It wrapped around Long Chen, shrouding him in a bloody mist. Only his eyes pierced through the heavens and earth. Die! At that moment, the hatred and anger of the trillions of flower immortals, as well as everyone's will, condensed into a symbol in Long Chen's hand. It was a strange symbol. It looked simple, with only a few strokes, but each stroke contained the hatred and curse of trillions of lives. This was not a curse, but a rule that surpassed one. It was not just the hatred of Long Chen, but the hatred of all life. Hatred in itself was a terrifying power. Death Spirit Blood Symbol. The new rules took shape in Long Chen's hands as if they were assisted by God. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman condensed the hatred and anger of trillions of living beings. When the Death Spirit Blood Talisman took shape, he had already calmed down. All of the baleful aura around him had disappeared, all of it within the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. At this moment, the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb was about to close, and the eternal phantom demon had escaped a great calamity. Although there were endless life and death tribulations, his heart was completely relaxed. Just then, the Death Spirit Blood symbol in Long Chen's hand disappeared, turning into a ray of red light and chased into the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Just a little bit more, and the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was about to close. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman chased after him. Of course, it was also because Long Chen had used the Eternal Whirlpool. Under the control of the Eternal Whirlpool, time accelerated, and the Death Spirit Blood Talisman chased into the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. When the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb closed, other than the flower immortal world, everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Long Chen stood in the starry sky, it was already calm and tranquil. But in reality, Long Chen was grasping the whereabouts of the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman was a condensation of Long Chen's single rule, which was comparable to the destructive power of the endless life and death tribulation. Moreover, the most important part was that as long as one was targeted, it would be impossible to escape. As long as one was hit, then the power of the Death Spirit Blood Talisman would completely explode, and its effect was naturally, death. Long Chen had completed his goal. That was, he had used a single law to surpass Long Chen's law, which was a fusion of 3 laws. He had achieved his personal goal and breakthrough. I can't escape. Long Chen naturally knew what was going on with the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. After chasing into the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, the Eternal Phantom Demon did not expect that there would be something chasing after him, so it was directly attached to the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman fused into the Eternal Phantom Demon's body. Dead. In that instant, Long Chen knew. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman was too small, but it contained too much destructive power. In that instant, it destroyed the Eternal Phantom Demon. Perhaps this was karma. It was because the Eternal Phantom Demon had killed too many people that it caused the Death Spirit Blood Talisman to explode with such great power. At that moment, Long Chen's power became a weapon of hatred for trillions of living beings. Their anger was fused into it, and like a torrent, it destroyed the Eternal Phantom Demon's divine body and primordial spirit. Instant death. The Eternal Phantom Demon was feeling proud of himself, but it was instantly drowned by the torrent of blood hatred. Long Chen, he did not even have the chance to roar. Apart from the progenitor, this was the first perfect realm ultimate god that Long Chen had killed. It vanished into thin air. After killing the Eternal Phantom Demon, he did not know what would happen to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman dissipated along with the Eternal Phantom Demon. Long Chen still knew nothing about the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. However, he still had the Eternal Phantom Demon, Huan Yu. Although he had killed the Eternal Phantom Demon, Long Chen still could not relax. The situation in the Flower Fairy world was like a show of strength to him by the primeval troll. It made him feel that the disaster in the future was likely to be even bigger. The primeval troll was in the dark while the myriad worlds were in the light. Even if Long Chen had the absolute strength to crush the primeval troll, it would be impossible to guard against the other party if the other party attacked ordinary living beings. Looking at the Flower Fairy world below, Long Chen sighed deeply. Under the control of Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi, the damage to the Flower Fairy world had been contained. As long as they were not completely dead, they were basically saved by Long Chen. As for those that were swallowed by the primeval troll, there was no way at all. Grief is useless now. After I calm down, I have to think about how to prevent this from happening again. He remembered that when the Eternal God domain was in chaos and the 3 alien races had attacked the human clan, Long Chen had gathered everyone in the 5 great dragon cities to avoid the disaster. However, the problem was that the myriad worlds were too big and there were too many people. Even if he had the life and death worlds and the time tunnel, he was afraid that it wouldn't be able to hold so many people. It was too difficult. The 4 sovereigns were all very anxious about the situation here, so Long Chen first explained the situation to them. So it's like this. After hearing the news, the 4 rulers were quiet. In fact, their power was limited. At most, they could protect their original incipient grade worlds. Alright, then I will first understand the current situation of the primeval troll from the Eternal Phantom Demon. Then we will discuss in detail. Alright. Inside the Eternal Whirlpool. Returning to the Eternal Whirlpool and seeing the Eternal Phantom Demon again, Long Chen's heart was filled with hatred. The Eternal Phantom Demon, Huan Yu, was still frozen by the Silence Mantra. The Origin Dragon Palace also restricted his movements. After Long Chen removed the Origin Dragon Palace, Huan Yu could gradually wake up. However, when he saw Long Chen's cold face, he was surprised and then sneered, "Why did you come back? Is it bad?" "Ha! Huan Ri is dead." Long Chen's words made Huan Yu shut his mouth. His eyes became brutal, but then he smiled and said, "Don't lie to me. Huan Ri is more afraid of death than I am. If he knew that he wasn't as strong as you, he would open the Devil Dragon tomb to escape." "Impossible. You can try to contact him," said Long Chen faintly. "You." Huan Yu gritted his teeth. He quieted down and went to find Huan Ri. However, there was no news. If Huan Ri still existed, at such an important time, he wouldn't have lost contact. Huan Ri. Huan Yu gritted his teeth and angrily looked at Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him, so he said, "Let me ask you a few questions, you just have to answer them." "Impossible. It is not up to you." Long Chen used the Eye of Desire once more. This time, as he was filled with hatred, the impact was even greater. He didn't hold back at all. Moreover, he used the power of the Origin Dragon Palace. Under the impact, Huan Yu was stunned. Even if he was unwilling, he was still controlled by Long Chen. After that, Long Chen thought about it and started to ask questions. Primeval Troll, when will it descend? Why will it appear at that time? What he was curious about was why Shen Jun said there was a specific time. Primeval Troll, was there something planned at that time? That was actually the most important question. Huan Yu was stunned for a moment. Under the suppression of Long Chen's rules, he then said, there are 51 days left. On that day, the 3 ancestor demons will gather at the demonic dragon ancient tomb and clash with each other to awaken. When they awaken, all the primeval troll will awaken and descend upon the myriad worlds, 3 ancestor demons? That should be the top characters among the primeval troll. Long Chen wanted to ask about the 3 ancestor demons in detail. He had a more important question. How many primeval troll experts will be awakened in the future? How many experts are comparable to ultimate God Realm experts? How many experts are comparable to perfect God Realm experts? That was also the key. Knowing oneself and the enemy was the best way to plan. Huan Yu struggled a little, but he couldn't resist Long Chen in the end. The 3 ancestor demons are stronger than you. We primeval troll have declined too much, but even so, the ancestor demons are ultimate demon lords. And there are at least 20 perfect demon lords. Moreover, there are many areas of the demonic dragon ancient tomb that even I haven't been to. There must be other experts in those areas. This was Huan Yu's proud answer. That answer was much more terrifying than Long Chen imagined. The Chaos Demons and Era Demons had roughly revealed that the experts of the primeval troll were similar to the myriad worlds. First of all, what the Chaos Demons and Era Demons knew might not be everything. Secondly, the myriad worlds they mentioned might include the chaotic divine world, or even the myriad worlds with other worlds, not just the myriad worlds with the 4 rulers. Fortunately, the number was not too exaggerated. Long Chen could deal with at least one of the 3 ancestor demons. If the Chaos Divine Master cooperated, he could deal with one. The last one, if Kitten could help, he could also deal with one. There were activities in the afternoon and evening, and the annual meeting would end tomorrow. If there were any updates today, it should be later in the evening. If there were updates, they would be notified on WeChat. Everyone, please follow my official account, Feng Qingyang. You can see the fastest updates in time. Chapter 3199. In this way, they could be considered to be evenly matched. If Kitten was willing to cooperate, then the chances of victory would be even greater. At least it was better than when Long Chen had just started to deal with the Chaos God race. Now that he had captured the Eternal Phantom Demon, Long Chen naturally had to dig out all the information about the other party. After obtaining the information he had now, he thought about it carefully and used the rules of wishes to strictly control the other party. Then, he said, what kind of place is the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb? Are all the primeval troll able to quickly hide inside the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb? Then, can the primeval troll reach any place in the myriad worlds by opening the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb? If the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was equivalent to the 2 realms of life and death, then the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb should be in a fixed location, just like the 2 realms of life and death. Long Chen could return from anywhere, and as long as he left behind the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he would be able to instantly arrive within 10 days. What Long Chen was worried about was that the primeval troll could instantly reach any place through the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. If that was the case, with how big the myriad worlds were, Long Chen would not be able to split himself. After all, the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was a little different. From what Long Chen had seen now, Shen Jun and the Eternal Phantom Demon could both open the dragon's ancient tomb and return, but only Long Chen could control the 2 realms of life and death. It was as if there were many enemies in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. The Dragon Devil's ancient tomb is the place that sealed us, the primeval troll. It's a place that we loathe and hate. It's this place that sealed us, but it's also our base camp. Not all primeval troll can open the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. You have to be at least a demon sovereign to be able to open it. For example, I can open it. This was a bit better, as any random primeval troll would be like a mouse in a hole, and it would be difficult for the myriad world's gods and demons to destroy them. The battle against the primordial great demon can't be judged with common sense. After all, the other party's goal is to devour all living beings and occupy the myriad worlds, not us experts. In this way, we are completely in a passive position. The number of primeval troll was definitely far inferior to the number of gods and demons in the myriad worlds, but they were all elites. At the very least, they surpassed ordinary gods and demons. There was one last question that the eternal phantom demon had yet to answer. It was what Long Chen was most concerned about, whether or not primeval troll could pass through the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb and travel to any place. At this time, the eternal phantasm struggled within the will of wishes, but it still couldn't stop Long Chen. Just as it was about to exit, a huge change occurred. Boom! Eternal Phantom Demon's body was burning with a transparent but terrifying flame. Moreover, it was under the effect of the silence mantra. Even the silence mantra couldn't stop it. The transparent flame burned fiercely and instantly engulfed Eternal Phantom Demon's body. Ah! The Eternal Phantasmal Demon let out a blood-curdling scream and wail. I was forced. Don't blame me, don't blame me. But even in the midst of the tragic wail, it only lasted for a moment. Before Long Chen could react, the entire Eternal Phantom Demon was reduced to ashes, disappearing before Long Chen's eyes and into the eternal whirlpool. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen had tried to use the Origin Dragon Palace to suppress the transparent flame, but to no avail. The Eternal Phantasm Demon was burned to ashes by the flame. How could this be? Who did it? Li Xuanji also didn't expect such a change. As a result, Long Chen's clue was completely cut off. I don't know. It probably has something to do with the primeval troll themselves. Maybe it's also the three ancestor fiends. In short, I just had some news, but now my hopes are dashed again. He increasingly felt that the primeval troll wasn't easy to deal with. After the primeval troll, it was the greatest disaster in the history of the myriad worlds, the Sky-Swallowing Clan. The primeval troll and the Sky-Swallowing Clan were inextricably linked. Long Chen's mind was still blank at this moment. The Sky-Swallowing Clan was like the entire sky, high and mighty. They used indifferent eyes to observe the entire myriad worlds, just like how Long Chen used to observe the ants that were looking for food beneath his feet. Now that the Eternal Phantasm Demon is out, the myriad worlds will definitely be more prepared. I'll try my best to make the entire myriad worlds have the gate of life and death. That way, it'll be more convenient to reach everywhere. This is the only way. It was hard to imagine that the myriad worlds would be able to get through this unscathed. As expected, this would be an earth-shattering war that would plunge all living beings into misery and suffering. This war was enough to change an era, or give the myriad worlds hope of rebirth, or plunge the myriad worlds into the abyss of death. Long Chen communicated with the four rulers at all times. Then, he walked the myriad worlds while searching for the primeval troll's movements. Naturally, he also told the Master God of Chaos everything that happened here. You still don't believe me? Long Chen asked. We'll talk about it later. I don't want to say more without seeing it with my own eyes. The Master God of Chaos voice was indifferent, but Long Chen knew that one day, he wouldn't be so stubborn. This time, Long Chen really needed his help. Time passed. So, he probably won't be born so soon. Long Chen looked at Li Xuanji in front of him in the time tunnel. Now, Her abdomen was already slightly bulging, but it was obvious that the birth of the child was not that soon. Before the war, there wouldn't be any movement. Now, Long Chen saw him. As expected, it was a boy, but only a silhouette. Now, the child's bloodline was still changing, and Long Chen wasn't too sure what the child would be like in the end. Would it be the same as the dragon's face, or would it be different? Would it be a young ancestral dragon, or something else? The dragon's face grew very quickly, and was almost as strong as the four rulers. It was just that because he was too young, he didn't have the ability to fight. Of course, Long Chen couldn't bear to let him fight. Hopefully, we can survive this, and let him find that everything is fine after he's born. Although Li Xuanji was cold, she was a mother, and the deep love in her eyes was especially strong. Long Chen pulled her into his arms. He didn't say much, and he didn't dare to guarantee anything. He was now the leader of the myriad worlds, and this war was inevitable. But he was also a husband and a father, and so protecting them was also his responsibility. The hot blood and tenderness of a man gathered in him. In this battle, I will slaughter all the primeval troll. The blood feud of my clan must be avenged. The myriad worlds caused me to be born. Just this alone, I have to protect this place and let it be peaceful forever. In the illusory starry sky. At the position of the spirit essence star C, one could see the chaos god realm shining with 9 colors in the starry sky. Of course, because of Mo Xiaolang's devouring, the purple layer of the chaos array had already dimmed. The chaos god realm was at the core of the myriad worlds, and was probably the place that the primeval troll paid the most attention to. In the starry sky beside the spirit essence star C, suddenly, a white gold and blood-red light descended, appearing above the spirit essence star C. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a young girl with a head of gorgeous white gold hair. In the starry sky, it shone with a diamond-like light. Her entire body was also gorgeous and beautiful, as if she was condensed from gems. But in reality, she had a pair of blood-red eyes. He. This is the myriad worlds, this is the world outside the demonic dragon's ancient tomb. She looked at the spirit essence star C, then opened her eyes wide and looked at the chaos god realm in the distance. She held her chin and pondered, that is the chaos god realm, one of the origin world. I can't handle it. I just came here, so today I'll have a taste of this small world. She turned her intelligent eyes and smiled slyly. If it wasn't for the words she had just said, people would really think that she was a clean and lovely noble girl. In the blink of an eye, she had already entered the spirit essence star C. On the largest spirit essence star, the strongest person in the spirit essence star C was only a divine lord, so naturally, no one could discover her. What a fragile world, what a fragile life. How can such a low-level thing occupy such a vast territory? Such a huge world should be a place where we, the primeval troll race, can fly as we please. The young girl flew above the clouds, her long skirt fluttering, like a dream. She went to many places, talked with many spirit clan, and understood the meaningless customs here. After a few days, the young girl tilted her head and thought, actually, the rules and regulations of this lowly world are quite interesting. Love, family, and all kinds of forces, all kinds of emotions, all kinds of scheming, it's really interesting. However, it's because there's no supreme power that there are so many complicated things. In the world of primeval troll, power can solve everything. So, in the end, it should be us who soar in this endless world. Thus, the young girl laughed and began to rush into the sky. As she rose, she continued to release, and her body gradually expanded. What is that? Countless spirit clan saw the birth of such a huge creature. Very quickly, the huge beast had already exceeded their field of vision. Only in the distance could they see a platinum-colored super beast. It was already crawling on the spirit essence star, looking at this huge world with a cold smile with its playful blood-red eyes. Boom, boom. The huge hind legs stood on the spirit essence star, and instantly, the entire surface of the spirit essence star began to cave in. In that instant, countless people died. At this moment, the disaster of the spirit essence star sea began. Cries of pain and panic instantly spread. Primeval troll. Quick, find Long Chen. The entire world instantly fell into deep chaos. The disaster spread like a plague. From afar, the size of the primeval troll was actually a bit larger than the entire spirit essence star. It was like a fly pressing on a grain of rice, and the dust on the grain would be licked away at any time. Chapter 3200. Platinum-colored dragon scales and crimson blood. This was the heavenly scarlet blood demon. Its heart was filled with cold-blooded killing intent, but its appearance was dazzling. This silver giant beast covered the sky. On the Ling Su star, it was hard to see its true appearance. It was as though the sky had changed color. However, the aura of the giant beast was not fake. It made all the spirit race feel the most genuine fear. It was a fear on a higher level of life. This was a creature at the top of the food chain. A world as weak as ants had met a giant anteater. This was the carnival of the primeval troll. Even a simple movement of its body could cause countless stars to crumble and fall. Hundreds of millions of lives would be destroyed. My feast. The heavenly scarlet blood demon couldn't help but lick her bloody tongue. Her eyes were filled with boundless excitement. At this moment, she was about to start devouring. She opened her huge mouth and spread her platinum wings. In an instant, an unprecedented storm was formed on the Ling Su star. Enter this world that truly belongs to you. The myriad worlds are our territory. The myriad worlds were so big. Only the primeval troll were suitable to live here. To them, the endless void was only the size of the sky. Every world in the myriad worlds was like a sky island in the sky. A world like the Ling Su star ocean was an island to the ordinary primeval troll. But to the heavenly scarlet blood demon, it wasn't even considered a home. The primeval troll would get tired too. They needed a home, and the myriad worlds was the home they wanted. Just as the heavenly scarlet blood demon was about to start, 8 rays of light shot out from the chaos divine world. The 8 rays of light instantly condensed into 8 members of the chaos divine race in front of the heavenly scarlet blood demon. However, the spirit race was still living in the most desperate moment. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out from such a disaster. Pain, panic, nightmares spread like a plague, engulfing the entire Ling Su star ocean. To them, it was the end of the world. The world was destroyed. The sky shattered. However, the destruction stopped abruptly at this moment. What they did not see was that the 8 chaotic gods had already surrounded the scarlet blood demon. At this moment, the scarlet blood demon let out a furious roar and its huge body suddenly disappeared from the spirit essence star sea. It was as if it was a dream that never happened. However, even if the scarlet blood heavenly demon did not truly shatter, the destruction caused by his huge body was irreversible. This made the Ling Su star sea realize the horror of primeval troll. Back then, the decisive battle between Long Chen and the epic sky demon had taken place here. However, the epic sky demon back then was too insignificant compared to the scarlet blood sky demon now. What the spirit race didn't know was that the scarlet blood demon's disappearance had actually allowed the Master of Chaos to shift the battlefield. Imprisoned spirit of primal chaos. The Master Chaos used the primordial chaos law to transfer the huge heavenly scarlet blood demon to another starry sky, a place some distance away from the spirit essence star ocean. Although the weak human race of the spirit essence star ocean had nothing to do with them, they could not tolerate others killing people at their doorstep. After the scarlet blood demon was transferred, the Master of Chaos and the 7 primordial chaos saints used the law together. With the Master of Chaos as the leader, the 8 forces gathered on the primordial spirit imprisonment array. The Master of Chaos roughly knew that the primeval troll had an escape method similar to Long Chen's. Therefore, he directly controlled the Scarlet Blood Demon with lightning speed. Among the 7 primordial Chaos Saints, every one of them had the strength to kill the Scarlet Blood Demon in seconds. The Scarlet Blood Demon was actually just a primordial realm Devil Lord. It was not even comparable to the Eternal Mirage Demon that Long Chen had killed with the Dead Spirit Blood Charm. Naturally, it could not escape the hands of the Chaos God race elites. Previously, it was the Scarlet Blood Demon who looked down on the common people. Now, it was the Master of Chaos who looked down on him. Now, the primordial Chaos imprisoned spirit had completely trapped the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Demon. The Master of Chaos and the 7 primordial Chaos Saints surrounded the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Demon. Every primordial Chaos God race member was looking at the primordial giant demon curiously. This was the first time they had seen such a creature that caused an uproar in the myriad worlds. In fact, the Master of Chaos had long believed it. He just wanted to see it with his own eyes. Unfortunately, you actually came to the territory of the Chaos God race to behave atrociously. Primeval Troll. The Master of Chaos stood in front of the Scarlet Blood Demon. Looking at the Master of Chaos, the Scarlet Blood Demon trembled slightly. The blood-red color in its eyes receded slightly. She transformed into her human form. She was a beautiful girl with long platinum hair. Facing the strongest experts of the Master Gods of Chaos, she smiled slyly. At this time, she was not afraid at all. Even though she was restrained, she could still speak. Experts of the Chaos God race. Today, I, the Scarlet Blood Demon, have come to this place. Of course, I am not targeting that weak world. If I really wanted to devour, I could have chosen a desolate place. Why would I choose to do it beside you? Her voice was sweet. It did not sound like the primeval troll. It was a far cry from the terrifying look she had before. So, you are here to look for us. The Master of Chaos said faintly. Other than his cold attitude, the other primordial Chaos Saints were either curious or disgusted. Everyone was carefully observing the primeval troll. According to Long Chen, she wanted to destroy the myriad worlds. For example, the primordial Chaos Fire Dance was disgusted. They had just arrived in the myriad worlds. They had yet to gain absolute control over the myriad worlds. Now, the primeval troll had appeared. It was hard for her not to be disgusted. Divine Master, I'm naturally here to look for you. As the emissary of the primordial giant demons, I represent us 3 ancestor fiends to greet you, Divine Master. At the same time, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Speak. The Crimson Blood Demon smiled faintly. The primeval troll race is similar to the Chaos Gods race. We are all true elites. Everyone in our race is the strongest among the strong. There are no weak ones. Logically, we are the 2 highest races in the myriad worlds. We should divide the myriad worlds equally. What do you think? The Master of Chaos God did not speak. The Crimson Blood Demon continued, then I'll get straight to the point. We 3 ancestral fiends are not weaker than the Divine Master. I can't be bothered to reveal how much power we have, but it's definitely not a problem for us to crush the myriad worlds. Don't you think it's a waste for so many weak lives to occupy such a beautiful world? In this world, only the Chaos Gods and the primeval troll can enjoy such a beautiful world. Therefore, we 3 ancestral fiends are willing to join forces with the Divine Master to fight against the myriad worlds. Take note. The myriad worlds I'm talking about are not just the ones you see. There are many worlds similar to the Chaos Divine Realm that have huge resources, but they are all sealed off. Furthermore, they have greater treasures than the Chaos Divine Realm. To the Chaos God clan, the 4 original incipient level worlds weren't that attractive. The Chaos God clan just wanted to dominate, not plunder. However, if it was a sealed world like the Chaos God realm, it would be a different story. As long as you cooperate with us, we three ancestral fiends dare to say that Divine Master will definitely be able to reach a higher level. You can be a half-step ancestral ancestor, or even, the realm that Divine Master yearns for the most. Several origin-level worlds are enough to create an existence of that realm. The Scarlet Blood Demon said. She was confident that what she said would be very tempting to the Divine Master of Chaos. Otherwise, we, the Primeval Troll clan, can only treat the Chaos God clan like the other weak gods and demons. Divine Master, you definitely don't want the ordinary Chaos God clan to be involved in the War of the Infinite Worlds, right? For a moment, the 7 chaotic Saint Masters didn't know what to do. It all depended on the Divine Master of Chaos himself. Many of the temptations were directly aimed at the Divine Master of Chaos. The biggest temptation was the chance to become a half-step ancestral ancestor, or even an ancestral ancestor. An origin-level world could only give the Divine Master of Chaos his current ability. That was his limit. However, if he could cooperate with the Primeval Troll and attack other worlds, theoretically speaking, he would have a chance to do so. Grandfather, you can't. Chaotic Fire Dance was a little worried. From her point of view, this was a crazy move. Although she hated Long Chen, she couldn't help but admire what he had done to protect the world. Divine Master, you have to reconsider. The Crimson Blood Demon chuckled. His voice was pure and sweet, just like the girl next door. One couldn't feel the terror of the Primeval Troll at all. At that moment, the Divine Master of Chaos raised his hand and a ray of light pierced into the Crimson Blood Demon's body. It was a creation rule. In an instant, the Crimson Blood Demon screamed in pain and collapsed under the restraint of the Chaos Soul Imprisonment Formation. Divine Master of Chaos, you will regret this. The Crimson Blood Demon roared in anger. You and I are like fire and water. This is the hatred in our bloodline. Although I, the Chaos God Lord, am cold, I will not harm my own race for my own sake. Today, I have completely seen the thoughts of you ancient great demons. You dare to come to me to ally with me, which means that you have ignored my recognition of your race. What you have shown is that you have never treated my Chaos God race as a partner, but as a lackey. Since you have eaten all the prey, you have to eat the lackeys, isn't that right? The Divine Master of Chaos had thought things through clearly. Therefore, in his anger, the Crimson Blood Demon turned into ashes. Grandfather, Chaotic Fire Dance realized that her worries were unnecessary. The other Primal Chaos Saints looked as if everything was within their expectations. In other words, the Chaos God clan couldn't possibly ally with the Primeval Troll. A sheep wouldn't ally with a hungry wolf just because it was strong. Everyone had their own nature. The Primeval Troll's nature was to devour gods and demons. Just like how Mo Xiaoleng devoured flames, it couldn't be changed. Alright, go back and prepare for battle. The Divine Master of Chaos said decisively. His expression was cold. Today, he had witnessed the power of the Primeval Troll. The last worry in his heart was gone. Chapter 3201. What Long Chen did during this time was to move the myriad worlds. Every time he went to a world, he would leave a Death Realm Dragon Gate there. The Death Realm Dragon Gate could only exist for about 10 days, close to 20 days. Therefore, in these 10 days, Long Chen basically traveled through the myriad worlds. He only left the Death Realm Dragon Gate in the world he was in. Even if the Death Realm Dragon Gate was about to dissipate, Long Chen seized the time to quickly return through the Death Realm. His speed was much faster, and it could be done in an instant. With his hard work, after 10 days, he could instantly pass through the Death Realm and reach any world. This included the Chaos Divine World and the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. There is no need to use the gate of the universe anymore. You have worked hard these days. Go and rest. The first time he arrived at a certain place, he had to rely on Lingxi's gate of the universe. But as long as he arrived once, Long Chen could leave the Death Realm Dragon Gate the next time he came back, and pass through the previous Death Realm Dragon Gate. The only thing he needed to do was to control the time. If he did not come back once before the previous Death Realm Dragon Gate dissipated, then he would have come to this world in vain. The next time he came, it would take some time, even if he came from the nearest world. But the killing of the primeval troll always happened in a very short time. Long Chen had to make arrangements like this, or there would be no time at all. Now that his vision and network covered the myriad worlds, it had a huge effect on the mobilization and protection of the entire battlefield. Moreover, he could also protect the main force of the myriad worlds in the life and death realms and the time tunnel. This was great news for the entire myriad worlds. Basically, as soon as Long Chen set up the network, something happened. This was especially true in some of the peripheral worlds, where the response mechanisms were relatively slow. From the time the Crimson Blood Demon appeared to the time when the four sovereigns quickly sent the news to Long Chen, it took some time. Another sneak attack. The lesson from the Flower Fairy realm was very painful for Long Chen. This time, from the state of the four rulers, the situation was indeed not optimistic. Facing the Demon Lord level primeval troll, the people of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean did not have the slightest resistance. It was definitely a large area. Primeval Troll. With a strong killing intent, Long Chen passed through the Death Realm, crossed the Death Realm's Dragon Gate, and arrived at the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Swoosh. Long Chen came out of the Death Realm Dragon Gate that he had set up earlier like a bomb. In fact, if he had sensed carefully in the Death Realm, he would have known that there was a primeval troll here. However, he had set up at least 10,000 Death Realm Dragon Gates, so it was not that obvious. However, by the time they arrived, the primeval troll had already disappeared. There had been a huge commotion in the Spirit Essence Star Sea. Dozens of the tens of thousands of stars in the surroundings had already been destroyed and there were many casualties. However, it was far inferior to the Flower Immortal world. Although these deaths were enough to burn Long Chen's heart with hatred, he knew that when the primeval troll truly descended, these deaths were nothing. There would definitely be more painful things to come. Naturally, he gathered all his hatred together. Who saved the Spirit Essence Star Sea? If no one had saved them, by the time Long Chen received the news, the Spirit Essence Star Sea would have been destroyed. It would not have been lightly injured at all. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw Master Chaos and the 7 Primal Chaos Saints returning to the Chaos Divine world. They were a group of existences that had once caused great pressure to the gods and demons of the myriad worlds. Lord Chaos. Long Chen felt a lot more at ease. Obviously, it was Master Chaos's help that saved the Spirit Essence Star Sea from trouble. However, on a deeper level, there must be a problem with Primeval Troll choosing the Spirit Essence Star Sea. After all, from the beginning, Long Chen believed that this place was very safe. After all, Master Chaos would not cause trouble in front of the Primeval Troll's doorstep. Seeing that Long Chen had arrived so quickly, Master Chaos and the others stopped. Other than Master Chaos, the other 7 looked at Long Chen with hatred, especially Primal Chaos Fire Dance, whose father had been crippled. Every time she saw Long Chen, her eyes were filled with hatred. Long Chen arrived in front of them, and Mo Xiaolang was using the Primal Chaos Green Flame to help the injured Spirit Clan members. Thank you, Lord Chaos, for saving the Spirit Essence Star Sea. Long Chen said sincerely. It's not really a rescue. The primeval troll attacked the Spirit Essence Star Sea to lure me out because they wanted to ally with me. Master Chaos did not hide anything and said directly. Long Chen was shocked. He did not expect that the primeval troll would have such a plan. They despised the common people to the extreme. Based on Long Chen's understanding of Master Chaos, the prideful Chaos Celestial race might be rude and overbearing, but they would never be lackeys. So, Lord Chaos has rejected the primeval troll. Lord Chaos should be able to confirm the matter. Master Chaos was too lazy to care about Long Chen the last time he told him. Master Chaos pursed his lips. At this time, there were indeed some things that needed to be faced. Seeing that Long Chen was sincere, he did not want to be in a deadlock. He said, "All right, I know the details. As you wish, as long as the primeval troll attacks the myriad worlds, our Chaos Celestial race will naturally contribute our strength. But to a greater extent, we will only defend and not attack. That's not good. Lord Chaos is only defending. But if the myriad worlds are destroyed, the Chaos Celestial race will still be the ones to attack." Long Chen was not polite at all. Master Chaos said indifferently, "Then let's wait until half of the myriad worlds are destroyed." As long as the Chaos Celestial race was willing to help, it didn't matter whether it was to defend or attack. "Oh right, do you have any other information regarding the primeval troll?" Since Master Chaos had taken the initiative to ask, Long Chen naturally shared everything he knew with Master Chaos. When he asked that question, he was burned to death. The Lord of Chaos fell into deep thought. "Lord Chaos, what did you think of?" Master Chaos shook his head. "Nothing. But I am curious. The myriad worlds are so huge. There are 10,000 worlds in total. How do you plan to deal with them? From what I saw today, the primeval troll showed no mercy to the common people. No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to keep up with the speed of their destruction. I only have a simple way to deal with this. Lord Chaos, please take a look." Long Chen opened the Death World's Dragon Gate. It was huge. He brought Master Chaos and the 7 Primal Chaos Saints in. There were more than 10,000 doors in the Death World. These doors lead to the myriad worlds. As long as you open them, you will arrive at your destination in an instant. When the time comes, I will open these 10,000 doors so that all the powers in the myriad worlds can gather together. Naturally, the Chaos Celestial race can join in as well. Seeing this shocking scene, Master Chaos could not help but sigh. This is indeed a shocking method. It will definitely have magical effects. However, I feel that there are 2 points that you need to pay attention to. Master Chaos was willing to discuss the plan with Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen welcomed Long Chen's offer. Now that Long Chen had the power of the divine dragon race in his god nation, and the power of the gods and demons in the myriad worlds under the command of the 4 great rulers, in addition to the Chaos Celestial race, gathered in this death world was indeed the pinnacle. "Lord Chaos, please speak." Master Chaos said, "Firstly, judging from the speed of your arrival today, you seem to be a little slow. I think it should be related to the transmission of information. Therefore, you must ensure that once the primeval troll appears in the myriad worlds, you will be able to receive the information immediately. You need to have someone in the myriad worlds who can directly contact you, or someone who has the ability to process information." Long Chen agreed with this point. He had indeed neglected this point. The transmission of information was the most important part. However, this was not difficult. Now that Long Chen had so many god kings in his hands, it would be about the same if he had a few god kings in each world. Especially those who were originally from the dragon sacrificial continent. Their information could be directly transmitted to Long Chen from the God Palace. I've noted this down. It can be done within a day. What about the second point? Master Chaos said, "The Death Rain can be considered the core of battle dispatching. It rules over the entire myriad worlds. It's best to arrange the experts here so that they can be as flexible as possible. If the primeval troll appears in any corner of the myriad worlds in an irregular manner, you will need someone to receive the information and dispatch them." He will be responsible for processing the information from the myriad worlds and arranging for the battle. As the strongest expert, you have the most important battle task. Therefore, you can let others divide the work. Of course, the specific information will still have to go through you. After all, you are the final decision maker. Both points made sense. All the battles that Long Chen had fought before were just battles. But this time, it was a war. Battles and wars were different. In the Death Reign, there needed to be a dispatching hub. In the remaining time, he had to discuss with the four rulers and arrange for the people to send messages to the myriad worlds. Long Chen was prepared to make use of the divine dragons who had been cultivating for a long time in his God Kingdom and had already reached the God King and God Emperor realms. Master Chaos, I've left a few Death Reign dragon gates in your Chaos Divine realm. They can be activated at any time. If the primeval troll appears and I can't hold them off, can I ask for your help? If the Chaos Divine realm was included in this mechanism, Long Chen would have a greater chance of winning. In fact, the most important goal of this battle was not only to win, but also to minimize the terrifying losses brought by the primeval troll to the very end. This was the quietest moment before the storm, but it was also the most terrifying moment. The master of the Chaos Divine realm squinted his eyes and looked around. Perhaps he saw hope from the 10,000 gates in Long Chen's Death Reign. Therefore, although the myriad worlds gods and the Chaos Divine race were like fire and water, the master of the Chaos Divine race finally nodded and said, "Fine. Under normal circumstances, the Chaos Divine race will defend. If you can't hold them off, I'll lend a hand." With this, Long Chen finally smiled. He said, "Master Chaos, if the primeval troll attacks the Chaos Divine race, we won't shirk our responsibility." Chapter 3202. Although it was not like what the Master Chaos had said, Kitten who had lost his memory was no different from not being familiar with him. Of course, there was nothing the Master Chaos could do now. After all, he had already lost to Long Chen, and the infinite world was about to have a new enemy. As for Kitten, it was up to Zhu Shi. Anyway, Long Chen would try his best to let them participate. Master Chaos is right, but I think in the end, he will be the same as you. After all, we are all members of the infinite world. The Master Chaos was not interested in this answer. He thought of something and said, "Also, today, the conditions that primeval troll used to tempt me are the other isolated origin worlds, similar to the chaotic divine realm. I guess there are a few other worlds among the primeval troll's targets, but I don't know the order. Logically speaking, the infinite world is the largest, and its overall power is equivalent to 2 origin worlds. If they want to make a move, they will probably choose other worlds. That's not necessarily true. So, the information we have now is too little." Long Chen would also think of a solution to this problem. He would solve them one by one. We can't find the other origin worlds now. If we can, it will be much easier. We can join forces with them, and then we won't be defeated by primeval troll one by one. Primeval troll knows where they are, the Master Chaos said. Yes, Long Chen's eyes lit up. He saw that through primeval troll, he knew the way to reach other worlds. That was also a good idea. Joining forces with another world was equivalent to having another origin world. So, if we can capture another primeval troll, or directly enter the demonic dragon's tomb, that would be great. Now that Long Chen was already very strong, he could sneak into the demonic dragon's tomb to take a look. You've set up such a huge information network. Are you afraid that the primordial great demons won't show up? I'm guessing that there will be other primordial great demons appearing before that day. You just have to wait. Capturing them or even following them in won't be a problem. The Master Chaos is right. Long Chen agreed with him. He had 3 clear goals. The first was to set up a network of spies in the infinite worlds. The second was to let a few people handle it and dispatch the troops. Thirdly, I need to find a chance to obtain more information about the primordial troll, especially about the methods of the other origin worlds. Thank you, God Lord. Not only did he help the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, but he also agreed to stand on the same side as Long Chen. He even gave Long Chen a lot of ideas. I just want to survive. The Chaos God Master said. He was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, as if he didn't care about anything. However, Long Chen was indeed grateful to him. At this point, the previous enmity had long been written off. Long Chen thought about it carefully. In the future, they would definitely have to help each other. Most importantly, the second ancestral dragon's inherited essence blood was still with him. Lord God, there's one more thing that I want to try. They were about to leave, but they were stopped by Long Chen. The Chaos Gods were getting impatient. What is it? Long Chen said, when I fought with chaotic divine might, I used the rules of cause and effect and fate. Now that I have a deeper understanding of these rules, since I can change his life and make him fall to this state, I can also try to make him change again and regain his original life. Of course, I can only give it a try. At this point, the Chaos Gods fell silent. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chaos Fire Dance was about to cry. These days, she had been watching her father sink into depravity. She felt terrible. The others were the same. Although the Chaos God Master didn't say much, he must be very distressed by the changes in chaotic divine might. Let's go. Without another word, the Chaos God Master left the Death World with the others and headed towards the chaotic divine world. Of course, they wanted Long Chen to go with them. The group headed towards the chaotic divine world. Because of Long Chen's attempt, his relationship with the Chaos Gods was quietly changing. From Chaos Fire Dance's expression, it could be seen that if he succeeded this time, the enmity between him and the Chaos Gods would completely disappear. This was an opportunity. Long Chen didn't feel bad for letting the Chaos God Master end up like this. In the blink of an eye, under the lead of the Chaos God Master, they passed through many worlds and arrived at the Origin Opal. Currently, the Chaos God Master was sealed in the Origin Opal. Divine Might, come out. The Chaos God Master grabbed the Chaos God Master and the dejected Chaos God Master appeared in front of everyone. When he saw Long Chen, his eyes flashed with instinctive fear. Especially when he knew that the Chaos God Master was defeated by Long Chen, his life became even weaker. He wanted to commit suicide countless times but was stopped by the Chaos God Master. Let me go back. The Chaos God Master struggled. Father. Chaos Fire Dance's eyes were filled with tears. She held on to the Chaos God Master and looked at Long Chen with hopeful eyes. Long Chen, the Chaos God Master's current state is the price he has to pay for losing the battle. I don't hate you. However, if you can help him recover, then at least in the battle of the primeval troll, the Chaos Gods clan will definitely not be stingy with our strength. Alright. Long Chen felt some pressure. However, in order to get the full cooperation of the Chaos God Master, he had no choice but to succeed today. What? The Chaos God Master didn't expect to have such a chance. Calm down and try to recall your previous state. For that state, you need to have a strong desire. Fate and desire were related. If the desire was strong enough, it could change fate. No problem. The Chaos God Master was a super expert. After hope arrived, he quickly regained his composure. This brought great convenience to Long Chen. Origin Dragon Palace. After merging with the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen's divine might had reached an unbelievable level. At this time, the Chaos God Master at his peak state couldn't even take one move from him. Long Chen, who was covered in golden radiance, appeared in front of the Chaos God Master. Long Chen, the Chaos God Master was also enveloped in the golden radiance. Past. Future. Life-changing technique. That familiar power descended once again. In the past, it was destruction. Now, it was hope. After being silent for a long time, the Chaos God Master's mentality had a new burst. When hope arrived, his willpower skyrocketed. Boom boom boom. The power that was taken away by fate returned under Long Chen's bestowal. The entire process was incomparably smooth and effortless. Disperse. The change in aura was too great. The Chaos God Master directly pulled everyone away. Now, everyone was nervously watching the changes in the Chaos God Master. Even the Chaos God Master was the same. Rebirth. Everything was under Long Chen's control. With the Origin Dragon Palace, his control over the laws had reached the pinnacle. The original power of the Chaos God Master wouldn't disappear. It was just sealed and transferred to another place. Long Chen just let it return. Hoo. The Chaos God Master was a guarantee of power. Enveloped by the golden radiance of the Origin Dragon Palace, the 9 types of primal chaos elements reappeared. The primordial laws also surrounded his body and returned to his body. Roar. Having regained its power, the Chaos God Master let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves surged into the sky and swept out. Bang! He directly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, shocking everyone. Father, Primal Chaos Fire Dance's eyes were filled with tears. She finally saw her father, whom she worshipped. She had been longing for this moment and it had finally come true. Divine Marshal. The Chaos God Master nearly lost his composure. Actually, he had been by the Chaos God Master's side these days. He had watched as the Chaos God Master lost his power and was seeking death. On the God Master continent, the Chaos God Master roared continuously as the past and future life reversal technique transformed. Bang! He has completely recovered. The Saint Venerables had already discovered that the Chaos God Master was now above them. The number 1 person below the Chaos God Master had returned. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief and joy. This feeling was similar to being reborn. Even the Master Gods of Chaos would be able to experience this terrifying feeling. He had lost his power but gained it again. Regaining what he had lost was the greatest joy in life. Moreover, an even bigger surprise had befallen him. At this moment, the Origin Incandescent Stone shone brightly and fused with the Chaos God Master's body. The entire Chaos Divine world trembled and transformed. Countless 9-colored chaotic spiritual energy condensed into a 10,000-meter-long dragon that surged towards the Chaos God Master's body. In an instant, the Chaos God Master was drowned by the 9-colored chaotic spiritual energy. Even the entire space of the God Master continent had become his space. Long Chen and the rest had no choice but to return to the second layer, the Shenwu continent. Long Chen's rules had ended. The following changes were the Chaos God Master's own good fortune. Divine Marshal. Father. Big Brother. Not to mention Primal Chaos Fire Dance and the rest, even the Chaos God Master was speechless. They looked at the Chaos God Master continent in a daze. First, they were shocked. Then, they were filled with disbelief and joy. That is, oh my God. More people were shocked and went crazy. Long Chen turned around and saw the Chaos God Master was in a daze. It was as if he was living in a dream. This experience is even more profound to him than being reborn. Under the most extreme pain, he might have a deeper understanding of cultivation and realms. Now that he has regained his power, the different experience has given him a new fortune. Hence, he has overcome an obstacle that he could never overcome in the past. That is, the ultimate God realm. Originally, the Chaos God Master was the closest to the ultimate God realm. However, there would only be one ultimate God realm in an engine-level world. Moreover, the cultivation of the Chaos God Master had long reached a bottleneck. Although he was close, he was destined to never have any hope. He lacked an experience that could change his state of mind. However, everything became blank. Just now, he felt a slight change in his power. Now that he had regained it, the Chaos God Master had reached his father's realm and became an ultimate god. Chapter 3203. On the Shenwu continent, through the primal chaos divine path, one could see that the area below was now filled with nine-colored chaotic spiritual energy. The majestic energy gradually entered the chaos divine might's body. Everyone was silent as they watched this scene unfold. It had not truly succeeded yet, so everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, Long Chen was almost certain that the chaos divine might had succeeded this time. Although the chaos god's power had increased, at least the power to resist the primeval troll had increased. This was a good thing. Sure enough, as he expected, not long after, when everything dissipated, a different primal chaos divine might appeared in front of everyone. It was a transcendent primal chaos divine might. He looked at himself in disbelief, then at everyone else. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. The joy in his heart was indescribable. Father, the chaos divine might looked up and saw his father. The other's eyes were also filled with excitement. It was the first time in many years that he had seen his father so excited. Clearly, this was also his long-cherished wish. What are you waiting for? Come over here and thank Long Chen. This is an opportunity that Long Chen gave you. Logically speaking, he is already your benefactor. The Chaos Divine Lord said. Yes. The Chaos Divine Might arrived in front of Long Chen. When he saw Long Chen, his eyes were very complicated. After all, this person had caused him so much pain that he had lost his will to live. But now, it seemed that it was this experience that had given him today's fortune. Many thanks. The Chaos Divine Might could not say anything else. Father. At this time, with the primal chaos fire dance, everyone had already surrounded the Chaos Divine Might. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and envy. To the Chaos Saints, the realm that the Chaos Divine Might had reached was also the realm that they desired. Don't be too excited. Return to the origin ore and stabilize this hard-won realm. The Chaos Divine Lord was still the same. He interrupted everyone when they were at their most excited, but this time, everyone was still happy. Yes, Father. The Chaos Divine Might was very respectful towards this father. Today's events had exceeded Long Chen's expectations, but it could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow in the shade. In this way, there would basically be no problem in forming a good relationship with the Chaos Gods and joining forces to fight. After they left, the Master of Chaos said, "I'll see you off." The two of them used the Primal Chaos Divine Path and headed outside together. Along the way, the Master of Chaos said, "Thank you so much for what you did today. Although Shenwu was caused by you, you also gave him an even greater opportunity. I think he is truly grateful to you." Long Chen grinned, "I only want to help him recover. As for his breakthrough, that's up to him." Very soon, they were outside the Chaos realm. Master Chaos was silent for a while, then he said, "I know that drop of blood is very important to you. Even if I give it to you today, it seems reasonable. However, I am still very reluctant. After all, this thing has a great impact on me. I am not sure if it has other uses. The inherited blood essence of the second ancestral dragon." It was indeed something that Long Chen greatly desired. However, now that he needed the power of the Chaos Gods, snatching it by force would not work. The Master of Chaos was not a bad person, so Long Chen waited patiently. Therefore, he did not say much. How about this? I will keep it for now. When the primeval troll arrives and we really can't hold on any longer, I will give it to you. This will be the end of my many years. Everyone was reluctant to part with something. Long Chen was the same. Even if he could not use it, it was still a peerless treasure. Long Chen maintained his composure and said, "Then I'll thank the Divine Master in advance." "No need. In that case, I still have things to do. Please allow me to leave first." "All right." Currently, Long Chen had already built a link between the Chaos Realm and the 9 Chaos Continents. There were only about 700 ultimate god emperors in the 10,000 worlds, and the Chaos gods alone had 1,000. One Chaos god was equivalent to nearly 10,000 worlds. Their power was of utmost importance to the 10,000 worlds. During the battle, if they could be deployed, the casualties of the 10,000 worlds could be minimized. After that, Long Chen brought the 4 rulers and almost all the godly venerables into the Death Reign. What the Master of Chaos said had to be implemented. In the Death World, everyone looked at the Death World Dragon Gate. From the Death World Dragon Gate, they saw the hope of victory. Everyone, from now on, this will be our war center. The primeval troll is cruel and ruthless. It is their nature to exterminate us. Therefore, this will be the most earth-shattering battle in the history of the 10,000 worlds. We must resist and kill our opponents. Yes. The current Long Chen had already become a supreme figure in the myriad of worlds. His status in the myriad of worlds was similar to the status of the Primal Chaos God Master in the Primal Chaos Divine World. Both were respected and supported. First of all, I will arrange for deities above the Divine King realm in each of the 10,000 worlds. There will be a few of them in each world, maybe even dozens of them. They will be the informants to pass on messages. Naturally, they will also be able to participate in the battle at crucial moments to protect the people. Most of these people would be selected by Long Chen from his God Kingdom. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single battle. In the God Kingdom, the real divine dragons had endured for too long. Now, they were finally going to descend upon the 10,000 worlds. These divine dragons were led by the 15 dragon emperors. They were all real supreme divine dragons. Especially after cultivating in the Tower of Time, their progress was rapid. After so many years, even the 15 dragon emperors, Yang Lingqing, and the others were rapidly approaching the ultimate god realm. Some of them had even become ultimate gods. This was the new strength of the 10,000 worlds. Long Chen spent a few days quickly making arrangements so that every expert he sent to the 10,000 worlds would have several ways to directly communicate with Long Chen and the 4 rulers. As for the person handling messages in the center of the Death Reign, Long Chen asked Li Xuanji to do this for 2 reasons. First, she and Long Chen were connected. As long as she knew something, Long Chen would know it instantly and react accordingly. Second, Li Xuanji was pregnant. Her child was growing up. If Li Xuanji were to participate in the battle, it would be more dangerous. Li Xuanji was also very rational. She knew that Long Chen would definitely protect her. Your mission is equally important. I'm especially worried that the primordial giant demons will scatter and attack several worlds. When that happens, you'll need to arrange the troops and balance the situation. As for me, the 4 juggernauts, and the others, we can only be the greatest weapons. I understand. Li Xuanji still had this sense of propriety. In the Death Reign, they began to arrange the troops. At the same time, Long Chen also communicated with the Chaos Realm and received some help. Once the Chaos Realm was safe, Long Chen could ask for help from the Chaos Realm at any time if he lacked manpower. Li Xuanji's task was indeed arduous. After all, there were 10,000 worlds. She had to ensure that each world suffered the least damage, so that all the experts could freely move to other worlds. But the primeval troll might not have the ability to move to such a degree. Everything was arranged by the 4 rulers and the 15 dragon emperors. After the arrangements were made, there was not much for Long Chen to do. He had already opened all the Death Rain dragon gates and left a portion of the experts in the Death Rain to provide support at any time. These experts were actually led by the 15 dragon emperors and belonged to the mystical dragon tribe. The mystical dragon tribe finally had the chance to meet the primeval troll that was born from them. This was a blood feud. Every 10 days or so, Long Chen would reinforce the Death Rain dragon gates. It was actually very simple. If he used the Death Rain dragon gates to move between 10,000 worlds, with his speed, it would not take him more than an hour. Everything was progressing. Everyone was filled with boundless fighting spirit, waiting for the arrival of the primeval troll. In everyone's hearts, with Long Chen as the center of the battle, they also had a tenacious fighting spirit and the determination to win. To fight to the death. Before the storm arrived, Long Chen had already completed all the arrangements he could. He used the Death Rain dragon gates to come to the Flower Fairy world. This world that had been damaged even more greatly aroused his anger. My mission is to prevent the tragedy of the Flower Fairy world from happening again. Now, the entire Flower Fairy world was already recovering with the help of the experts of the other worlds. But the destroyed world could not reappear, and the slaughtered Flower Fairy tribe could not be revived. Long Chen hovered in the air above the Flower Fairy world, looking at the once beautiful flower that now seemed to have withered. There were many remnant souls and vengeful spirits that surrounded the entire world, turning it from a paradise into a living hell. Long Chen could feel the pain in the hearts of each and every one of these vengeful spirits. They are not willing to leave. They want revenge, but to the primeval troll, their strength is too low. When the eternal phantom demon had descended, most of the Flower Fairy race had been killed by a single flap of its wings. Their souls had been destroyed, and their bodies had been devoured. Therefore, most of the remnant souls of the dead had remained here. Because of their hatred, because of their anger, their ghosts lingered. They would forever surround the Flower Fairy tribe. They, Long Chen, sympathized with them. He walked in the air above the Flower Fairy tribe, and saw the angry gazes around him. They glared angrily in the direction of the eternal phantom demon, roaring angrily. Some cried, some roared, and some moved restlessly. Every Flower Fairy tribe was different. Everyone had their own story and loved ones. But they had all perished. That kind of pain was not something that Long Chen was willing to bear. Is there any way for me to save them? How can we be tormented for all eternity? Long Chen closed his eyes. When he had this desire in his heart, a green flame suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him. At the core of the green flame was a small ball condensed from 14 different colors. It was like life and fire. Chapter 3204. 14 Elements, plus the Emerald Flame. The flame was life force, and Long Chen saw an almost complete life. Burning, exuberant. Under the illumination of the flame, Long Chen saw the souls below. They also saw the flame, their eyes full of hope and desire stimulating Long Chen. If I can bring them back to life. Long Chen suddenly had this thought. Seems like it. Resurrection, he had the law of resurrection in the law of life, but he could only use it on one person at a time. At most, he could only save one person. Of course, from the beginning to the end, his resurrection was only used on fiend gods. I can definitely expand the power of resurrection, and expand the range. This thought was a kind of stimulation, spurring Long Chen to walk in this direction. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a huge possibility. Looking at all these living beings, Long Chen fell silent. This is definitely another rule. It's not just resurrection. You can't use resurrection techniques to think about these things. If he could realize it, he would definitely be able to transcend and resurrect the dead. The new, more powerful law of life, the Tai Chi lifeform's deeper understanding. If he could reach the level of the eternal vortex and the dead spirit blood rune, he would definitely be even more powerful. But there was no use in being anxious. Even though there were less than 20 days left until the date primeval troll had mentioned, Long Chen was still calm enough. He sat cross-legged in the void of the flower fairy realm, using the emerald flame in his heart to communicate with the billions of souls. He believed that this way, he would be able to come into contact with the true meaning of life. As long as the souls were not destroyed, life was not dead. Even the slightest remnant of a soul could be reborn. Lingxi and Mose had been reborn in this way. Of course, they all had certain conditions. For example, Lingxi relied on the strange Nine Heavens immortal fruit from the draconic right continent. What Long Chen wanted to do was use a law to give birth to billions of Nine Heavens immortal fruits for the sake of these billions of lives. He would reforge their bodies, perfect their remnant souls, and be reborn. Time passed, the myriad realms were deathly silent before the calamity. Long Chen calmly communicated with the billions of remnant souls, listening to their voices. Each soul spoke of their current desires, recounting their lives, and roaring the anger in their hearts. I don't want to die, I want to see a bigger world, I once hurt my sister, I want to apologize and repent, but there's no chance. Most of the time, they cried bitterly. During these days, Long Chen had heard countless voices. The cries, complaints, curses, and roars of billions of dead souls converged into a majestic song that reverberated in Long Chen's ears and revolved around that green flame. Millions upon millions of voices gathered together. Their common will was that they didn't want to die. They wanted to be reborn and fulfill their dreams. Long Chen listened to each and every one of their voices and gathered them together to form a song that was sometimes quiet and sorrowful, sometimes majestic and grand, like a powerful army. As the song circled around, it fused with the green flame in Long Chen's heart and made the flame truly come to life. The will of hundreds of millions of people crashed into it. Thus, a qualitative change occurred. The flame in his heart was expanding endlessly, transforming into millions upon millions of divine songs, majestic and boundless. The flame and the music actually fused together. This was something Long Chen had never imagined. I have to thank them. It was their anger and hatred that allowed me to possess the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. It was their common will to live that allowed me to feel this rule so deeply. That brand new rule had basically taken shape in Long Chen's heart. It came from the Life Tao seal. As long as Long Chen understood the essence of the rule, the legacy of the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon would allow him to become more familiar with the rule. That was why Long Chen had been able to comprehend it so quickly. It had a lot to do with the legacy of the Life Tao seal. Success. The joy in Long Chen's heart became the final note of the flame song. Its name is, the Life Echo Song. Long Chen could imagine, and he could guarantee, that the Life Echo Song was definitely on the same level as the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. It was the sublimation of the flame of life, the sublimation of resurrection. It would replace the flame of life, and it would have an even stronger regenerative effect. It would also respond to the desire of the hundreds of millions of people. It would burn together, allowing them to be reborn and return to the world they longed for. Long Chen had already done that. When he opened his eyes, the green flame that contained the other 14 colors had already surrounded the entire flower fairy realm. To the flower fairy realm, this was an incredible flame. A flower in the infinite realms had finally become a flame. Within the flame, not only were the souls of the dead, but also the power of life. It was so strong that the destroyed continent was still in the process of rebirth. It was like a time reversal that had swept through the entire world. But it was even more magnificent than the time reversal. This huge flame danced like a musical note. It was as if all the souls of the dead could hear the moving music. It was this music, this flame, that allowed them to be reborn one by one. This was unintentionally a call from the heavens. It was not without reason that Long Chen could become the supreme deity in the hearts of all the living beings in the infinite realms. Now, all the deities in the infinite realms had gathered together. In the hearts of all living beings, they had formed an entire system of gods and demons. Among them, Long Chen stood above all living beings. He was the true supreme deity. He was above the four rulers. In the entire infinite realms, he was a legend. Especially now, his flame of life, the melody of life, had turned into a dancing flame and swept through the flower fairy realm. This once beautiful flower had now returned to the world. It's the God Ancestor. The God Ancestor has descended. The God Ancestor has brought me back to life. In the movement of life, all the souls of the dead who had condensed their bodies in the flame could vaguely see Long Chen. Now, the people of the infinite realms had given Long Chen a new title. Of course, this was something that Long Chen could not refuse. In the eyes of mortals, ordinary deities were just titles. There were Divine Emperor, Divine King, Divine Emperor, and Divine Master. Above the ordinary Divine Master were the four rulers. As for the God Ancestor, it meant the ancestor of the gods. He was the leader of the gods, the supreme of the infinite realms. Hence, people called Long Chen the God Ancestor. Even in closed worlds, such as the spirit essence star sea, the entire infinite realms knew that a disaster had befallen the infinite realms. The deities led by the God Ancestor were fighting against the disaster. The melody of life was reviving every dead soul. Of course, if they died without leaving a trace, and even their remnant souls were devoured, Long Chen could do nothing about it. The range and power of the soul-circling melody of life depended on Long Chen's strength. For example, Long Chen could revive billions of lives, but the higher one's realm was, the more difficult it would be for a god-fiend to revive. Long Chen was overjoyed. The people of the flower fairy realm had given the infinite realms a good fortune. This was because the melody of life would inevitably play an unparalleled role in the battle of the infinite realms. Even most of the people who had died because of the brutal destruction of the primeval troll could be revived. There is always a way out. This was Long Chen's biggest emotion at the moment. He also realized that this was karma. The evil fruit planted by the primeval troll bore fruit for them, and good for Long Chen. The melody of life swept out. Countless dead souls condensed into embryos, and then rapidly grew, restoring everything that once belonged to them. It was equivalent to each person having a 9 heavens immortal fruit. As for their souls, they grew in the music and recovered from the fragmented souls to their complete selves. Not only were they reborn, but they were reborn. A miracle. One could only use the word miracle to describe this change in the flower fairy world. When Long Chen withdrew the flames of the resurrection song of life, a miracle was born. The flower celestial world once again glowed with a new luster. Those dead souls were all reborn in this miracle, returning to their world as they wished. Even Long Chen was shocked by such a grand occasion. This is the power of the ancestral dragon's rule. The eternal vortex, the dead spirit blood rune, the melody of life, all rely on a single rule, and are comparable to existences that have fused with my rules. As expected of the ancestral dragon who created the dragon sacrificial continent and ruled the infinite realms. Beautiful flowers were reborn. Long Chen's heart relaxed quite a bit. Of course, the 4 imperial lords were also aware of what was happening. Actually, everyone was paying close attention to what was happening. Now that Long Chen had succeeded, all of the gods and devils began to cheer. Thank you, God Ancestor. Death was like a nightmare. In this nightmare, every dead soul had felt as though they had come into contact with Long Chen. It was their voices that had converged into the melody of life. Now, Long Chen was incomparably dazzling in the starry sky. Even though they could not see Long Chen, the Flower Fairy tribe still appeared and knelt on the ground, sincerely thanking and worshipping Long Chen. Faith. Long Chen could feel the speed of the divine palace in his body increasing at an alarming rate. Countless Flower Fairy tribe members had formed a kind of faith in him. With their will of all living beings, Long Chen had even more faith and support. Such a situation gave Long Chen greater confidence in the future. Even though the primeval troll was about to descend, the sky-devouring tribe that had once destroyed the dragon sacrificial continent was gradually emerging, and the ultimate war of the infinite realms was about to erupt. Long Chen still had a monstrous fighting spirit. Calm down. He returned to the Tower of Time to familiarize himself and experience the higher profundities of the melody of life. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of his realm, he needed to strive for greater improvements in his rule. The Dead Spirit Blood Rune and the Melody of Life were already very fast, but Long Chen needed more. On this day, on the Ancestral Star, Emperor Skyheart, Ghost Chi's subordinate, contacted Long Chen directly. Long Chen, there are many primeval trolls descending on the Ancestral Star. There are 100,000 of them. Save us. Long Chen's eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 3205. It took Long Chen only a moment to travel from the Tower of Time to the Death World's core, then find the door to the Ancestral Star. I've killed the primordial progenitor and Ghost 7 is cultivating in the Tower of Time. Now, the Ancestral Star is only supported by the Sky-Heart Emperor. The Sky-Heart Emperor is only a primordial divine venerable in such a huge primordial incipient world. Now that the Ancestral Star was independent of the myriad worlds and had no experts guarding it, it was one of the things that Long Chen was most worried about. Hence, the Sky-Heart Emperor was constantly on guard. There were still 15 days until the primeval troll descended. Long Chen already felt that the primeval troll might not be on time, and sure enough, they had already marched into the Ancestral Star before then. Fortunately, the Myriad Worlds Bridge was completed, and they could reach the Ancestral Star instantly. When Long Chen received the news, Li Xuanji received it as well. She went into battle mode and began preparing for backup for Long Chen. After all, it was 100,000 primeval troll. They were at least God-Demon realm, or even stronger. How many experts were there, and whether it would be the primeval troll coming out in full force, was still unknown. The reaction of the myriad worlds was quick, and the four rulers were in position in no time. They're despicable. They snuck into the Ancestral Star and the 9 companion stars in human form and started killing at the same time. Although we noticed it, we couldn't react in time. What's their strength? They're all God-Demon realm and above. Most are demon monarchs and demon kings, and there are many demon emperors and demon lords. The strongest is probably a perfect realm demon lord. I saw it just now, but I don't know where it's hiding. The Sky-Heart Emperor quickly reported the situation. 100,000 primeval troll. Xuanji, pay attention to the myriad worlds' movements, and prevent them from creating a diversion. I'll deal with the Ancestral Star. From the Sky-Heart Emperor's words, the primeval troll was probably not all of the primeval troll's forces in the Ancestral Star. It could only be considered as a team that they were confident in destroying the Ancestral Star. If the progenitor was still here, they could fight to the death. But now that the progenitor was not here, and the battlefield was still on the Ancestral Star, there were naturally many casualties. In a short period of time, Long Chen appeared on the Ancestral Star. In an instant, the scene that he saw was a scene of chaos. Countless noises, roars, and collisions of battle swept across the entire place, filling the entire place. At the same time, blood-curdling screams could be heard. Countless souls were being born at every moment. The other party had taken human form and infiltrated their world, launching attacks at the same time. Even though it was only for an instant, it was still impossible to defend against. Moreover, there were too many of them, and all of them targeted mortals. In many places, it would take a certain amount of time for deities to arrive. On the ancestral planet, the quality of mortals was very high, and there were many reincarnation tribulations. Long Chen could see that there were at least 50,000 primeval troll on the homeworld. They were spread out, each of them destroying an area. There had never been so many primeval troll in front of Long Chen. Every one of them was wrapped in blood lines, and their eyes were the color of blood. They were filled with killing intent as they devoured and killed to their heart's content like desperados. Even if it was only for a short moment, they had killed many. Brothers and sisters, the time for revenge is almost here. Seeing so many primeval troll, Long Chen's eyes turned red. These were all evil creatures born from the bodies of mystical dragons, and they were a disgrace to Long Chen and the rest. At that moment, he opened his god kingdom. 15 dragon emperors led all the true mystical dragons out from Long Chen's god kingdom. 6 of them led their teams to stay on the ancestral star, while the other 9 dragon emperors quickly headed to other companion planets. It was too strenuous for Long Chen to deal with so many primeval troll alone. It would be difficult to kill all of them in a short period of time. This was war, and it was not Long Chen's business. He had moved the 9 companion stars and sent the teams led by each dragon emperor to the 9 companion stars to assist in the battle. Adding the power of the ancestral star itself, the combined power of the ancestral star was now twice that of the enemy. A warrior needed to be tested in battle. The countless mystical dragon armies had been lying dormant in Long Chen's god kingdom for too long. Now that they finally had the chance, they would definitely slaughter them. Otherwise, how would they deal with stronger enemies in the future? This was the mystical dragon army that belonged directly to Long Chen. Charge! It was time for revenge. The mystical dragon armies marched majestically into the 9 companion planets and the ancestral star. The primeval troll who were fighting with the gods and demons on the ancestral star looked up and saw the mystical dragons in the sky. The primeval troll had been silent for too long, and perhaps they had forgotten what it was that had appeared. Rumble. In an instant, the war broke out. The dragons, the giant demons, and the cursed tribe began to fight on the battlefield. Li Xuanji was mobilizing a certain amount of support in the infinite worlds. Actually, on the battlefield, the moment Long Chen arrived, he had already gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time before he killed his opponents. Hence, Li Xuanji did not dare to mobilize too many troops. What he needed to be more wary of was this side. In the God Kingdom, the mystical dragons who had held back their strength displayed their unparalleled effectiveness. They were like the nemesis of the primeval troll as they suppressed their opponents in all aspects. Of course, Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, and Long Chen were also helping. As long as there was a primordial realm ultimate god caught by them, they would be able to kill them. They were the real leaders of the battle. In Long Chen's eyes, the others would attack the demon lords, demon kings, and demon emperors. It was a good opportunity to train them. His targets were the ultimate gods and the great perfection realm demon venerable that the heavenly heart emperor saw. He was the leader. He could not escape Long Chen's eyes. This time, I must enter the demonic dragon ancient tomb. That was his real goal. Now that the divine dragon clan and the cursed tribe had the situation under control, the primeval troll fell one by one in the battle, and no matter how cruel and angry they were, their bodies were destroyed. However, if not for Long Chen's arrival, the ancestral planet would have suffered heavy casualties, and the ones being crushed would be the ancestral planet. When the other party was considering making a move, they probably did not consider that Long Chen would arrive at the ancestral planet at such a fast speed. That was why they ended up like this. Such a huge battle was the beginning of the battle. Life Resurrection Mantra. In an instant, a sea of emerald green flames with dancing flames engulfed the ancestral planet and the 9 companion planets. Long Chen had used his own strength and the Origin Dragon Palace to the limit to achieve such a result. The primeval troll was destroyed while the Divine Dragon Clan and the Cursed Tribe were reborn and formed a new fighting force. With the rapid addition of the Divine Dragons and the mortals on the ancestral planet, the casualties this time were far less than the Spirit Essence Star Sea and the Flower Fairy Domain. Xiao Lang, you will control the situation here. Try to make sure that none of the primeval troll escape. Those above the demon venerable level could open the demonic dragon tomb and leave, but it was difficult to control them. However, with Mo Xiaolang's current strength, as long as he caught up, they would not be able to escape. Alright. With him controlling the situation, there was nothing to lose. The battle on the ancestral planet ended just as quickly as it started. In the blink of an eye, less than 10,000 of the 100,000 primeval troll were left, and they were still dying. The entire ancestral planet and the 9 companion planets were now enveloped by Long Chen's life resurrection mantra. Looking at the endless sea of flames, the primeval troll only wanted to escape. Where do you think you're going? Lingxi used the space law, and in an instant, she and Long Chen arrived in front of the primeval troll. In Long Chen's vision, there was a skinny middle-aged man. He was the leader of the primeval troll's operation, and also the great perfection demon venerable that the Sky-Heart Emperor saw. What Long Chen saw was the second character among the primeval troll that was equivalent to the eternal phantom demon. Seeing Long Chen and Lingxi appear, the primeval troll did not say a word. In an instant, he transformed into a giant beast that was comparable to a companion planet in front of Long Chen. This giant beast was covered in green dragon scales, and the most eye-catching part was its pair of wings. It was simply huge, and countless storms instantly condensed on it. Scram! The storm erupted. This was the rule of the primeval troll. Rebirth / Before this storm could erupt, Long Chen broke it apart with a single sword strike. That sword chi pierced into the body of the primeval troll, instantly ripping out a huge bloody wound. Crushing. This primeval troll was named Storm Shadow Devil. He naturally recognized Long Chen. Long Chen easily injured him with a single move. Consider yourself powerful. The Storm Shadow Devil only said these 4 words before turning to flee. In front of him, the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb descended once more, and he was about to rush in. Honestly speaking, Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Silence incantation. Lingxi suddenly appeared beside the Storm Shadow Devil. Even Long Chen couldn't match up to Lingxi's speed in such a short period of time. Moreover, she also had the immemorial incantation. Under the effect of the silence incantation, no matter how fast the Storm Shadow Devil was, he still couldn't enter the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb. Lingxi was using her full strength, the Storm Shadow Devil didn't even have the time to speak. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Long Chen had already made his preparations. He had long wanted to enter the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb to take a look, so he cooperated with Lingxi. From the very beginning, Lingxi had been preparing the silence incantation, and at this moment, her attack succeeded. After succeeding, Lingxi returned to the death world. Be careful. Don't worry. Now that the situation in the ancestral star had stabilized, the primeval troll had all been killed, and not a single one had survived. Long Chen headed towards the open Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb. Passing by the Storm Shadow Devil, Long Chen imprinted a blood talisman on it. Goodbye. This was the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. In the past, the eternal phantom demon had died within it. However, no matter how afraid he was, the Storm Shadow Devil did not change in the slightest. He could only watch as the Death Spirit Blood Talisman imprinted itself on his head, and then, death descended. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman could only lead to death. Chapter 3206. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman gradually seeped into the Storm Shadow Demon's body, and the irreversible power of death entered the Storm Shadow Demon's body. Now, the top laws of slaughter had condensed the death, hatred, and will of many living beings. It was as if hundreds of millions of living beings were wielding divine weapons as they rushed into the Storm Shadow Demon's body. Even if each living being only destroyed a single particle of the Storm Shadow Demon's body, the hundreds of millions of deaths would be able to kill it in a very short period of time. No, no. The Storm Shadow Demon's final wish did not have any effect. He could only watch as Long Chen replaced him and entered the demonic dragon tomb. At the same time, the primeval troll suffered a crushing defeat in the Ancestral Star. Under the joint attack of the Divine Dragon Clan and the Ancestral Star Cursed Race, the primeval troll were annihilated one by one. Very few of them could escape. Ugh, at the last moment, the Storm Shadow Demon did not even have the chance to spread the news of the battle and Long Chen entering the demonic dragon tomb. He was directly annihilated in the starry sky. After the Storm Shadow Demon died, the door of the demonic dragon tomb closed automatically. On the Ancestral Star, under Mo Xiaolang's attack, the primeval troll who were above the demon venerable level had either died or escaped. The rest of the primeval troll who could not open the demonic dragon tomb were all killed while escaping. It was only a matter of time before they were all killed. Now that all the powerhouses had come out, even if the primeval troll transformed into a human and hid, they might not be able to escape the pursuit of the myriad worlds. No matter how one looked at it, this battle was a complete victory for the infinite realms. It could be considered as giving the primeval troll a show of strength. The victory in the first battle was indeed a piece of good news for the entire myriad worlds. Especially with the sweep of Long Chen's soul melody, the losses in this battle could be said to be very low. After the battle, the Ancestral Star was basically unscathed. Thank you. Seeing this scene, Ghost 7, who was still cultivating in the Tower of Time, could not help but feel moved. At the same time, she was also working hard to advance in the direction of the Ancestor Realm. The four rulers and Mo Xiaolang all knew that Long Chen had entered the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. They gathered once again in the Death World and did not disturb Long Chen. Instead, they waited for Long Chen's news. Everyone. Soon, Long Chen appeared in the Death Rain. I have already arrived at the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. In that Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, I can also open the Death Realm Dragon Gate and return here. From now on, as long as I establish many Death Realm Dragon Gates in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, we can enter the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb at any time. Amazing. The miracles of the life and death realms, the time tunnel, and so on caused the gods and demons of the myriad worlds to sigh in admiration. I'll go to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb first to investigate. I'll have to trouble everyone to keep an eye on this place. From now on, we can't relax even for a moment. We understand. In this way, Long Chen could rest assured and return to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. In reality, Long Chen had only just arrived at the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Before he could clearly see the world here, he had already activated the Death Realm Dragon Gate and returned. When he returned, he quickly changed his location, left behind a few more Death Realm Dragon Gates, and then did something extremely important. Myriad Devil Shadow. With the laws of change, he transformed into a primeval troll. Only by integrating into this place would they be able to move freely and find out more information. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy could one emerge victorious in every battle. The moment Long Chen entered this place, it meant that not only could the primordial great demons invade the myriad worlds, Long Chen and the others could also march into the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb. The primeval troll in his heart was naturally a demon. Moreover, he could more easily use and imitate the laws of time that the Era Demon was proficient in. Therefore, transforming into an Era Demon was what Long Chen was most confident about. In this Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, it belonged to the primeval troll's territory. Presumably, he would appear in the form of a primeval troll, so Long Chen directly transformed into an illusory era demon. That illusory and ferocious body appeared in this pitch-black dragon devil's ancient tomb. It was simply lifelike, whether it was the appearance or the interior, or even the details, it was no different from the era demon. If he transformed into another primeval troll, Long Chen wouldn't have much confidence. With the divine body of the era demon, Long Chen relaxed and carefully observed this hidden world. Although he had imagined it before, he was still a little shocked to see it with his own eyes. The dragon devil's ancient tomb was actually not complicated. This was indeed a world similar to the life and death realms. It was boundless, and all he could see now were black mountains, rugged and uneven. Some of them soared into the sky, as sinister as the claws of the primeval troll, spanning hundreds of millions of miles, like the backbone of the primeval troll. In the sky, there were endless black clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, all sorts of blood-colored symbols flickered, and ghost faces appeared one after another. Looking down from the clouds, one could see that between the black mountains of the dragon devil's ancient tomb, there were also blood-colored rivers that crisscrossed endlessly, like a blood net that covered this endless world. The cold wind roared and swept over, sweeping up the black sand and dust that filled the sky. It was as if a giant demon was sweeping between heaven and earth, whistling and attacking one's body. If it continued for a long time, it would cause a faint stabbing pain. The black clouds in the sky churned, and black raindrops mixed with the color of blood fell from the sky. The entire dragon devil's ancient tomb seemed to be raining cats and dogs at all times. In any case, what Long Chen saw at this moment was that the entire world was in the middle of a torrential rain. The black raindrops were as heavy as steel, and when they landed on the ground, they could create large craters, while the blood-colored raindrops gathered in the blood-colored river and flowed away. Within the clouds, there were also electric snakes roaring and rolling. Those electric snakes also had the appearance of a primeval troll, somewhat similar to the slender body of the demon Hua. This was a world of death, brutality, and malevolence. Those who pursued beauty would always have fluctuations and fear in their hearts when they came to this world, especially when the endless torrential rain poured down on their bodies like steel. As far as the eye could see, there was something else that deeply attracted Long Chen's attention. It could even be said that whether it was the torrential rain or the mountains, they were not the focus of the dragon devil's ancient tomb. This was the focus of the dragon devil's ancient tomb. It was the entire dragon devil's ancient tomb, the endless black ellipsoidal things. If nothing unexpected happened, these should all be a type of egg, the eggs of the primeval troll. Every egg had a different pattern, indicating that it was a different type. However, every single one of them had a terrifying aura. The big one surpassed Long Chen's current body, and the small ones were only the size of a thumb. However, without exception, on every egg, there was a layer of light membrane, and on top of it, there were blood-colored symbols that were like clouds in the sky. They were constantly changing, and like shackles, they wrapped around the giant egg. This should be the seal that the sky-devouring clan gave to the primeval troll. It's like a fence that traps a pack of wolves. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with these giant eggs. Most of the giant eggs were still sealed here, but Long Chen saw that a small portion of them, about a few hundred or so giant eggs, were broken. This meant that the sealed primeval troll had already appeared from within. Back then, the group of primeval troll that the era demon brought should be the first batch to break out of the giant egg. However, it was certain that the vast majority of the primeval troll were still sealed. What Long Chen saw now, was not even 1,000th of the entire giant egg, or even a 10,000th of it. Also, behind every giant egg, there would be a pitch-black stone tablet. According to the size of the giant egg, the size of the stone tablet was also different. Basically, its height was the same as the giant egg. On this stone tablet, blood-colored symbols circulated, competing with the light membrane on the giant egg to shine. It should also have a suppressive effect. In addition, on the stone tablet, Long Chen saw some carvings. Exploding Flame Demon, Greenwood Demon, Empyrean Winged Sea Demon, Star King Demon, Supreme Life Demon. It was like the tombstone of the primeval troll, with their names engraved on it. No wonder this place was called the Dragon Demon Ancient Tomb. In fact, this was the goal of the primeval troll. It was just that now, the primeval troll had a chance to break out of the tomb. There are so many of them. If I start destroying now, how many primeval troll can I destroy? This thought appeared in Long Chen's mind. If he could kill them all before they woke up, that would be great. However, he also realized, the Sky-Devouring clan has set a seal on them. If I were to destroy it, first of all, the effort needed to destroy a giant egg would probably be greater than killing a giant demon. Secondly, such a change might also attract the attention of the Sky-Devouring clan. After all, the awakening of the three great ancestor fiends and my destruction are fundamentally different. Thinking of this, Long Chen temporarily put away this thought. His biggest goal in coming here was to obtain information about the war. After putting away this thought, he flapped his illusory wings and flew above the countless giant eggs. In different locations, he left behind many Death Realm dragon gates, so that it would be convenient for him to return and return. As expected, they are in a deep sleep. Long Chen landed and stopped in front of a giant egg. He looked at the patterns on the giant egg and felt a little shocked. These were the creatures created by the divine dragons devoured by the giant divine beasts. They originally had an important mission, but they were sealed and had to go through the torment of time for an epoch. It was no wonder that the Era Sky Demon hated the Sky-Devouring clan. I wonder how many of the primeval troll know the truth about the Sky-Devouring clan. Do all of them know, or only some of the higher-ups know? This question, he had to test it out to find out. Long Chen turned in front of the giant eggs. Among them, he even met a Demon King Realm primeval troll. When he saw Long Chen, he immediately retreated far away to show his respect to Long Chen. Chapter 3207. After wandering around the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb for half a day, Long Chen could vaguely see through the torrential rain through the endless pitch-black clouds and mist. He could vaguely see three incomparably huge mountains around him. Those three mountains were like three giant dragons that rose from the ground and charged into the sky. They were the largest devil claws in the entire Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. 3. Could this number be the key to this Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb, the so-called three ancestral devils? Long Chen knew that his guess was most likely correct. There was no mistake. These three locations are probably the gathering places of the awakened primeval troll. I'll go take a look. His own strength was comparable to an ancestral devil, and he had three worlds that he could escape from at any time. Naturally, he did not need to worry about his life and death. He was only worried that he would be exposed too quickly and not have enough time to gather enough information. Therefore, he flapped his huge wings and headed towards one of the mountain peaks. This Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. It's filled with the aura of disaster, eerie and painful. If it's the world of a certain ancestral dragon, then it must be the world of the universe desolate calamity dragon. Only a world that belonged to him would be like this. As he advanced, Long Chen suddenly discovered that he had encountered a primeval troll team, and it was not a weak one at that. At the same time that he discovered the other party also discovered him. In an instant, about 20 primeval troll changed directions and quickly headed in Long Chen's direction. Could it be that I've been exposed? Long Chen could not help but feel puzzled. He could feel that the other party seemed to be somewhat menacing. Very quickly, more than 20 gigantic beasts descended in front of Long Chen. All of them were primeval troll, and there were all kinds of them. Long Chen's eyes instantly locked onto three of them. In this team, the weakest was a primeval troll at the Demon King level. There were quite a few demon emperors, but the strongest two were at the level of the primordial realm demon sovereigns. Although to Long Chen, his cultivation level was considered weak, he was currently in the form of an epic sky demon, so he should show respect to these two demon sovereigns. What a coincidence! One of the demon lords was the eternal demon that Long Chen was very familiar with. From his aura, Long Chen could tell that this eternal demon looked similar to Ji Yuan's Sky Devil, but his elemental rules were completely different. It was Shenjun. Shenjun was here. Naturally, Ji Taishu, who was now in the Demon Emperor realm, was also here. He was a minor devil emperor. These were two of the three existences that Long Chen had locked onto. The third one was another demon lord. Moreover, Long Chen had seen it before. Judging from its huge, strong, and battle-hungry body, this primeval troll was the war demon that Long Chen had fought several times. Of course, that war devil had already died in battle. This was another war devil, a war devil of the Tai deity realm. This team was led by demonic sovereign Shenjun and war devil. They shouldn't be able to see that I'm Long Chen. But why are they in such a hurry? Could it be that there's something wrong with the identity of the epic heavenly demon? Long Chen soon realized. This was his mistake. He had thought that the epic heavenly demon was just an ordinary member of this team and would not attract any attention. He did not expect it to be like this. Now, he could only adapt to the situation. Epic heavenly demon, you're finally back. Demonic sovereign Shenjun did not speak, but the war devil was furious. Its huge demon claw suddenly reached out and instantly caught Long Chen in its hand. The epic heavenly demon that Long Chen had transformed into was less than a third of its original size. Naturally, it surrendered obediently. However, Long Chen was still observing. When I fought the epic heavenly demon, it was in the death rain. Not many people know about it. It should be difficult for Shenjun to know about it. Therefore, Shenjun is not familiar with me. Just take care of this war devil. Tell me, where did you take Wuxia? Back then, the few of you were lucky to escape and left this place together. Since then, there has been no news of you. Don't tell me that Wuxia is already dead. Wuxia. Judging from the fact that the opponent was a war devil, the Wuxia he mentioned should be the war devil that accompanied the epic heavenly demon. It seemed that the opponent was angry because of the war devil of his own race. Long Chen thought for a while and said, "Don't you know? Wuxia was killed by the current supreme expert of the myriad realms, a person called Long Chen. Now, I'm the only one left. Dead." The war devil suddenly exerted force. The body of the epic heavenly demon, Long Chen, was almost distorted. Are you saying that demon Hua Ji Shi is also dead? The war devil's expression became extremely ferocious. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. From the look in its eyes, Long Chen could tell that if he said that demon Hua had also died in battle, the war devil would probably tear him apart. Could it be that demon Hua was more important to the war devil than Wuxia? This question was not easy to answer. Long Chen paused for a moment. Sure enough, at this time, the war devil smashed him hard on the ground and roared, "Trash, do you know that there are only 2 demon Hua in the demonic dragon tomb now? Apart from Ji Shi, there is only Ancestor Hua. You really have the guts to take Ji Shi away. When Ancestor Hua wakes up, you will know what is called miserable." Ancestor Hua. Could this be one of the 3 great ancestor demons? Demon Hua actually had such a powerful background. After becoming Demon Hua, Soi Eon reached the peak of the perfection realm of Demon King. Later, she improved and reached the Demon Emperor realm, but it seemed that her potential was not great. Long Chen was thinking of ways to make her stronger. No, we can't wait until Ancestor Hua wakes up. If I don't kill you now, Ancestor Hua will only be angrier when she sees you. The war devil said coldly. Wait. Long Chen flew up from the ground and hurriedly said, Ji Shi is not dead. She was imprisoned by Long Chen, but Long Chen did not kill her. We can still find Ji Shi. Is that so? Don't lie to me, the war devil said. Absolutely not. If he attacked now, this trip would be wasted, so Long Chen endured. Fortunately, Soi Eon did not do much after the fiend god Buzhou Mountain. Moreover, she was not conspicuous in Long Chen's team, so no one noticed her existence. In that case, I will bring you to see Ancestor Hua. You can tell her the details personally. You have to be careful, the team sent to the ancestral star was completely annihilated, and now the 3 ancestor demons are angry. If you don't behave, this lowly life of yours will be gone. Alright. Being able to meet the 3 ancestor demons was a test for Long Chen, but it was also a chance to obtain more information. Long Chen had long wanted to meet the ancestor demons. With the war devil's introduction, it was naturally better. Let's go. Under the war devil's lead, the team headed towards one of the mountain peaks. They did not move quickly, and Long Chen followed silently. When he looked up, one of the primeval troll came to his side. It was Ji Taishu, the Empyrean demon. Long Chen's old rival. Were you the first to escape from here? Ji Taishu seemed very curious about him. That's right. Long Chen did not show too much enthusiasm for the moment, lest he arouse suspicion. He had made a mistake when using the Eye of Wishes previously, so he would use it cautiously now. Ji Taishu said, I seem to have heard of your name in the myriad worlds. You seem to have a grudge with Long Chen, but you were defeated in the end. I thought you died in battle. It can only be considered a lucky survival. Ji Taishu nodded and said, I heard that you are the only epic sky fiend among so many primeval troll, so you are quite special. Furthermore, there is a great chance for you to grow. In terms of realm, you are slightly stronger than me. If you can survive this time, we can become friends. The father and son had just arrived at the demonic dragon ancient tomb, so it seemed like they had to try their best to build a good relationship. It just so happened that Long Chen could understand everything about this place through his mouth. He thought for a moment and said, I just returned here and heard that the primeval troll is going to attack the myriad worlds, and the 3 ancestor devils are about to awaken. Is that true? Ji Taishu nodded his head proudly and said, Of course it's true. However, this is all thanks to my father and I. It was my father who mistakenly entered this place and accidentally destroyed a difficulty that the 3 ancestor devils had been trying to overcome for a long time, allowing the 3 ancestor devils to gather their strength together and pull it together. With the current situation, in about 10 days, the 3 ancestor devils will collide together and awaken together. After that, the 3 ancestor devils will awaken, and all the primeval troll will be reborn and escape this sealed world, a weak world, a dead world. Torrential rain, blood everywhere, this was a world that even the primeval troll hated. You guys have done a great job. So it was all because of the father and son duo. No wonder the primeval troll would make such a commotion. If he had known earlier, Long Chen would have killed them a long time ago. However, it seemed that when Shen Jun barged in, Long Chen wasn't even born yet. Of course. Moreover, now that we have become primeval troll, when we conquer the myriad worlds in the future, we will have even more resources. The myriad worlds are secondary, but there are no resources in the vast territory. All of the resources are in the primal chaos god realm and the 6 isolated origin worlds. That is our true goal. The myriad worlds were their territory, and the other origin worlds were the resources they wanted. The demonic dragon ancient tomb was simply too barren. There was no spiritual energy at all. Here, no matter how strong an existence was, it would be infinitely weakened. There are still 6 origin worlds. Long Chen didn't expect there to be so many. Ji Taishu said, That's right, there are 6. Moreover, the demonic dragon ancient tomb has passageways that lead to these 6 worlds. As long as the ancestral devil wakes up, we can attack these 6 worlds at any time and destroy everything in them one by one. Of course, the first target is still the myriad worlds. We have to attack the myriad worlds, first obtain a huge territory, use it as a base camp, improve ourselves, and then surround and destroy the primal chaos god realm. At that time, we will be strong enough to clean them up one by one. This was their goal. Just knowing this made it worth it to come here. At least they knew that the myriad worlds was the first target of the primeval troll. Then, it could be understood that the primeval troll against the myriad worlds was the weakest primeval troll. Chapter 3208. Therefore, the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. In particular, as long as he could get the help of the Chaos Gods, the 3 great ancestor fiends would not seem to be a big deal. More than 20 perfected fiend supremacies would not be considered too many either. Long Chen easily killed 2 of them. Ji Taishu was not on guard against him. When Long Chen was thinking carefully, he asked again, "It seems that there are quite a few experts in the myriad worlds, such as Long Chen and the Chaos God Lord. Are we confident?" Ji Taishu laughed coldly and said, "Don't worry, there is definitely a way. The 3 ancestor devils have a way to deal with them, and I heard that there are still parts of the dragon devil ancient tomb that we do not know about. It is said that those parts will have even stronger existences in our primeval troll, but they are in a deeper sleep and might not wake up. Moreover, as long as it is a demon venerable or above, they can return from the dragon devil ancient tomb at any time, saving a lot of effort. In the future, the 3 ancestor devils will leave behind the dragon devil ancient tomb's door in the entire myriad worlds." Long Chen remembered everything the other party said. It seems that the dragon devil ancient tomb is indeed the same as my life and death realm. However, the dragon devil ancient tomb can allow many primeval troll to open and return, but it seems that it cannot leave the rules of the death realm dragon gate in place, so it is impossible to return to a place. However, the 3 ancestor devils seem to be able to do so. This was what Long Chen had deduced from the other party's words. Long Chen was just about to ask where the passageway to the other origin world was when the demonic emperor suddenly turned around and said, "Taishu, come back." Perhaps it was because he had heard the conversation between Long Chen and Ji Taishu that he felt that Ji Taishu was too ostentatious. This was the dragon devil ancient tomb, not his great desolate emperor realm. It was not a place where he could make decisions. Yes. Ji Taishu returned in embarrassment. As such, no one paid attention to Long Chen along the way, and Long Chen did not take the initiative to talk to others. That way, it would be easier for him to be exposed. He was about to meet Ancestor Hua, one of the 3 ancestor devils. Long Chen wanted to see what the situation was with this so-called ancestor devil. They did not speak along the way. Countless giant eggs swept past under his feet. Blood rain poured down endlessly. Mist filled the air, and the sky darkened. The only thing that could be heard was the eerie roar of thunder between heaven and earth. Every time it flickered, it was blindingly bright. After passing through countless mountains and enduring their slow speed, they finally saw a huge mountain peak clearly. Above the pitch-black mountain peak, there was a pitch-black vortex in the clouds. Within the vortex, Long Chen could vaguely see an egg that was as large as an origin ore, trapped in that position by layers of seals. There were strange and sinister patterns on the huge egg. The snake-shaped patterns were vivid and lifelike, as if there really were all sorts of venomous snakes coiled around the huge egg. As they approached the huge mountain peak, someone stopped Long Chen's team. It was another group of primeval troll. There were hundreds of them, and most of them were powerhouses, basically at the Demon Emperor realm or above. The ones who stopped Long Chen's team were 2 demon sovereigns at the Perfection realm. They were on the same level as the Eternal Phantom Demon and the Storm Shadow Demon. Their strength was extraordinary and incomparably huge. In front of these two primeval troll, Long Chen's team was like a child. If there's nothing, don't come and disturb Ancestor Hua. One of the primeval troll, who was covered in gold and had a divine body of steel, shouted with a mechanical voice. This was Primordial Gold Demon. This is the Epic Demon. He was the first to leave the Dragon Devil ancient tomb and went to the myriad worlds. He took away Demon Hua Jishi. Now that he has news of Jishi, he wants to inform Ancestor Hua. That's why we brought him here. Demon Hua. The Primordial Gold Demon glanced at Long Chen. To them, it was difficult to imagine that Long Chen was an impostor, so they let him pass. Of course, they followed Long Chen and arrived at the foot of Ancestor Hua's mountain peak. Ancestor Hua is working hard to destroy the seal with the other two ancestor demons. We can't disturb them and can only wait for Ancestor Hua to find us. Yes. With that, everyone could only stay in that position and wait. In that place, everyone was quiet. Even Ji Taishu did not dare to say a word. In just a short while, the giant egg in the sky above the mountain peak moved. Long Chen was currently in the state of Epic Demon, so he only displayed the Epic Demon's level. Otherwise, he would naturally know that Ancestor Hua was watching him with his own ability. Just by looking at it, Long Chen knew that the primeval troll was more powerful than he imagined. It was at least an ultimate god and might have been stronger countless years ago. Of course, she was still in a sealed state and probably could not display any of her abilities. What's the matter? On top of the mountain peak, a female voice that seemed to originate from the ancient era sounded. It was gentle and vast, possessing a type of calming power that could make any archaic great devil calm down and listen to her words. The Primordial Gold Demon said, Ancestor Hua, this is the Epic Demon. He was the first to escape and leave this place. He was also the one who took away Demon Hua Jishi. Now that he has returned to the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, it's said that he has news of Jishi. Oh, how is it? Ancestor Hua asked. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Long Chen. Long Chen looked a little nervous and said, Ancestor Hua, I fought with Long Chen previously and Jishi was taken captive. She is still with Long Chen. We will invade the myriad realms. Ancestor Hua can defeat Long Chen and save Jishi. The primeval troll seemed to take care of their own kind and called each other brothers and sisters. They were all from the divine demon beasts, so there was no father-son relationship. For example, the war demon next to him was very close to Wuxia. The former eternal phantom demon, Huan Ri, Huan Yu, and the two chaos demons were the same. Ancestor Hua thought for a moment and said, I understand. Although you are the only epic demon and your bloodline is precious, leaving the Dragon Devil ancient tomb without permission and ignoring your companions is a serious crime. I will punish you. I will punish you to enter this vortex of suffering for 100,000 years before you can come out. Long Chen's heart trembled. He reacted quickly and said, Ancestor Hua, 100,000 years. By that time, the primeval troll will have already conquered the myriad realms. What's the use of me coming out then? Ancestor Hua, I have a grudge against the myriad realms and that Long Chen. I would rather die in battle and be the vanguard than be imprisoned. I hope Ancestor Hua can fulfill my wish. Long Chen's performance was not bad. Ancestor Hua hesitated for a moment and said, All right, when the primeval troll army gathers, I will give you an important mission so that you can make up for your mistakes. Thank you, Ancestor Hua. It seemed like he had concealed it. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he stayed here, even though it would only be a dozen or so days, he would at least be able to obtain a lot of information. For example, what Long Chen wanted to know the most was where the passageways to the other 6 worlds were. If he could unite them, the primeval troll would naturally be easy. Leave with me. Don't disturb Ancestor Hua. The war demon gave the order and the demons followed. Long Chen was also in this group. Right now, the one who was most willing to talk to him was Ji Taishu. Of course, he couldn't let him go. At this moment, Long Chen's gaze shifted to the other side and saw someone he was familiar with. She hurried over and saw Long Chen at a glance. You. The one who came was actually Emperor Sakya. Shui Blue Mist. She was almost brought into the death world by Long Chen and then escaped. She was just a demon king and didn't have much status here. Not many people paid attention to her. After returning here, she knew that Era Skyfian's behavior was not right. She also knew that if she revealed her experience, she would get into trouble, so she kept a low profile. However, she didn't expect that she would see Long Chen pass by nearby. At first, she thought she was seeing things. She had inquired about the battle that day. Era Skyfiend was sucked into the death world by Long Chen, and then Long Chen obtained the death world. Now, Era Skyfiend had died in battle. Others might not be familiar with Era Skyfiend, but she was. Therefore, when their eyes met, Long Chen was indeed shocked. It was precisely this shock that allowed Shui Lanyan to grasp it. He's not Era Skyfiend. He's a fake. Shui Blue Mist pointed at Long Chen and sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? Scram. The war demon couldn't be bothered to deal with this person blocking its way. To a demon lord like them, a demon king level primordial giant devil was nothing more than a small fry. Because the seal itself was weak, there were many that had escaped ahead of time. Since they didn't have any specific missions to fight, they were still wandering around. He's not Era Skyfiend. He's Long Chen. Long Chen has transformation rules. He was transformed by Long Chen. Even if you turn to ash, I'll still recognize you, Long Chen. Shui Blue Mist was still the same. She was the city lord of the wronged, Emperor Sakya was her, and Shui Blue Mist was also her. She had once been Long Chen's most terrifying enemy. So there's a problem. Before War Demon, Regal Demon, and Primordial Gold Demon could respond, Ancestor Hua's voice came. Clearly, Ancestor Hua would understand what Shui Blue Mist had said. I didn't expect to see you here for the first time. Ancestor Hua's huge egg suddenly flashed, and a huge eye appeared. The eye was like a black hole, swallowing everything around it. Now that his identity had been completely exposed, it was impossible to get any more information. But most importantly, the three ancestor fiends had not fully awakened. There was no one in the demonic dragon ancient tomb who could stop him. That's right, it's me. Long Chen calmly transformed back to himself, causing Ji Taishu, Shen Jun, and the others to turn pale. Of course, if Primeval Troll had such a thing as a face. Shui Blue Mist, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I won't die so easily. Shui Blue Mist said coldly. Is that so? Chapter 3209. In fact, Long Chen had already thought of it. The three ancestral demons were still trapped and most of the primeval troll were still trapped in the seal. On the ancestral star, hundreds of thousands of primeval troll had been destroyed. At least not many primeval troll could be seen in Long Chen's field of vision. There were two perfect realm ultimate gods around Long Chen, War Demon, Shen Jun, Ji Taishu, Shui Lanyan, and the others. Long Chen hated the traitors even more. He's Long Chen. The surrounding primeval troll were stunned after his identity was exposed. He was rumored to be the most difficult person to deal with in the myriad worlds. From the moment Long Chen's identity was exposed to the moment he decided to attack without mercy, everything happened in a split second. At that moment, his biggest reliance, the Origin Dragon Palace, had protected him. The integration with the Origin Dragon Palace brought Long Chen a surge of creation divine power. The creation divine power and Origin Dragon essence swept across, giving Long Chen the ability to stand at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. He had once defeated the chaotic Lord God and had returned. His return was a massacre. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen used his first nomological law, the eternal vortex. As soon as the eternal whirlpool erupted, all of the primordial great demons on the mountain peak, who had yet to react, were under the control of the eternal whirlpool. Long Chen's time law had long reached an incredible state and his control over the eternal whirlpool was beyond what it used to be. Even if there were many primeval troll or even perfect realm ultimate gods trapped in the eternal whirlpool, Long Chen could still control the speed of time. Apart from himself who was considered normal, the others were completely trapped in the chaos. Some of the Demon King level primeval troll were basically unable to move. He made eye contact with the pitch-black eyes of Ancestor Hua, who was high up on the mountain peak. Even though her eyes contained a huge impact, it was naturally not enough to break through the defense of the Origin Dragon Palace. No matter what, the ones he had to kill as soon as possible were definitely the strongest among them, the primordial gold demon and the other demon lord of the perfection realm. Long Chen had locked onto them from the very beginning. Endless life and death tribulations. The primordial dragon sword erupted and 3 types of rules fused within it, gathering multiple powers. Endless images of divine dragons swirled around the sword. Long Chen thrust the sword forward and the boundless power of life and death calamity erupted, rushing towards one of the ultimate gods. Under the eternal whirlpool, that hierarch could not escape or retreat at all. He could only watch as Long Chen attacked. The boundless life and death tribulations nomological laws surpassed everything and attacked his body. Puchi. The boundless life and death tribulation was like a giant beast that pierced into his body. It swept up the opponent's own power and expanded infinitely, completely destroying his body. Long Chen did not use much time to do that. At the same time, the primordial gold demon had already broken free from the eternal whirlpool and was desperately escaping. He even used his partner next to him as a shield. Ancestor Hua, save me. The primordial gold demon fled in panic and howled miserably. He saw with his own eyes an existence similar to him being defeated by Long Chen with a single move. Now, he was being invaded by the nomological laws and imprisoned by the eternal whirlpool. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Even the primordial golden demon, which was known for its tough defense, did not have the slightest confidence that it would be able to withstand that rule. He could already feel that this was a crazy rule that was boundless. It went against the flow, and its power would increase infinitely during the attack. Having experienced Long Chen's terror, the primordial gold demon fled frantically with all his might. I've finally come back to life. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In his heart, surviving and attacking the myriad realms was an extremely strong desire. For that, he called out 10,000 times in an attempt to rush out of this place. Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. However, at this moment, he felt that he was being targeted. It wasn't by Long Chen, but by a nomological law. A nomological law that could make anyone's hair stand on end. An intense murderous aura shrouded the top of the primordial gold demon's head. Like maggots on bones, he couldn't get rid of it. The primordial gold demon looked back in horror. A red light crossed an endless distance like a nightmare. In the eyes of primeval troll, it was no longer a red light, but a bloody beast that was 10 times larger than him. It was a beast of death. Ancestor Hua, save me. Save me. The primordial gold demon screamed, but he didn't know that in the eternal whirlpool, time was still under Long Chen's control. It was even more impossible for him to escape from the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. Wang. The Dead Spirit Blood Talisman fused into his body of steel. Done. the two top-notch perfection realm demon sovereigns could kill a few of them. They could save billions of lives in the myriad realms. The endless life and death tribulations were still manageable, but the dead spirit blood talisman was something that no one could survive. Therefore, Long Chen quickly changed his target. His next target was naturally the traitors. Shen Jun and Ji Taishu. They were the ones who had caused the greatest destruction to the myriad realms. If not for them, the myriad realms wouldn't have suffered from the primeval troll's calamity. Long Chen hated the two of them the most. At that moment, they met Long Chen's eyes. The coldness in Long Chen's eyes and the intense murderous intent in them made it hard for Shen Jun and Ji Taishu to breathe. The problem was that it was difficult for the two of them to escape in the eternal whirlpool. The only thing they could do was to desperately call for help from Ancestor Hua, hoping that she could save them. At that moment, they were on the verge of tears. Ancestor Hua, please, hurry. In fact, Long Chen knew that it wouldn't be easy for Ancestor Hua to stop Long Chen now that she was trapped in the seal. What Long Chen wanted to do this time was to destroy all the primeval troll's hopes and kill all the awakened primeval troll, so that the three ancestor fiends wouldn't be able to awaken. Shen Jun had to die. Long Chen, don't be like this. We can talk things over. Don't attack first. No matter what you want, I can agree to it now. Shen Jun said while trembling. In fact, his main goal was to buy some time. Of course, his fear was real. Back in the Great Emperor's heaven, the two of them were very arrogant in front of Long Chen. They worshipped the primeval troll's occupation of the infinite worlds and how their status would change. They didn't expect that in such a short time, they could only tremble in front of Long Chen. However, no matter what they said, Long Chen's sword didn't stop at all. No! Shen Jun let out an earth-shattering scream of despair. He stared at Long Chen with widened eyes, but even so, he couldn't stop Long Chen's killing. This is the price of betrayal. Whoosh! To kill Shen Jun, Long Chen only needed a rebirth slash. Before the rebirth slash reached him, Shen Jun roared, but he was still disintegrated by the power of the rules, turning into fragments that drifted in the air. No! Ji Taishu's eyes widened. This was the only thing he could do. In the eternal whirlpool, he couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the person closest to him turned into ashes in front of his eyes. Don't regret it. It's your turn. After taking care of Shen Jun, Long Chen turned his attention to Ji Taishu. He was once his opponent, but now, killing him was as easy as blowing a breath. Ah! Ji Taishu was so scared that his face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling. Moments ago, he had been immensely proud of himself, but in the blink of an eye, disaster had descended upon him, a nightmare. To Ji Taishu, it was as if the entire sky had collapsed. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He and Shen Jun were people who deserved to die. The souls of the Flower Fairy realm and the Spirit clan were related to these two. It wasn't easy to come here, so he naturally had to destroy them. One sword. However, right at this moment, the eternal whirlpool that Long Chen controlled suddenly underwent a huge change. This was the change of the entire Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Suddenly, the space in front of Long Chen changed, and whirlpools appeared in front of him. A wave of energy from the entire Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb suppressed Long Chen's body, and instantly pushed Long Chen out. Whoosh! Although it was a force that did not have any killing power, it directly pushed Long Chen out of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Depressing. Long Chen didn't even need to look to know that he had been sent out of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Ancestor Hua was the controller of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Although she was sealed and her reaction was a little slow, she was able to change the space of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb and force Long Chen out. This meant that her control over the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb was even stronger than Long Chen's control over the life and death realms. Right now, Long Chen was near the ancestral star. He almost killed Ji Taishu as well. However, if you can let me out once, can you let me out twice? He still had the Death Realm Dragon Gate in the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. The moment he came out, Long Chen immediately returned to the Death Realm and found the few doors that led to the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Just as he was about to enter, something that made Long Chen even more depressed happened. Those few Death Realm Dragon Gates had actually been wiped out. I never thought that these 3 ancestor devils would be so powerful. Not only did they directly send me out, they even wiped out the Death Realm Dragon Gate that I left in the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. From the beginning until now, no one has ever been able to wipe out the Death Realm Dragon Gate. In this way, if Primeval Troll did not attack the myriad worlds again before the 3 ancestor devils completely escaped, it would basically be impossible for Long Chen to enter. It seemed that the plan to destroy the rebirth of the 3 ancestor devils would not be able to be carried out. The clues were cut off. At the very least, the harvest this time was to kill 2 Perfection Realm Demon Sovereigns and kill Shen Jun. With that thought in mind, he felt much better. Forget it. Since it's a calamity, it won't be so easy to avoid it. I'd better focus on preparing for the real battle in 10 days. At that time, it'll be time to confront the 3 ancestor devils. Now that his chaotic divine marshal had become an ultimate god, Long Chen was actually very confident. Especially after the Death Realm Central Hub was constructed, everyone was now ready to fight to the death and was just waiting for that day to come. Chapter 32:10. If he had not entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time, a dozen days would have passed in a split second. Now, all the arrangements of the myriad worlds were in place. The victory of the ancestral star had given the people of the myriad worlds great confidence. Now was the time when everyone's fighting spirit was at its peak. 100,000 primeval troll were killed one after another. With the help of Long Chen, the ancestral star suffered very little loss. Furthermore, there was the soul melody of life, which was simply a masterpiece in the world. Because of this, Long Chen's name as the god ancestor spread across the world, and he became the spiritual pillar of countless people. Long Chen felt that his god palace was still increasing rapidly. More and more people began to believe in him and provide him with the wish power of all living beings. The more the wish power of all living beings was, the faster Long Chen's battle strength would recover when he fought. Indeed, the myriad worlds had fallen into a dead silence. Everyone was looking at the world outside the sky nervously, in case the primeval troll suddenly appeared. No matter what world it was, there was only nervous eyes and heavy breathing. Primeval troll would only bring destruction. The Dragon Demon Ancient Tomb. The endless black mountains were like tens of thousands of demonic claws. Blood flowed like rivers, spreading across the boundless territory. Black clouds tumbled in the sky, lightning crackled, and a torrential rain of blood fell, bathing the entire world in this boundless curtain of rain. As the lightning streaked across the sky, countless ferocious giant eggs could be seen among the mountains and valleys. Behind each giant egg was a tombstone, and on the pitch-black tombstones, blood rain slid down the cold stone slabs, as if there were ferocious faces flashing in them. Beside one of the rivers of blood, a young man knelt there, letting the blood rain wash over his body. He clenched his fists tightly, his veins bulging, and his eyes were filled with suffocating hatred. Long Chen, I swear, I, Ji Taishu, will make you die a miserable death. I will make you lose everything and suffer for eternity. I must avenge you. He was like this because Long Chen had killed Shen Jun. Ji Taishu raised his head. In his field of vision, the 3 huge mountain peaks around him were fluctuating in the torrential rain. It seems like it's time. A cold smile appeared on Ji Taishu's face. It was as if he could already smell death. He could imagine the scene of countless weak lives entering the mouth of a primeval troll like ants. We, the primeval troll race, will eventually occupy the infinite worlds. Otherwise, there will be no point in us living. When Ji Taishu finished his last word, the entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb finally began to undergo an unprecedented change under the expectant gazes of all the surviving primeval troll. 6 rays of light. Every mountain peak and every egg that belonged to an ancestral fiend instantly emitted 2 blinding beams of light that they had never seen before. They were pitch black but extremely intense. 2 rays of light instantly pierced into the giant eggs on the other 2 mountain peaks. The giant eggs on the other 2 mountain peaks also emitted 2 beams of light, piercing towards the other 2. The 6 beams of light formed a huge triangle, with the 3 giant eggs as the 3 points of the triangle. Ancestral Fiend. In an instant, all the primeval troll prostrated themselves on the ground in shock. Even Ji Taishu had turned into an emperor devil and prostrated himself beside the river of blood. Not far from him, Emperor Sakya demon Shui Lan Yen, who had luckily survived, was also the same. The moment of change had arrived. Under the pull of the 6 rays of light, the 3 ancestral fiends began to loosen up on the mountain peaks. At the beginning, their movements were very small, but it could be seen that each of the giant eggs was pulling the other 2. The result would be that the 3 giant eggs would collide fiercely. All the primeval troll knew in their hearts that this was the true goal of the 3 ancestral fiends. The only way to break their seal. Right now, the 6 rays of light were actually like the arms of the giant eggs, pulling the other 2. When all of their power exploded, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was in an incomparably tragic turmoil. Large numbers of mountains collapsed, large numbers of giant eggs were submerged, and the monstrous rain of blood became even more majestic. Boom boom boom. The entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Bang! 3 consecutive loud sounds rang out. Under the expectant gazes of all the primeval troll, the 3 giant eggs finally broke away from their original mountain peaks. After they broke away, the 3 mountains that were as large as continents shattered one after another, turning into countless boulders that fell from the sky. It was likely that quite a few primeval troll would be smashed to pieces. However, to the large number of primeval troll, these were all a small number. Boom! The entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb could be described as being earth-shattering. After breaking free from the mountain's control, the 3 giant eggs were entwined by the light and were charging toward the center of the 3 at a terrifying speed. Even though they were quite far away, this was even better. This provided them with sufficient time to crash into each other. At the last moment, their speed was so fast that it was impossible to see. The primeval troll only took a deep breath before a terrifying collision occurred in the center. Boom! In that instant, the mountains collapsed. All of the giant eggs and tombstones that could be seen were directly buried by the Black Mountains. The entire Dragon Devil ancient tomb was simply razed to the ground. Not to mention that in the sky, all the black clouds were swept away, and the torrential rain disappeared. The Dragon Devil's ancient tomb had never been as quiet and peaceful as it was at this moment. At the point of collision, everything seemed to vanish into thin air, as if nothing had appeared. However, in that instant, there were still some primeval troll who saw 3 figures that blotted out the sky. Ordinary primeval troll were already very large, but when they were in front of the 3 primeval troll, they felt like they were little birds, and the other party was a giant bird that could spread its wings for over 100 meters. Even a little claw from his opponent was far inferior. Of course, this shadow only flashed for a moment, but even so, it was still enough to scare them. They knew that the current situation could only mean that the 3 ancestral devils had succeeded. Therefore, after a short period of silence, all the primeval troll who had awakened earlier were now prostrating themselves on the ground, extremely excited. Almost all of them were roaring. Greetings, 3 ancestral devils. Welcome back, ancestral devils. That's right, at the location of the collision, 3 tiny figures appeared. They existed in human form, but at this moment, no one wanted to underestimate them. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman on the left should be Ancestor Wa. In the clouds that had reformed, the primeval troll did not dare to raise their heads to look at the 3 of them. Even when they were prostrating, they could only tremble. Even though the other party was in human form, the pressure that came from their superiors was definitely not wrong. Every primeval troll felt as if they had seen their ancestors. Of course, with the arrival of the 3 ancestral devils, what everyone was looking forward to the most was that the 3 ancestral devils would awaken all of the countless primeval troll in the dragon devil's ancient tomb and return. Then, they would begin to attack the myriad worlds. Ancestral devils, ancestral devils. Hysterical cheers. The 3 ancestral devils were preparing in the clouds. After a while, with them as the center, suddenly, a total of billions of rays of light fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. Amidst the rumbling, they swept out endlessly, sprinkling on this ancient and desolate land. Every ray of light corresponded to a giant egg. This was a carnival that belonged to the primeval troll clan. All the primordial demons, wake up with us. Boom! 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 Amidst the hot-blooded, ferocious, and violent shouts, the entire dragon devil's ancient tomb shook violently. From high up in the sky, one could see that the vast earth below was churning. Countless giant beasts that were buried underground crawled out one after another, like bamboo shoots after the rain. 1, 2, 100,000, a million, in the end, there were hundreds of millions of people, or even more. After every primeval troll appeared, they began to accompany the 3 ancestral devils in revelry and roar. In an instant, the dragon devil's ancient tomb was drowned by the roars of the giant demons. As far as the eye could see, the huge, cruel, and ferocious primeval troll were endless. No one knew how big the world was, and no one knew how many primeval troll there were. Even the number of experts was uncountable. Today is the day of our primordial demon clan's rebirth. Under the voice of one of the ancestral devils, all the primeval trolls submitted. There were too many. Ji Taishu looked at the countless primeval troll, and he couldn't help but tremble and cry. If you had lasted until this moment and not been killed by Long Chen, then you would have been able to see this grand occasion. Primeval troll is destined to be a superior existence. This world should belong to us. Every primeval troll belonged to slaughter, belonged to destruction. Seeing them, Ji Taishu's blood also began to boil. Following the cheers and roars of the ancestral devil, every primeval troll's bloodline seemed to hide a flame, incomparably fiery. Before the battle even started, they were so ferocious that even Ji Taishu was afraid. After being trapped for so long, the primeval troll were too hungry and thirsty. Now, they were anxious and needed fresh nourishment. Since it's a new life, then we have to be impudent. Right now, the myriad worlds have a huge amount of food that belongs to us. The Dragon Devil's ancient tomb is not just a place where we can stay for a long time. We want to conquer the myriad worlds, we want to seize everything. Roar! Following the call of the ancestral devil, all the primeval troll almost went crazy. The Dragon Devil ancient tomb has a total of 5 passages that lead to the myriad worlds. They are located in the north, south, east, and west. I will open the passage to the greatest extent, but you all also need to reach the myriad worlds as fast as possible. After that, you will spread out and wander the endless starry sky. You will be able to infiltrate the various large worlds and slaughter them to your heart's content. This was the ancestral devil's plan. They did not want to end the battle in a short period of time. Chapter 32:11. Originally, the ancestral fiends were prepared to gather all the power of the primeval troll to conquer the infinite worlds one by one. Of course, the prerequisite was to kill Long Chen and Master Chaos first. Once the strongest were dealt with, there was basically no one who could stop the three ancestral fiends. However, after witnessing Long Chen's methods and power, and guessing from the ancestral star that Long Chen must have left behind the Death Dragon Gate in every world, the three ancestral fiends knew that a concentrated attack would result in a decisive battle the moment the war began. While the primeval troll were not worried about defeat, they did not want to suffer too many losses either. Their strength was not much stronger than that of the infinite realms and the chaos gods. Of course, on the side of the infinite realms, the only one that they were afraid of was Long Chen. Apart from Long Chen, they did not take the four rulers seriously at all. On the contrary, because the chaos gods' realm was a unified origin world, they were more cautious. Therefore, the three ancestral fiends changed their plan. Their goal was to prolong the war. The first step was to fill the entire infinite world's starry sky with primeval troll. All the primeval troll would be scattered to such an extent that Long Chen would need countless years to kill them all. As long as the three ancestral fiends defeated Long Chen and Master Chaos, and then killed the strongest of each world, the primeval troll could launch an all-out attack and devour the infinite worlds. Trillions of lives would all become food in their stomachs. When that time came, every primeval troll would be unprecedentedly powerful. Attacking the other origin worlds would basically be a piece of cake. To the three ancestral fiends, the difference between the infinite worlds and other origin worlds was that the infinite world structure was composed of the Chaos God realm and Long Chen, while the other worlds were just one origin world. The difference was Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen was an existence they had to eliminate. Long Chen is secondary. It is said that during the conflict between the gods and demons of the infinite worlds and the chaos gods, there was an existence that defeated Master Chaos in one move. Although he later disappeared, he must be our true opponent. If we don't eliminate him, we will not be able to carry out our war. Therefore, we must lure him out and kill him at all costs. This was the conversation between the three ancestral fiends. When they were talking, the passageway leading to the myriad worlds in the ancient dragon devil tomb had already been completely opened. This kind of passageway was just like the passageway between Long Chen's realm of life and death in Pangu continent. It could be opened and closed at any time, and was the true entrance to the world of life. As for the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb, for example, its entrance in the southern star domain was the heaven's secret realm, the deepest part of the universe hive, which was once guarded by the eternal illusion demon. Now that Long Chen was in the death world, his attention was focused on the 10,000 worlds. The time was up, and he was constantly preparing. However, it was clear that the primeval troll's passage into the world of myriad worlds was not around these 10,000 worlds. He did not know that countless primeval troll were pouring into the world of myriad worlds. They staggered from all the worlds and began to disperse in the endless starry sky. The starry sky of the myriad worlds was simply too huge. Therefore, every primeval troll was like a speck of dust that had entered the sea. It might not be difficult to find one or two in the starry sky, but it was impossible to find all of them. The more scattered, the more difficult it would be to resolve the future crisis. Scatter, scatter. The powerful primeval troll began to scatter with the ordinary primeval troll. 1 day passed, 10 days passed. At least on Long Chen's side, there was no movement at all. However, he did not know that with the methods of the three ancestral devils, in less than a period of time, all the primordial giant demons in the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb had already entered the myriad worlds. Now, the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb was empty. What are they doing? More than 10 days had passed, and there was no movement at all. Long Chen was also very puzzled. The other experts basically stayed in their own worlds, preparing at all times. As for Long Chen's battle strength, they were all in the death world, ready to support any place at any time. However, a month had passed, and there was still no movement at all. It was as if the primeval troll had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that they have attacked other worlds first? This was Long Chen's guess, but even so, he could not relax in the slightest. Moreover, once the primeval troll conquered other worlds, if it was easy, they would become even more tyrannical. Long Chen prepared to go out with Lingxi to take a look. He moved a few worlds, but there was still no movement at all. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, "Let's go to the Universe Hive to take a look." Because he did not leave the Death World Dragon Gate in the Universe Hive, he had to go to the Hongjun Starry Sea first. After arriving, Long Chen greeted the Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor. "I felt that there was some movement at the Universe Hive a few days ago, but there is no movement now because I was worried that the primeval troll would launch a sneak attack, so I did not go over to take a look." He was different from Long Chen, and he could not return instantly. "Alright, I'll go take a look." Long Chen let Lingxi return to the Death World, and he went alone. He was extremely fast, distorting time, and not long after, he arrived at the Universe Hive. When he arrived at the Universe Hive, Long Chen looked over and there was really a primeval troll in the distance. Suddenly, Long Chen appeared in front of him and controlled his movements. It was just a Demon King-level primeval troll, and it could not escape from Long Chen's palm. Long Chen used the Heart's Eye of Wishes to control it instantly. "Let me ask you, what are the three ancestor fiends doing now?" With the Law of Wishes, Long Chen was not worried that this fellow would not tell him everything. However, when the Law of Wishes invaded, Long Chen suddenly felt an unprecedented resistance from the primeval troll's body. It was the power of an ultimate demon sovereign, and it instantly forced Long Chen out of the primeval troll's body. He. The eyes of the primeval troll in front of him glowed with an illusory light, and it was incomparably deep. It was clearly a Demon King-level primeval troll, but its aura had completely changed, as though its soul had changed. "So you're Long Chen?" "This is the first time we've met," Long Chen said with a smile. Although the primeval troll was being controlled, it spoke to Long Chen in an extremely calm tone. "Who are you?" In fact, Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. This primordial giant devil was indeed an ordinary being. But in reality, he was being controlled by another primordial giant devil far away. That primordial giant devil was controlling his body and talking to Long Chen. "As for me, I'm the person you want to see. They call me Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Hua, Ancestor Shi." Clearly, it was one of the three ancestor fiends. "So it's you. Looks like the three of you have already escaped from the demonic dragon tomb. Why haven't there been any movements these days? You once claimed to conquer the myriad worlds, are you afraid now?" Long Chen narrowed his eyes, and his gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced into the other party's eyes. "You really know how to joke. Compared to the myriad worlds, I'm actually more curious about you. It seems like you know something about the myriad worlds before the epoch. If that's the case, you'll definitely be very curious about one thing. The other party was the most powerful primeval troll created by the Sky-Swallowing clan. Or perhaps, he knew a lot of things. What you want to know the most is whether the appearance of the primeval troll was because of the Sky-Swallowing clan's orders, or whether we escaped the seal ourselves, and escaped without the Sky-Swallowing clan knowing. Am I right? If it was something the Sky-Swallowing clan did not know about, then it would be better. At least the Sky-Swallowing clan had not awakened yet. But if it was the Sky-Swallowing clan's orders, then it would be truly dangerous for Long Chen. This was indeed the thing he wanted to know the most. Ancestor Shi smiled. Before Long Chen could reply, he said, "Of course, this is the final riddle. To make this game more interesting, the final riddle will definitely be revealed at the end. In other words, when you have the possibility of exterminating the primeval troll race, but I don't think it's possible." From the beginning to the end, he was the one speaking. "Why is it impossible?" "Because our boss wants to kill you very much. The war is about to begin. Are you ready? At the end of his sentence, the body of the primeval troll in front of him suddenly burned with transparent flames, just like the eternal phantom demon that died in the eternal whirlpool. In the end, it turned into ashes and disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. Ancestor, she did not give Long Chen a chance to speak at all. The sky-swallowing clan's orders, or my own escape? Which is more terrifying? Long Chen had a premonition that the most crucial battle of his life had come to an end. Life or death would be revealed in the intense battle that was about to happen. Perhaps, he would not even be able to make it through tomorrow. Ancestor, she said that their boss shouldn't be Ancestor Hua. That means that apart from the three of them, the last one should be the strongest. Then, who is the last one? In an instant, there seemed to be many mysteries, causing Long Chen's heart to be in turmoil. Still, only power can solve all of this. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart gradually calmed down. No matter what, everyone only had one path, and that was victory. Why would a primeval gargantuan devil appear here? Long Chen was curious again. Now that there was no more in the cosmic hive, he could not help but look at the boundless starry sky, and then began to move forward aimlessly. After walking for about 2 hours, he did not expect to encounter another primeval troll. After Long Chen killed it, he was even more puzzled. He continued to move forward, and did not expect to encounter another primeval troll not long after. Impossible, this must be the arrangement of the three ancestor fiends, otherwise, there would not be so many. He returned to the Death Realm, then moved to Pangu continent, and flew into the starry sky again. At first, he did not encounter any primeval troll, but after half a day, he saw it again. And once Long Chen asked it, it would self-destruct. Clearly, Ancestor Shi seemed to control the life and death of all the primeval troll. Could it be that the three ancestor fiends have scattered all the primeval troll in the endless starry sky? Long Chen thought in horror. At this moment, Lord Chaos sent a message. Long Chen, the three ancestor fiends are attacking me. Come help me quickly. Chapter 32:12. When the endless primeval troll silently and stealthily entered the myriad worlds, the three ancestor devils also followed the large group into the myriad worlds. They appeared at the largest exit in the center of the demonic dragon tomb. After coming out, the place they were closest to was naturally the chaotic divine realm. At the exit, they could see the distant chaotic divine realm. In their eyes, the chaotic divine realm was like a dazzling gem floating in the starry sky, astonishingly beautiful. But the gazes of the three ancestor devils were more focused in another direction. That was once the core of the myriad worlds, the dragon sacrificial continent. Now that the dragon sacrificial continent has vanished, there seems to be nothing left. When we first occupy the myriad worlds, we can properly study it. Although such a glorious world has been destroyed, there might be some interesting things left behind. For example, that Long Chen, wasn't he left behind from that world? Among the three ancestor devils, Ancestor Hua looked like a mature and intelligent woman. She had an exquisite figure and her long hair was tied up in a bun, like a noble lady in the palace. Her every move was incomparably noble, like the mother of all things, worthy of respect. Ancestor Shi was on the other side. He was a middle-aged man, his long hair was also meticulously tied up, and he had a small mustache. He looked refined and cultured, his eyes and smile were slightly demonic. Just one look was enough to leave an unforgettable impression. As for the third one, he was always in the middle of Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi. He was a young man with black hair and black eyes. Apart from being handsome and dignified, there was nothing special about him. No one knew that this young man, who looked like a vase, was actually the lord of the myriad demons, who had brought a great calamity to the myriad worlds. The primordial demon lord. His status and strength were above Ancestor Wa and Ancestor Shi. Although there were 3 Ancestor Devils, in fact, the other 2 Ancestor Devils were also led by the Primordial Demon Lord. Go. The Primordial Demon Lord said faintly. In a very short period of time, he and the other 2 Primordial Demon Lords had already arrived outside the Chaos Divine World. Their movements were very quiet, so even the Chaos Divine Lord did not notice them. Before the war, all the chaotic divine race was on guard. This 9-colored chaos array is quite interesting. If I have time, I can completely crack it. Ancestor Shi played with his mustache and said with a little pride. Isn't destroying it more in line with the style of our primordial demon race? Ancestor Wa said coldly. Then you can do it, Ancestor Shi said. Ancestor Wa did not say much. Their goal today was the Chaos God world. Now that the primeval troll of the infinite worlds was in place, the true first battle would be initiated by the 3 Ancestor Devils. Of course, their goal this time was to make them pay for their failure on the homeworld in double. Ancestor Wa descended on the blue chaos formation and observed it for a while. It was already brewing. Ancestor Wa's rule was similar to Devil Wa's, but it was completely detached. If Long Chen were here, he would be able to feel that Ancestor Wa's rule was actually creation, and the black hole rule was only a part of it. Of course, in the field of creation, Ancestor Wa's achievements naturally surpassed the Chaotic Divine Lord. The Chaotic Divine Lord's strongest was the chaotic rule, and creation was only comprehended from the second ancestral dragon's blood essence. Now, a huge black hole vortex appeared in Ancestor Wa's hand. It was like a huge circular blade, and now it was cutting towards the 9-colored chaos array of the Chaos God world. Its sharpness was simply unimaginable. But when the blade came into contact with the chaos array, it could be imagined that the chaos array was like cotton. The blade sank deep and frantically tore it apart. The chaos array that the chaotic divine race was most confident in began to collapse under the attack of one of the Ancestor Devils. Although it would take some time, it was clear that the chaos array alone could not stop the 3 Ancestor Devils. Who dares to break into my Chaos God world? The Chaotic Divine Lord felt it when the 9-colored chaos array was attacked. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared outside the 9-colored chaos array, and directly confronted the 3 Ancestor Devils. Ancestor Wa had actually achieved her goal when she saw the Chaotic Divine Lord. That was to lure him out, so she stopped the destruction. The 3 Ancestor Devils looked at the Chaotic Divine Lord differently. Cold and curious. The strongest experts in the myriad worlds stared at each other. Hello, Chaotic Divine Lord. The 3 Ancestor Devils did not gather together. Instead, they surrounded the Chaotic Divine Lord from a certain angle. Among them, the Primordial Demon Lord's temperament was similar to the Chaotic Divine Lord's. They were both cold and indifferent people. But there was a difference. The Chaotic Divine Lord was a person with emotions, while the Primordial Demon Lord was truly cold and bloodthirsty. In his eyes and actions, there was no emotion at all. Seeing the 3 of them, Master Chaos gasped. He had never expected that the 3 ancestral fiends would attack him first. If it wasn't for his alliance with Long Chen, he would have been dead for sure. He informed Long Chen while preparing for battle. Are the 3 of you the 3 Ancestor Devils? How should I address you? The Chaotic Divine Lord responded calmly and tried to buy as much time as possible. If the 3 of them attacked together, he would definitely be in trouble. I am Devil Shi. Naturally, you can call me Ancestor Shi. The other woman was the Ancestor Wa that Long Chen had mentioned. The last one was the one that the Chaotic Divine Lord was afraid of. He was the only one that he could not understand at all. It was just like the feeling that Kitten gave him back then. You call yourself the Chaotic Divine Lord. Then, I am naturally the Chaotic Divine Lord. This is not the point. The point is that I want this chaotic divine world. Speaking of this, the primordial demon lord looked at the other two and said, you two deal with him. Don't let him escape and cause trouble. Chaotic divine lord, your chaotic divine world is here. I think you won't escape. Under the arrangement of the primordial demon lord, the eyes of Ancestor Wa and Ancestor Shi lit up. They had not fought for a long time. Now, it was finally the time that they longed for the most. Battle. Ancestor Wa and Ancestor Shi gradually approached the chaotic divine lord. Don't you want to stay a little further away from your chaotic divine world? Ancestor Shi asked with a smile. He looked very righteous. Even at that moment, it was difficult to feel any evil aura from him. Stay a little further away. Who asked you to lure me away? The chaotic divine lord's main goal was to delay as much time as possible. At that moment, another person appeared beside him. The three ancestral demons saw another ultimate god. They thought it was Long Chen, but it did not seem like it at all. After a closer look, they realized it was another chaotic divine lord. Chaotic divine martial art. It was the chaotic divine martial art that had recently reached the ultimate god realm. Another ultimate realm ultimate god. Two ultimate realm ultimate gods have been born in an origination level world. The three ancestral demons were slightly surprised to see such a situation. However, they were only slightly surprised. The chaotic divine martial art that had just reached the ultimate god realm did not seem to be a big threat to them. I'll deal with this little guy. You guys finish this quickly. The primordial demon lord quickly made a decision. Don't be slower than the two of us. Impossible. At such a moment, the three ancestral demons could still talk and laugh. They were indeed very calm. Of course, while they were talking and laughing, their killing intent was firmly locked on the chaotic divine lord and his son. Father, the chaotic divine martial art was a little nervous. In fact, the other 7 chaotic divine masters had requested to participate in the battle below but were stopped by the chaotic divine lord. It was useless for them to come out now. It was better to wait for Long Chen. Attack. Under the command of the primordial demon lord, the 3 ancestral demons locked on to their respective opponents. Ancestor Wa and Ancestor Shi gathered together and their techniques were considered to be extremely powerful. Meanwhile, the primordial demon lord's gaze alone had an absolute suppressive effect on the chaotic divine martial art. It was the most tense moment. However, at that moment, a blood-colored death realm dragon gate opened in front of the 3 ancestral demons. Long Chen walked out from it and blocked in front of the chaotic divine lord. Seeing Long Chen, the chaotic divine lord finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the arrival of strong reinforcements, it was now at least 3 against 3. The 3 ancestral demons and the 3 strongest experts of the myriad worlds had arrived. This was the most intense confrontation between the myriad worlds and the primeval troll. Before the battle began, the battle between the top experts was already about to erupt. Without a doubt, this would be a battle that would affect the entire war. If Long Chen couldn't hold on, it would mean the destruction of the myriad worlds and the death of trillions of lives. Long Chen. The 3 ancestral demons stopped. Long Chen was the one they paid the most attention to. They had long expected Long Chen to come, but his speed was too fast. The chaotic divine lord had slightly delayed him. However, even with Long Chen's arrival, they didn't seem surprised or worried. Devil Wa and Ancestor Shi looked at each other and said, "It seems that attacking together won't work. This is good. We can see who will defeat the opponent first." Devil Wa said, "If you choose this chaotic divine lord, you will naturally be the fastest." You're wrong. Firstly, my opponent is the chaotic divine lord. Secondly, don't forget about Big Brother, even if his opponent is a little difficult. Their conversation directly determined the outcome of the battle. The chaotic divine lord turned back and said, Shenwu, your priority is to stay alive. Don't stray too far from me. Yes, Father. If they didn't have to face the primordial demon lord, the chaotic divine lord wouldn't be so pressured. However, in reality, their situation wasn't optimistic. After all, other than the chaotic divine lord, the three ancestral demons would definitely crush them. Long Chen also realized the situation. He didn't expect the battle to start so quickly. This was the most crucial round. Therefore, he had already asked Zhu Shi to persuade Kitten to come back and help. Chapter 32:13. Every ancestral fiend had simply and directly locked onto their opponent. For example, the most terrifying primordial demon lord had locked on to Long Chen. Even though there was still a distance between them, Long Chen could feel how terrifying this person was. That aura seemed to be breaking free of the ordinary gods and demons, and was charging towards a supreme position. Perhaps this person had already reached the step that belonged to the ancestors. He was definitely a terrifying opponent. Long Chen took a deep breath. No matter what, as long as he existed in the myriad worlds, he could not escape. No matter who it was, the primeval troll had to be removed. To all mystical dragons, it was a humiliation. To put it bluntly, the primeval troll was the shit of the sky-swallowing clan. This was a battle of hatred that had lasted from before the epoch. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. His blood was boiling. The primordial demon lord did not waste any time. He immediately left and circled around the chaotic divine world, heading in another direction. Long Chen had to chase after him. If he did not chase after him, and allowed the primordial demon lord to move to the other side of the chaotic divine world, then he would directly attack the nine-colored chaos formation diagram. If the nine-colored chaos formation diagram was destroyed, then the lives and deaths of the trillions of people in the 9 chaotic continents would be in his hands. Therefore, as long as he moved, Long Chen had to stop him. Today, it was the primeval troll's attack. In the chaotic divine world, Long Chen and the others could only defend, just like how Long Chen had massacred in the demonic dragon tomb. At this moment, the primordial demon lord moved, and Long Chen chased after him. Father, Long Chen might be able to stop the primordial demon lord. The Master of Chaos said in a deep voice, he will try his best. Whether he can stop them or not will depend on luck. However, we should focus on these two. If the two of them could stop Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi, they would already be considered lucky, let alone the primordial demon lord. If either Ancestor Hua or Ancestor Shi were to fight one-on-one, the Chaos Divine Lord would not have much confidence in winning. At most, they could be considered evenly matched. However, the Chaos Divine martial art would definitely not be able to last for long. Just as the Chaos God Lord had predicted, the moment the primordial demon lord left, the two ancestor demons looked at each other, sneered and attacked. The most important battle in the myriad worlds was about to begin. For a moment, a destructive power swept out. Long Chen had already followed the primordial demon lord to the other side of the chaos divine world. At this time, he also felt the huge movement of the battle. Under this battle, even with the protection of the 9-colored chaos formation diagram, the entire chaos divine world was still shaking violently. The 9 chaos continents were shaking. This showed how terrifying this battle was to the common people. Boom boom boom. Light flashed, and in the dazzling light behind him, Long Chen saw the power of many rules. Chaos, primordial chaos, creation, and Ancestor Shi's mystical rules. If Long Chen was here, he would be able to see the grand battle. It was a battle between the two largest primeval troll and 2 chaos beasts that were no weaker than them. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Its body was as vast as a world, and it possessed the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. You are very interesting. No matter how fierce the battle was, the primordial demon lord was still very calm. Now that he had successfully pulled Long Chen out of the battle, his cold and bloodthirsty eyes glanced at Long Chen. He said lightly, "There are many things that you want to know, but I don't want to tell you. Actually, I could have attacked the other origin worlds first, but I chose this place first. The main reason is that you are here, and I am anxious to see you." In that case, he already had a certain understanding of Long Chen's real identity. If they had received orders from the Sky Swallowing clan, then the Sky Swallowing clan should have known as well. Thus, Long Chen guessed, "It seems that you have hidden from the Sky Swallowing clan and awakened in secret to come to this world." The primordial demon lord did not answer, but smiled coldly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Long Chen. After a long while, he said, "Anyway, it is very interesting. You don't have to care so much. No matter what, after so many years of silence, we, the primordial demon race, should make our existence meaningful. Do you know how terrifying it is to exist without meaning?" Long Chen could understand, but he did not agree with the way they did things. At that moment, he only wanted to challenge the master of the primeval troll, to find out how strong he was. At the same time, his opponent could not hold it in any longer. "I wanted to play with you for a longer period of time. However, since you've blocked my path today, I'll show you exactly how big of a gap there is between us." After the primordial demon lord said this, it was time for him to attack. From the primordial demon lord's body, Long Chen felt a power that surpassed the gods and demons. At that moment, a familiar scene appeared in his eyes. It was the day Kitten awakened, when he heavily injured the Master of Chaos with one slap. That slap looked simple, but it was beyond the normal rules. It was a power that was unique to the gods and demons, yet it suppressed the rules of the gods and demons. Long Chen had to admit that he could not understand what was hidden in it. Now, it was the same for the primordial demon lord. A black demonic light condensed in his hand. That demonic light seemed to be just a ray of light, but if one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to sense endless worlds within it. There were billions of worlds entangled within it, and each world was just a dot. And these were all worlds created by the primordial demon lord in an instant. "This is for you, thousand-world demon fist." The primordial demon lord casually sent his fist forward. That punch instantly transcended time and space, and there was no concept of time and space. The moment he attacked, it landed on Long Chen's body. Miraculous. Terrifying. When the other party attacked, Long Chen took out the Origin Dragon Palace and fused it with his body. He had just inherited all the creation god power and fused it with the Origin Dragon energy. Within his body, a vast amount of power was formed. Under the attraction of the rules, all of it rushed towards the primordial dragon sword like a raging river. Gathering all the power in Long Chen's body, he released the fusion of 3 rules. Infinite life and death calamity. Long Chen's sword had just lashed out, and the speed of his attack was almost the same as Long Chen's. However, in that instant, the myriad world demon fist had the upper hand. Just as the endless life and death calamity was about to unleash its power, the punch had already struck Long Chen's chest. Pfft! Long Chen was sent flying and smashed into the 9-colored chaos diagram. The infinite life and death calamity was destroyed before it could even form. Even the Origin Dragon Palace was destroyed by the other party's terrifying power. What kind of power is this? At this moment, Long Chen was in the same state of shock as the Chaos Master back then. That power that suppressed the rules had disintegrated the defense of the Origin Dragon Palace temporarily, dealing a devastating blow to Long Chen. Fortunately, Long Chen used the soul-reviving melody in time to cover himself with dancing flames. That was how he managed to suppress that terrifying power. But even so, Long Chen was still injured. His surroundings were filled with a blue ocean. He was defeated in a single move, and there was no one who could stop him. Long Chen used the soul-reviving melody to suppress his injuries and rushed out of the nine-colored chaos diagram. But at this moment, he saw something else. The target of the primordial demon lord wasn't him at all. It was the nine-colored chaos diagram. The moment Long Chen appeared, the primordial demon lord smirked coldly and punched out once more. But this time around, his target was the nine-colored chaos diagram. And this punch was different from the previous one. The previous one was gentle. This time around, it was brutal and destructive. Boom! At this moment, what Long Chen saw was the real destruction of heaven and earth. When the seemingly simple punch landed on the nine-colored chaos diagram, it instantly formed a depression as huge as Pangu continent. It was as if the entire chaotic divine realm had been dented by this punch. Of course, this was just the beginning. Since Long Chen was still in the chaos diagram, he naturally withstood this terrifying punch. The next moment, the chaotic divine realm exploded like a balloon that was filled with air. Such a scene was vast, terrifying, and shocking. At that moment, even though he was in the nine-colored chaos diagram, Long Chen could still understand that the entire nine-colored chaos diagram had been completely destroyed. On the dancing fire continent, one could see that the nine-colored sky and countless suns had been completely destroyed at this moment. The dazzling light and the intense explosion had sent all the existences on the dancing fire continent flying away in an instant. In an instant, there were many casualties. The end of the world had come in an instant. On the dancing fire continent, countless screams and panics could be heard. For a moment, everything was in chaos. Moreover, those blue suns, green suns, and so on were also exploding under the destructive punch of the primordial demon lord. They formed a sea of fire that could destroy heaven and earth, spreading directly toward the dancing fire continent. Now, the sky had been completely covered by the sea of fire. The things that used to protect the chaotic gods had now become deadly weapons. Boom! Boom! For a moment, an incomparably scorching temperature descended on the dancing fire continent, burning the entire continent red. Not to mention the large number of chaotic gods, who were now desperately searching for the chaotic divine Tao and fleeing toward the interior. Screams, howls, and screams were everywhere. Pain spread like a plague. The end of the world had arrived, and endless death swept through. Vaguely, everyone could see that in the sky, in the depths of the starry sky, the demon still had an indifferent expression, as if he had done something insignificant. In the midst of this destruction, Long Chen could hardly stand still. I can't. If he continued to be passive, the chaotic divine realm would be doomed. Long Chen was very anxious. He asked Zhu Shi to urge Kitten, and at the same time, he worked hard. He had to stop the primordial demon lord. If he let the primordial demon lord punch him again, the entire dancing fire continent, as well as billions of lives, would be destroyed in an instant. Long Chen's soul-reviving song would not be able to save them. Only now did he realize that the primeval troll was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Big brother, let me devour these flames. Chapter 32:14. In fact, in the past, Long Chen wanted Mo Xiaolang to devour the power of the nine-colored chaos formation. That was because they were enemies with the chaotic divine realm. But now, they were allies and partners. Once one side was defeated, the other side would be interdependent. Therefore, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang temporarily gave up. However, the situation was different now. The nine-colored chaos formation was destroyed by the primordial demon lord with one punch. If they did not stop it, the majestic flames would fall on the dancing fire mainland. At that time, fire would rain from the sky and all living things would be destroyed. The dancing fire mainland would be filled with fire. The nine-colored chaos formation changed from protection to destruction. It was the perfect time for Mo Xiaolang to devour the divine flames. Long Chen and the chaotic divine lord were not pedantic or unreasonable people. At this critical moment, if they did not do something, how could they get through this crisis? Go. At the most critical moment, Long Chen calmed down. The first thing he did was to let Mo Xiaolang devour as much as he wanted. With Mo Xiaolang and the 7 chaotic divine lords on the Dancing Fire mainland, it should not be a problem to temporarily protect the Dancing Fire mainland. The key was to stop the primordial demon lord. And this important task naturally fell to Long Chen. Even if he was defeated by the primordial demon lord in a single move, Long Chen still resolutely turned around and rose up. He locked onto the position of the primordial demon lord, and with a roar of rage, he rushed forward like a divine dragon. The power of the Origin Dragon Palace gathered on his body again. Long Chen's power reached its peak again. At the same time, his willpower was unprecedentedly strong. Now that he was facing a strong enemy, it stimulated the violent bloodline in his heart. The hatred of the divine dragon, the hatred of his race. Invade my land and kill my people. Even if you are so strong, I will still tear you into pieces. Long Chen's violence in the midst of the chaos and his violence in the situation where he was injured made the primordial demon lord look at him in a different light. In this world, there were not many people who could withstand his attack and come out unscathed. Heaven-devouring fire diagram. Mo Xiaolang had turned into the sun-devouring demon wolf. Now that the situation was urgent, he could not devour them one by one like last time. To him, it was a table full of delicacies. Although there were too many of them, the sky-swallowing race was never afraid of having too much food. Thus, the sun-devouring demon wolf used the law of the heaven-devouring fire diagram. Countless divine flames erupted from his body, forming a vortex. This vortex was the sun-devouring demonic wolf's path of devouring. When the sky-devouring flame diagram was activated, a large amount of flames in the 9-colored chaos diagram was devoured by Mo Xiaolang. What is that? Many of the chaotic gods saw the giant beast in the sky. He did not belong to the chaos beasts, nor did he belong to the primeval troll. On the other side, the battle between the 2 chaos beasts and the 2 primeval troll had reached its climax. If not for the primordial demon lord restraining them, the battle would have spread to the Dancing Fire continent. Without the protection of the Chaos Formation, the chaotic gods on the Dancing Fire continent were defenseless in front of the 3 ancestor demons. A casual attack could kill or injure a large number of them. It's Long Chen's friend, the one who defeated the Scarlet Firmament Saint. He is devouring the flames to help us. When the endless flames descended, the chaotic gods were in despair. The flames of the Chaos Formation exploded, and even the Chaos Scarlet Firmament Saint could not do anything about it. But when Mo Xiaolang appeared, the endless divine flames were finally stabilized. As Mo Xiaolang devoured them crazily, they surged towards him. The flames of war spread. Boom, boom, boom. The sky seemed to have been sucked out. The flames were like giant dragons that were entangled by the flame whirlpool and swallowed. Mo Xiaolang was at the core of the whirlpool. Even if he didn't do anything, the sky-swallowing fire diagram would pull all the flames into it. As for whether Mo Xiaolang could withstand it or not, it depended on his willpower. Such a scene could no longer be described with words. Anyway, the chaotic gods had forgotten to escape. They were all dumbfounded. Big brother, give me some time. In such a crucial battle, the hope of victory suddenly became so small. Mo Xiaolang was naturally not willing to let Long Chen bear all the pressure, especially when the primordial demon lord was so strong. Mo Xiaolang knew that if Kitten still refused to appear, one of the 3 brothers would have to stand up for the myriad worlds and the chaotic divine world to survive today's disaster. Now, such a good opportunity was right in front of him. As long as he broke through to the ultimate God realm, he and Long Chen could join forces and fight side by side again. They might have a chance to defeat the enemy. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang was the first to go crazy. He was the kind of person who became more terrifying the more crazy he was. He was completely different from his calm appearance. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's eyes were blood-red, and the vast sea of flames had already drowned him. All right. Long Chen knew what he wanted. Only by buying some time for Mo Xiaolang would there be a chance of victory. Therefore, he could no longer passively face the primordial demon lord's attack. Instead, he had to find a chance to suppress the opponent. Kitten, we need your help. Whether he would come, Long Chen still did not know. However, he firmly believed that Kitten would return in the end and stand on their side. It was only a matter of time. The Origin Dragon Palace turned into a golden divine dragon and wrapped around Long Chen. Under the brilliance, Long Chen rushed out from the chaos and faced the primordial demon lord again. The primordial demon lord looked relaxed and said, "Unbelievable. He really is from the sky-devouring clan. He has dominated you, dominated me, dominated the world. He is my brother. He is different from the sky-devouring clan." The primordial demon lord shook his head and said, "You are wrong. We are all living beings and all living beings have their own nature. Ever since I, the primeval troll, was born, my nature and mission was to devour mortals, gods and demons, to kill everything without exception. The sky-devouring clan's nature is to devour. It is just like your desire to become stronger. It is unavoidable. When he reaches a certain level, you will understand. Sooner or later, your nature will overwhelm your rationality. That is just because you do not have enough rationality and allowed your nature to control you. You are a slave to your nature, so don't think that everyone else is." He was willing to talk and Long Chen was willing to accompany him. Anyway, it would give Mo Xiaolang more time. Innocent, pure. The primordial demon lord couldn't help but laugh. Long Chen knew that delaying would not have any effect. Therefore, when he said this, he decided to attack. He held the primordial dragon sword with both hands and activated the Origin Dragon Palace's creation divine power to the maximum. Long Chen was like a golden god of war that had descended, shining brightly. Past and future life reversal. The primordial dragon sword released the primordial dragon sword. This was a rule that even the chaotic god master was afraid of. In the form of sword chi, it shot towards the primordial demon lord. What a mysterious rule. The primordial demon lord's expression did not change. He was not afraid at all. On the other hand, Long Chen did not stop at all. Along with the past and future life reversal, he used another rule. Dead Spirit Blood Charm. 2 peak rule laws attacked the primordial demon lord from both sides. Both were rule laws that were hard to break free from. They looked simple but in reality, they were terrifyingly destructive. This was pretty much all that Long Chen had up his sleeves. But, these are all insignificant tricks. The primordial demon lord did not care at all. He did not move and waited for the 2 rule laws to arrive. Only when the past and future life reversal and the dead spirit blood charm entered his body did he say in shock, "Interesting." Boom. The primordial demon lord's body instantly exploded. However, he quickly reformed at the side. In the process of the explosion, both the dead spirit blood charm and the past and future life reversal disappeared. They were destroyed by the primordial demon lord. However, they did not manage to kill him. Long Chen already knew that it would not be easy to kill this guy. However, at least the combination of 2 rule laws was a headache for the primordial demon lord. Hence, this time, it was a serious injury to the primordial demon lord. After reforming into his human form, the primordial demon lord's face was a little pale. In his eyes, there was a kind of anger and a kind of bone-chilling killing intent. Not bad. You have surprised me. The primordial demon lord bit his lips and looked at Long Chen in a different light. He thought that he had seen through the two-rule laws, but in reality, he had not. Today is just the beginning. You are the one who surprised me. However, don't think that you can defeat us just like that. Long Chen was still in a calm state. However, the blood in his heart was already boiling and his battle intent was about to burst out of his body. No, I feel that today is the end. The reason why I dare to attack you guys so openly is because I believe that you guys are not a match for us. Unless, all of the origin level worlds unite. But that is impossible. Only we can go to those worlds. The primordial demon lord frowned slightly. Facing Long Chen, his killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. Honestly speaking, it was a pity to kill Long Chen here. However, the problem was that Long Chen had blocked his path. Forget it. Miracles have nothing to do with me. We, the primordial demon race, only need the value of our existence. As he said this, the primordial demon lord once again condensed the terrifying thousand-world demon fist. This time, he wanted to completely defeat Long Chen. He might even want to kill Long Chen. Only by getting rid of those who blocked his path, could he kill to his heart's content in the chaotic divine world. Boom. However, he did not expect that all the flames below him would gather and be sucked into the vortex. The sun-devouring demonic wolf went crazy and devoured a large amount of flames. The entire sky of the chaotic divine world suddenly became empty. Roar. With a roar, the divine fire vortex returned to Mo Xiaolang's body. The heaven-devouring fire diagram disappeared. Now, Mo Xiaolang had completely devoured the flames of the nine-colored chaos formation diagram. Chapter 32:15. Of course, no matter how reasonable his words were, Long Chen would not believe him. He and Mo Xiaolang had fought side by side for many years. They had gone through thick and thin together. Long Chen had never doubted him, even if he had become a demon. If there was such a thing as nature, even if Mo Xiaolang was affected and obstructed by it, Long Chen would at most be the same as Kitten. Even if Kitten did not appear, Long Chen was still full of confidence in him. If not for that, Mo Xiaolang would not have risked his life to endure the extreme flames. He succeeded. Under the crazy refinement, his power rose steadily and finally reached a new realm, a realm that belonged to the peak of the myriad worlds. Mo Xiaolang's progress in the realm could only be described as unbelievable. That was the talent of the sky-devouring clan. Bathed in the endless divine flames, the demon wolf rose and reached the ultimate god realm just like the chaotic divine martial art. Boom, boom. After reaching such a realm, Mo Xiaolang naturally came to Long Chen's side as fast as he could feel that the primordial demon lord was about to continue his attack. He came to Long Chen's side and turned into a human. The ancestral fire on Mo Xiaolang's body became even stronger. Under his cultivation, the ancestral fire had become stronger and stronger and had become his most heaven-defying weapon at that moment. The 5 types of ancestral fire combined might not be any weaker than an original-level divine weapon. With him by his side, they once again faced a strong enemy together. Even if the opponent was the primordial demon lord, Long Chen felt more at ease. He and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other and Long Chen saw determination in the flames in his eyes. As expected of Long Chen's brother. At that moment, they were united without any barriers. Their will gathered together and twisted into a strong force that could fight against the primordial demon lord. Tsk tisk. The primordial demon lord stopped his attack and could not help but sigh. Today is an eye-opener for me. How should I say this? I'm really looking forward to the day when your eyes will be filled with despair in front of him. There's no point in saying this nonsense. If you want to destroy the chaotic divine realm, you have to go through us first. Long Chen said seriously. The primordial demon lord tilted his head and looked at him, then at Long Chen. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Let's call it a day. I'm not in a hurry, so I'll let you play for a while longer. A good game should be played slowly, right?" He actually stopped. Long Chen knew that even if he and Mo Xiaolang joined hands, they might not be able to stop him. If he insisted on destroying the chaotic divine world, the possibility of stopping him was very low. According to Long Chen's estimation, if there were no other changes, the chaotic divine realm would most likely be destroyed. How should I put it? I've just arrived, so I'm not prepared. But in a few days, I'll give you a big gift. Just be prepared to accept it. Speaking up to here, the primordial demon lord actually left. He opened the door of the demonic dragon tomb in front of Long Chen, entered, and then closed the door. At the last moment, he left behind a creepy smile that was deeply engraved in Long Chen's memory. The primordial demon lord was very similar to a person, and that was the Era demon. Previously, the Era demon also gave Long Chen an unfathomable feeling. Only later did he find out his true purpose. In an instant, he disappeared. Seeing everything vanish into thin air, Long Chen felt like he was dreaming. It was as if the three ancestor devils had never been here. However, the destroyed nine-colored chaos array diagram and the tragic dancing fire mainland reminded Long Chen that this was the threat of the three ancestor devils. On the other side of the chaotic divine realm, it seemed that Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi had also left under the primordial demon lord's search. The chaotic divine realm was miraculously safe. Long Chen looked around. He wanted to find someone, but there was no sign of him. So, Long Chen could only ask Zhu Shi. Did he come? He arrived, but he saw that the demon was scared away by him, so he left. Zhu Shi said proudly. Although she was not used to kitten, it was indeed something to be proud of to be so powerful. Okay, I got it. Continue to follow him. Long Chen understood. No wonder the primordial demon lord was in a hurry to leave. It sounded nice, but in fact, it was because Mo Xiaolang had rushed to the ultimate realm of ultimate gods and Kitten had also appeared at that time. He thought that he would not be able to gain any advantage, so he left first. He wanted an absolute victory, not a narrow victory. After all, in his plan, there were still 6 origin worlds to deal with. However, Kitten came and left, which made Long Chen feel a little melancholy. It seems that letting Kitten regain his memory is also an urgent matter. But, what can I do about this memory? If he could not recall the details, Kitten would not be able to truly integrate with them. He would turn back into the guy that Long Chen and the others were familiar with. At that moment, the chaotic divine lord and ancestor Shi came to his side. The chaotic divine lord was fine, but his chaotic divine marshal was heavily injured. It seemed that Ancestor Hua had injured him quite badly. He had just reached the ultimate realm of ultimate gods and it was indeed too difficult for him to deal with Ancestor Hua. Life Melody. Long Chen used the life law to try his best to get the chaotic divine marshal out of danger. Thank you. The chaotic divine lord pursed his lips and looked helpless. Previously, you asked us to join forces, but I didn't expect that I would need your help today. If it wasn't for you, my chaotic divine world would be finished. Today, I won't say too many words of gratitude. In the future war, my chaotic divine clan will not be stingy and we will live and die with you. Although they had suffered a crushing defeat and suffered a huge loss, at least Mo Xiaolang had become stronger. At least, his relationship with the chaotic divine clan had been greatly improved. Primeval Troll, you've given us a wake-up call today. The chaotic divine lord gritted his teeth and was very angry. The dancing fire mainland below was now almost destroyed. Fortunately, there were not many casualties among the chaotic divine clan. After Long Chen used the life melody to help the chaotic divine marshal stabilize its injury, he used the flame of the life melody to sweep the dancing fire mainland, allowing the souls of the dead to have a miracle of rebirth. Looking at your rules, I seem to see how the living beings of the myriad worlds were born. Under the life melody, the dead and injured living beings were either reborn or recovered. Even the earth was recovering. Seeing such a scene, the chaotic divine lord could not help but feel emotional. Maybe, with Long Chen's help, the chaotic divine world's losses could be said to be reduced to a minimum. I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you today, trillions of living beings in the chaotic divine world would have been annihilated. I don't think many would have survived. Without Long Chen, no one would have stopped the primordial demon lord. After all, the primordial demon lord was an existence that could destroy the nine-colored chaos formation with one punch. The chaotic divine martial lord had recovered a little and was very grateful to Long Chen. Moreover, it was Long Chen who helped him enter the ultimate realm of ultimate gods. Everything was because of Long Chen. The chaotic divine lord looked at the entire chaotic divine world and suddenly made a decision. Long Chen, what do you think our chances of winning are? The chaotic divine lord asked. Long Chen said, based on today's situation, under normal circumstances, we would have suffered a crushing defeat. Moreover, the primeval troll has appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Now, they have spread all over the myriad worlds and could launch a fatal attack at any time. The situation is very dangerous. Now, we have 4 existences that are equivalent to ultimate gods. Although we have a lot of numbers, we are still inferior to the enemy. If Kitten can restrain or even defeat the primordial demon lord, it will be our only hope. Otherwise, there will be a lot of casualties. That was the truth. The primordial demon lord alone could dominate too many people. They are in the light, and they are in the dark. They are stronger. As for Kitten, there was some uncertainty and that was also a problem. The chaotic divine lord said, it seems that to prevent us from losing too badly, we must have a way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I think this method has a little hope. Divine Lord, please speak. Long Chen was very curious as to what his method was. All our hopes are on you. The chaotic divine lord said. What do you mean? Long Chen was puzzled. At that moment, the chaotic divine lord suddenly smiled and said, from the beginning, I really didn't want to give you such an important thing. However, after today's battle, I understand that you are definitely a trustworthy person. It is my fortune to be able to be your ally. Therefore, I have thought it through. Instead of letting it be silent in my hands, why not let it shine in your hands? You need it more than I do and are more suitable for it. Speaking of that, Long Chen of course knew what it was. He could not help but be overjoyed. He had finally gotten what he had been looking forward to for a long time. To be honest, he had been so engrossed in battle that he had completely forgotten about the second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. He had fought so hard not just for the Master Chaos God to give it to him. In his opinion, it was not easy to give away such an important thing. Therefore, all his thoughts were on the primeval troll. However, he did not expect that it would turn out to be a success. Thank you, Divine Lord. Long Chen was really excited. That was the most precious inheritance blood essence he had ever obtained. The second ancestral dragon was second only to the first ancestral dragon. There were countless mysteries in it that were waiting for Long Chen to decipher. Don't thank me. I think it originally belonged to you. It's just that it's now in your hands. Even though he had given away the most precious thing he had, the chaotic divine lord was much calmer, especially after the battle. No matter what, he owed Long Chen a favor. Previously, he helped the chaotic divine marshal reach the ultimate god realm. This time, he helped so many chaotic divine clan members to come back to life. Long Chen began to look forward to the second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. He wondered what would happen if he inherited it and where the inheritance blood essence would be inherited from. As of now, there were less than 3,000 votes, which was not the promised 10,000 votes. However, it had helped Crazy get to the first place. Thank you, everyone. Hence, he added a new chapter today. Chapter 32:16. Long Chen's hands couldn't help but tremble when he received the drop of primal chaos inheritance blood from the Master God of Chaos. This belonged to the second ancestral dragon. Now, with this drop, he had found the 8 ancestral dragons' inheritance blood. As long as he inherited all of them, he would be the inheritor of the 8 great ancestral dragons. Apart from the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon, Long Chen's wish was naturally to find the first ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. That way, he would be able to gather all 9 types of ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. At least in terms of laws, no one would be able to compete with him. If he could find the origin dragon souls of the 9 ancestral dragons, that would be even more impressive. The Long Chen that had been created by 9 kinds of origin dragon souls and 9 kinds of inheritance essence blood was absolutely unprecedented. Long Chen had been full of hope for himself at that time. His current dreams and hopes were all for the sake of that moment. Although it was difficult, at least he was realizing his dream step by step. Since he had obtained the second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood, nothing was impossible in the future. Thank you. When Long Chen put away the inheritance blood, his heart trembled the most. Ever since he had inherited 1/10,000th of the primordial blood spiritual dragon's inheritance blood, he had embarked on the path of a dragon martial artist. Now, many people had become real divine dragons, but he still hadn't. However, he had never given up or doubted it. Many years ago, he would never have thought that he would be able to obtain the second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood. It originally belonged to you, but I forcefully took possession of it. Right now, I hope that it will shine even more brilliantly in your hands. Go and ponder over it. I'm also looking forward to seeing how it will change in your hands. Master God of Chaos felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Long Chen understood that although the Chaos Gods were arrogant and domineering, they would never cross their bottom line. The Chaos God Master was also a friend worth befriending. In fact, they were no different from the 4 great rulers. In the face of the cruel outsiders, they fought together. Although the Chaos God race had suffered great losses in today's battle, at least both sides had developed a deeper relationship. At the same time, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had benefited greatly from this battle. Master God, I'll take my leave first. Now that the primeval troll has spread throughout the myriad worlds, you can always contact me if you encounter any enemies. No problem. I'll think of a way to set up more defenses for the primal chaos divine realm. If you encounter any trouble on your side, just notify me. I'll definitely lend a hand. He was even willing to give away the second ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence, so it was unlikely that he would be stingy. Before the calamity, Long Chen saw the glory of the Lord of Chaos, a senior worthy of respect. He and Mo Xiaolang bid farewell to the other party and returned to the control center of the Death Reign. On the Infinite Realm side, although they did not participate in the battle, they were still very nervous. Xuanji, have you told the 4 rulers and the world lords of the other realms about the current situation? Li Xuanji was in control of the Death Reign. She said, I've already told them, and Heavenly God Luya has confirmed it too. Currently, the Infinite Realms are filled with a large number of primeval troll. They can be seen everywhere, and there are too many of them to count. Moreover, they are not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they are roaming around the various realms, changing positions. But once they receive the order to attack, I think that every realm in the Infinite Realms will be attacked at the same time. After all, The overall strength of the primeval troll exceeded that of the infinite realms and the chaos divine realm. The death rain could only change the position of the strong, but once the other party attacked all of them, it would be useless. Moreover, because the primeval troll is spread across the starry sky, and the infinite realm's starry sky is so huge, it is impossible to kill them all before they attack. We've discussed it, and there are two ways to slightly alleviate the situation. The three ancestor fiends were very smart. They made such an arrangement to target Long Chen's death rain, causing Long Chen to be unable to quickly finish off the primeval troll. If the battle dragged on, it would not be beneficial to Long Chen at all. Speak. In the midst of danger, Li Xuanji quickly got into her role. She said, "First, Heavenly God Luya will search very carefully. If we are lucky, we can find the existence of the primeval troll demon supremacy and above. We can keep an eye on these demon supremacies and kill them first. If we kill too many of them, we can greatly reduce the other party's strength. After all, in any place, the most terrifying were the strong." Long Chen frowned. "That's a little difficult. Although Brother Luya's ocular technique is powerful and can see any corner of the infinite realms, to find the primeval troll above the demon supremacy level is like searching for a speck of dust in the vast ocean. We can succeed in time, but luck is too important. It's very likely that we won't be able to alleviate the situation." Long Chen knew that this method might not be able to deal a blow to the primeval troll, but now was the time for a response. If they did not resist and allowed the three ancestor fiends to make their arrangements, they would be led by the nose. Then, they would completely fall into their trap in the future. So, there's a second way. Speak. Similarly, let God Luya find the primeval troll above the demon supremacy level, but he only needs to find one. That will require you to take action and force the other party to open the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. In that case, you might be able to enter again after being chased out the last time. The last time was because you were discovered when you transformed into an epic demon. With our transformation rules, the possibility of the three ancestor fiends seeing through us is not high. If you hide inside again, you might be able to find a way. For example, a passageway that leads to another origin world. That's a feasible idea. Long Chen pondered for a moment. It might not be impossible. If he could succeed once, he could do it a second time. His luck last time was too bad. Furthermore, the three ancestor fiends had awakened. It was hard to imagine that Long Chen would still be so bold. War was a game to begin with. Although there was great danger after entering, the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb was the other party's territory after all. However, if there was no danger, how could the primeval troll be difficult to deal with? Let's make this decision first. As for Kitten, he's still an uncertain factor for the time being. I can't completely rely on him. It was not that Long Chen did not believe in Kitten, but he was a cautious person, especially when it concerned the fate of all living beings in the myriad worlds. He wanted to have greater confidence in many situations. As for Kitten, Long Chen wanted to use him as his final trump card to fight against the three ancestor fiends. Be careful. Heavenly God Luya is already looking for him. Li Xuanji's dark eyes were filled with worry and rare gentleness. Now, she was about to become a mother. Don't worry. Long Chen smiled slightly. He thought that it was a blessing to have so many people worried about him, even if he was fighting for them. It was also worth it. After making those decisions, Long Chen was eager to inherit the second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. However, Mo Xiaolang stopped him at that moment. He looked a little lonely and did not feel the joy of becoming an ultimate god like he had imagined. Big brother, I want to talk to you in private. Let's go. Long Chen directly brought him to the third floor of the Tower of Time. There were not many people in the Tower of Time as everyone had participated in the Battle of the Myriad Worlds. Long Chen pursed his lips when he saw Mo Xiaolang's expression. He knew what he was worried about. He patted Mo Xiaolang's shoulder and said, "Don't mind what the primordial demon lord said. How could I, Long Chen, not know what kind of person you are?" Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said, "Big brother, I know all these, but I'm still afraid. Do you think I'll be controlled by my so-called nature one day and become your enemy? If that's the case, I'd rather die now. All my strength is made by you. I never thought I'd become your enemy. I'll hate myself to death if that happens." Long Chen took a deep breath and suddenly laughed out loud. "Big brother, is it so funny to have such a heavy future?" Mo Xiaolang felt a little helpless. Kitten has changed now. It's hard for him to remember us in a short period of time. Among us brothers, only I can help you. You're shouldering such a heavy responsibility. I never thought I'd become your enemy at the last moment." Mo Xiaolang said solemnly. This was the reason why he felt melancholy at the moment. "Xiaolang, you've forgotten something." Long Chen's eyes were firm and bright like torches. "What is it?" Mo Xiaolang raised his head in confusion. "Do you remember when we first met, you gave me the star battle body, the thing that changed my fate?" "Of course I remember," Mo Xiaolang said affirmatively. Long Chen said word by word, "Then do you remember what you were back then?" What am I?" Mo Xiaolang was stunned. He didn't understand what Long Chen was talking about. "You're a human." Long Chen said loudly. "I am a human." These words made Mo Xiaolang feel like he saw something, but there was a layer that he couldn't see clearly. "That's right. From the start, you were a human, not a sun-devouring dire wolf, not a sky-swallowing clan member. From the start to the end, you were the youth I met that day, not the so-called sky-swallowing clan member. I never felt that you were a sky-swallowing clan member. Big brother. The biggest difference between you and the sky-swallowing clan member is that you don't have a sky-swallowing clan member's soul. The soul is the foundation of a human, the body carries power and desires. You haven't changed at all, so how can you be controlled by your so-called nature? The primordial demon master doesn't understand your situation, so what right does he have to talk about our brotherhood?" At this moment, Mo Xiaolang finally understood. Perhaps his body was that of a sun-devouring fiend wolf and a member of the Sky Devourer tribe, but his spirit soul had always been human. In the eyes of the primordial devil, he was a member of the Sky Devourer tribe, but in Long Chen's eyes, he was the kind and handsome youth from before. He had never changed. "So, you still don't understand?" You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.